And we're live. It's Drag Week 2013. This is day 5, the last day of racing. This is the live feed video brought to you by Pep Boys Speed Shops. And of course, the whole event is sponsored by Gear Vendors. Finnegan, I haven't even seen you like in the last 3 days. What's been going on?
Who are you?
Exactly. Like, what's up? I'm so lost. I haven't slept. I don't even know who you are.
Karma's on our side, I think, right now because I just did a weather check. Yep, nipples are hard, and I think we're going to have a high of 72 degrees today after multiple days of rain, multiple years of rain. We've been rained out 2 years in a row, so this is epic.
The weather thing is going to make this really, really huge because I know you know this. You might not know this. Day 5 is the killer because what's going to happen here is all of these Drag Week racers are going to go out here. They're going to set down an easy pass to secure their win. And then they're going to throw the toolbox at these cars. You're going to see nitrous jets the size of my thumb. You're going to see boost that's going to blow pistons onto the ground, and you're going to see wheel stands that go all the way to the end of the track.
Yeah, common sense will go right out the window when you know your trailer is just a few hundred yards away.
Exactly.
You know? So it doesn't matter, and your wife's at home. The only downside is this time their wives are at home and they're watching what's happening. So no lies.
I have a great story about that. So Tom Hogshead, you know the guy. He's been here 9 years in a row. He's the only guy to run Drag Week every single time. I did a blog about him on the very first day. He's got that 77 Nova, and he's run the turbo small block for like years. And now he's got a Blueprint Engines crate motor in it. It's a 632 big block.
Oh, I heard this story. Go ahead.
This is awesome. Okay, you've heard it. You haven't. So I blog about him having this new motor in his car and everything, and he tells me this thing does burnouts from a 30-mile-an-hour roll. So what happens is his wife is looking through our blogs and sees this, goes to the Blueprint Engine website, looks up the motor, and discovers that it's like $11,000. And apparently Tom hadn't exactly broken that news to her.
I told him what he needs to do, and this is what I do when I'm at home, is whenever she catches me doing something like this, I just go into the closet, look for the things that have tags on them still, add it all up, and just go, what are you going to do to me?
I think actually what you should do is find the ones at the back with the tags on it, put it in a box, and give them to her as if they're a new pair of shoes.
Gifts.
She won't remember.
Hey, baby. Happy Christmas.
So that happened with that guy, and the other thing is that he is a cop. So he's like, if my boss reads the whole thing about why am I doing burnouts like this, I could lose my job, I could lose my wife, but I don't care as long as you keep doing Drag Week. So,
yeah, as long as he goes home with the car.
Yeah,
you know.
Exactly. No, he's a good guy.
We're all about family here and keeping things together.
What did you do last night? I don't even know.
Oh, God, I had a hell of a day. Let me tell you.
Okay.
I left the track right around the time things ended for once, which was nice, and I jumped in Shane McClellan's 62 Nova. This is the car that hung the wheels way up there.
Yeah, check out hotrod.com. Killer photo sequence.
And he's foolish, so he let me drive it for about 100 miles, and this thing is sealed up better than any old car I've ever been in. So the AC that he has in it, he's got a vintage air system, actually works.
So that's that car. It's tan. It looks like a total beater, but it's got the 417 Motorsports LS motor.
Right.
Like twin turbo deal.
Right.
Yeah.
And this thing drives like a Cadillac. It's amazing. And so I'm talking to him while I'm driving, trying not to hit things, and I say to him, that wheelie, you set it down like you've done that 100 times. How many times have you done that? He's like, never. And I'm like, well, most people, most human beings, when the wheels go to the sky, the first inclination is to lift, and then you just crunch your engine.
Oh, he carried this thing half track, not quite half track.
Probably the sexiest thing I've seen at Drag Week.
You can actually go to yesterday's live feed and look that up. If you go through the comments, people are saying where it is. It's at like 2 hours and 8 minutes, or that's a wild guess, but you can see it on the Hot Rod live feed.
Yeah, best part of the video. Highlight of my day right there.
Yeah.
And that guy is
How about
just cool.
Trailer burnouts?
Oh, so he's psycho. I told you he let me drive his car in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Tennessee.
Texas, yeah.
When he's leaving after he reaches Paris, Texas.
Tennessee was like, yeah,
close enough.
Oh no, wait! It was Paris, Tennessee.
Paris,
Paris, Texas was a couple years ago on Drag Week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
All right, we have a lot of Parises.
Yeah.
So in front of that, he gets the photo of his Nova towing a trailer in front of the Eiffel Tower, and then smokes the tires all the way past the Eiffel Tower, almost to the street, which, no big deal. Well, someone else gets pulled over for it.
Yeah.
And they get off, thank God.
Someone else got pulled over for it.
Yeah, he took off, and the local sheriff pulled over somebody else with a trailer that thought, they were the ones. But the guy had a photo of him behind Shane. So he's like, no, the smoke's in front of me. It's not me. He had evidence that it wasn't him, so he got away.
Oh, that's funny.
Good and clean.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should probably talk about who our class leaders are now, so when you're watching the live feed today, you can kind of know what's going on out on track. So let's go to the graphic and we'll kind of go through who's winning right now, all right?
Yeah, we're high tech here at Drag Week. Let's do this.
All right, let's check that out. All right, we're going to kick it off with the unlimited class. This had an interesting drama last night. I'm not sure you're aware of this. There was a last-minute panic where we thought that Tom Bailey, who has been the leader all week, was out. We had a call on our hotline that said, gone. And we were freaking out. We were going to make blog posts. Everybody was losing their minds until someone said, wait, it's John Bailey. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Thank
I
you.
actually emailed you when I saw that, and I'm like, wait a minute, his car's in the parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
How's he out?
That was brutal. Anyway, Tom Bailey, 684. I have done the math on this. Dave Ahokas, in order to catch that number, it's impossible. Mathematically impossible for him to catch up, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Bailey would have to break.
Which could happen.
But more importantly, if Bailey lays down a 6 here at Bowling Green, he's the first guy ever to go 6 seconds at every track.
And I have to give that guy credit. Yesterday when he couldn't quite get his act together on track, I think he ran a 7:07. He could have packed it up and gone home and known that he was going to be the first guy with a 6-second average, but he was like, nope, I got to do a 6 every day. That was manly. I like that.
And I'll say this about these guys. There's a lot of drama over these two cars and, how close they are to an actual street car. I've followed both of them multiple times this week. These guys are going down the road, allegedly, at 80 miles an hour, towing a trailer like it's no big deal. So regardless of what you think of the cars, they are being treated like street cars.
Oh, I have followed both of these guys for a full day. I followed Bailey once all day long and another half day. Followed Ahokas. You followed Ahokas all day long one day. We've got video of that.
Alana rode in his car.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they're hideous to ride in, let's be honest, but they do it.
The real heartbreak here is Joe Barry because he goes quicker than he's ever gone at Drag Week, a 7:11, and all he really wanted to do was get to the end, and last night holes a piston.
Yep, he pulled the plug last night, so that actually moves Sean Fink up into the next spot. Pro Street Power Adder. This has been a super tight race all week long between Mike Roy and that big maroon Monte Carlo, and Dave Henniger in the 71 Camaro. That's the orange car that spun out and hit a guardrail on the freeway a couple nights ago, but he's still in the hunt. 8-0 to 8-19.
Yeah, and the thing here is like we always say, you've got to finish. These guys have to make a pass today. And when it comes to Mike Roy, that Monte Carlo is so heavy that he goes through transmissions like I go through underwear. So it's completely possible he doesn't get to the end of the racetrack today.
And
who knows?
That's exactly what happened last year. He was winning on day 4 last year, and then it started to rain, and he would have won. But then we made the call that we were going to do a rain day and run the next day. He was not happy about that deal, and he ended up taking second as a result.
Yeah, I don't think he likes us anymore.
Okay, Pro Street NA, Eddie Miller, the Mouth, who has actually backed up his claims. Every single day he has shown up. I don't know why he's waited to run until the hot afternoon session, but he has laid down 870 pass and then hit the road every single day.
I think he likes to make an entrance, to be honest with you. And did you see the John Forsk burnout
that
he laid down the other day?
You got to give him credit. Love it or hate it, he is a showman.
Yeah. I expect some fireworks out of that guy today. Not because I think he's going to burn his stuff down, but I think it's the last day of Drag Week. He'll be calling out a certain Mazda RX-7 at some point here.
Well, I know that
race.
story. We can see that on the live feed. We have to give a shout out to Rich Pedraza. He does have an 11:39 in an 8-second class, but he drove the car from California all the way out here to Bowling Green, Kentucky to start this thing, and he hung all week at Drag Week, and that is an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, he's a PSCA racer out of California, and he's driven here multiple times. The guy is an Iron Man. Okay, moving on. Modified Power Adder. One of my favorite classes, small tire, really fast cars. Travis Gilpin and Todd Mashmeyer are currently in first place with a 793 average. If you remember, these guys were here last year leading the class all the way into day 4 after eating a camshaft, after eating another camshaft, not sleeping the entire week, hitting a bridge, totaling the front suspension. I mean, those guys went through hell and back last year and didn't finish. Well, this year, they've made it to day 5.
Yep.
They are here. They are still leading the class. They just need to lay down a halfway decent pass today, And they win.
And that is the car with the 1-inch lift cam, I believe. The thing is ludicrous.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
I've got a photo up. Actually, it's the title page on the Facebook today of his 4-unit nitrous system.
Yeah.
3 foggers and a plate. Actually, that's reminding me to also go check out Facebook/Hot Rod Mag. There's tons of updates there, and we alert you to when we add new things at hotrod.com.
All right, second place in modified power adder is Bryant Goldstone with a 1970 Chevelle, a silver car with a Pro Charger. He's got an 832 average right now. Mathematically, he doesn't have a shot here unless something goes hideously wrong with Mashmeyer's car.
Which can happen.
Which can happen. But the cool thing about Bryant is he actually built a completely different car for Drag Week, an old AMC Javelin that was going to run in Unlimited with twin-turboed power, and launched the motor right before Drag Week and actually loaned out parts from that car to other competitors in Unlimited and showed up with the Chevelle, which hadn't seen the racetrack in a year.
And that thing, you'll remember the finals in Tulsa a couple years ago, that car went way up on the bumper and gave up the lead on the last day. Once again, it's not over till it's over. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and we have that dyno challenge at Hot Rod Power Tour.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he still holds like the record there for power to the wheels at like 1,300. So that thing's an animal. And then we've got Greg Mayton in an 87 Mercury Cougar who didn't want to go into modified power adder, but ended up having to end up there because of the suspension mods he had to his car.
And look at him now.
Yeah, third place with
Yep.
a 923. So he's on cloud 9 right now.
All right, moving on to the next class. Modified naturally aspirated. Oh, here you go. You want to talk about the smack?
Sure, more drama. I like this. And guy in the back's asking us to move. This will make it difficult to read. There we go. All right, modified NA. Thank you, guy. Kevin Capslock Follett. I finally know his last name. I know this guy from yellowbullet.com. I've been reading his posts, which are quite incendiary for a long time now.
Are they Eddie level incendiary?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
And in fact, he and Eddie Miller have gone back and forth about Drag Week for a while now. Kevin basically called out Eddie on Yellow Bullet, and I believe today Eddie's going to call out Kevin. They want to have a heads-up grudge race for whatever cash is in Eddie's pocket, which will be interesting. But the important part here is Kevin is in an RX-7 packing Jake Stelter's small block. He is leading modified naturally aspirated with a 981 average on his first attempt at doing Drag Week.
Though I will have to say, I believe he's a full second off the smack talk, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. If he accepts the challenge, he's in a lot of trouble because Eddie's been running 870s and 880s all week, and apparently is going to turn the wick up, which in Eddie speak means normally that's more nitrous, but this time I think it's more ignition timing.
Okay,
So,
right. And number 2, modified naturally aspirated, Ray Myers. This is that black 67 CUDA notchback. And he's rolling a 1062. He's last year's winner in the class.
Yeah, he gets the I shot myself in the foot award because
yes, I agree.
He had a 9-second capable car, and then he yanked the motor and bought a new 6.1 liter EFI Hemi, stuck it in the car, and is going slower. He's probably getting better mileage, though, so he's got that going for him.
That's a good financial call. Tony Sanchez is running an actual AMC engine in that 69 Javelin, which we like to see. Next class is going to be Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated. Tim Flanders runs that 86 Mustang. That's a GT fastback, and it's got a 454 LSX engine in it. 961s pretty much all week long. Chasing behind him, have you seen Brett Bowman's 69 Camaro?
Yes.
Yeah, amazingly. I talked to him yesterday. I was like, dude, do you polish this thing every morning? Because you can't keep a car that clean on Drag Week.
I believe he licks the valve covers clean every
I think
night.
so, too.
I think that's what it is.
That's a black 69 Camaro that would be fairly nondescript, except for the fact that it blasts a 982. Bob Mifflin. I'm not familiar with that car. Do you know that one?
Completely clueless here.
You know, you just can't get everywhere. I've been awake 20 hours a day for 4 days straight, and you can't see them all.
I don't want your job.
I know. Oh, you know what? Speaking of that, how many cars do we have today? With 49 of them dropped out.
We started with 230.
230 minus 49, you do that math because I dropped out of college.
Well, let's put it this way. Last year we left the first track with 187 cars. We're coming back with really
more
close
than
to that number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, the next class is going to be Super Street Small Block, naturally aspirated. Dusty Ward in the 88 Mustang. We also have a video of, or actually, no, it's not a video. We have a story of riding along with him last night. That Mustang has a small block Mopar in it.
Oh, Oh, he's the guy that shredded a tire and most of his fender.
Yeah, yesterday on track at Memphis, it was amazing actually. I'm shooting pictures and up at the top end, I see poof, and I see parts flying. He had blown a left front runner on this thing, and they were going to send John Wishman, an 880 car, right down behind him. And I'm like trucking up to the starting line going, Augie, dude, stop. So they shut the track down and pulled those tires off, but it just wrecked the fender on that car, and that was after the day before. Did you see his front wheel that the center section popped out of?
Yeah, I've never seen that before. That's an impressive amount of damage.
Yeah, and he's sitting there going, that shouldn't have happened, this is wrong. And I pick up the center section, I hold it up to his face, I go, dude, see where it says not for street use right here on the back in giant letters? But
didn't read the instructions.
No, apparently not.
That figures.
David Barry, 64 Chevy Nova, and Norm Tannehill. It was funny yesterday, I was talking about Norm. He's got the 71 Camaro with small block in it. He's been to Drag Week almost every single time, but he hasn't raced except for the first couple. And Tom Franks was saying, yeah, we used to call that car his imaginary friend, because he always talked about showing up at Drag Week with it, but never did, and he's finally here.
I think that's what my wife tells her family about me.
That's pretty much true.
Never around.
Yeah, I would say the same, except I think I don't have a wife anymore. All right.
Oh, my God.
It's been a long week, dude.
Oh, wow. Next class.
Super Street Power Adder. Ooh, Rick Prospero in that 65 Nova wagon. I'm so cool to see that he's actually got that 7-second average, 7.99 with an 8.
You know what I like about his car is you can put the whole family in it, which is nice. But when he spools the turbos at the starting line, you never know if this car's going straight.
Oh yeah,
you
it's
know?
good.
He pedals it, I think, more than anybody here.
I'm disappointed it doesn't stand on the bumper anymore. Have you seen George Gallimore's 70 Monte Carlo?
How can you not? The thing's a boat.
It is a
giant
boat. There are 3 70 or 71 Monte Carlos here. You got Mike Roy, you got George Gallimore, and then there's a green one that I believe is in Daily Driver that's a one-owner car or a one-family car. George Gallimore's 70 has a 540 in it with BB2 Plus heads, pretty tame little hydraulic cam deal, but big ol' honking turbos, runs 830s. Nice car. And that class Super Street Power Adder wrapping up with Shane McClelland with the 62 Chevy 2. That's who you rode with last night.
Yeah, that car is impressive because it's completely streetable, ridiculously fast, and he has no qualms about beating it like it owes him money.
And the thing that is amazing to me sometimes when I look back with perspective is that car's running an 880 average, and we're going, oh man, cool car, that's neat and everything. 20 years ago when we started the whole fastest street car racing thing, a guy would run 880 with that car, and the fans would tear down the grandstands.
Oh, money would fall from the sky. Women would just get on their knees.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's amazing. Next class, Street Race Big Block Power Adder, Mike Burrows with a 71 Nova. It's interesting here. Look how Street Race Big Block is slower cars than small block. He's averaging a 10.02 ahead of Randy Bellahar in that massive green 70 Grand Prix at a 10.16, fairly tight race there. And Houston Alford, which you can't miss that car because, wow. Do you know Houston's car?
No.
It is beat. It's a
the
white
white
third
one,
gen.
with the truck motor in it.
It looks to me like you pulled this thing out of the junkyard a couple days ago, except for I know for a fact he's run the thing for years. He hadn't washed the car in something like 10 years.
It shows.
And then they sprayed it off before Drag Week this year and came out, broke a ball joint yesterday, and they sorted that out, and he's averaging 10.42.
Yeah, I really think that the Street Race Big Block Powder class, they're slower just because they don't want the small blocks to feel bad. That's all it is.
I know. They're givers.
Yeah, they're generous.
Street Race Big Block NA. Okay, now why is Big Block NA faster than Big Block Power Adder? We're going to have a talk with some people about entering Big Block Power Adder next year.
There's a lot of technology in some of these cars here, and my favorite of the 3, we have Kurt Johnson in first place with a 910 average. And
that car's a black Mustang notch with a Big Block Chevy in it.
Yeah. Ford people are angry everywhere.
I know, I keep pointing that out.
My personal favorite is number 2's Richard Guido's 65 Pontiac GTO. Beautiful black car, drove it all the way down from Canada, no trailer. He's carrying a spare Tremec trans in the trunk and about 1,000 pounds of gear for his other 2 Canadian friends, his brother Bob, and he's got airbags in the back, and this car is so well sorted and so quiet and so smooth. Except for the tranny that it's faceplated, so it's interesting to drive.
I didn't know that was a stick car. That's awesome, and it's actually got a Pontiac motor in it as well.
Yeah, all of the guys from Canada are all rocking 5-speed. So,
and this is
the Mustang that hits the wall.
That's his brother.
That's his brother.
Yeah.
They all have 5 speeds. 80 miles an hour down the highway after hitting both walls of the drag strip.
You guys, you have to look at hotrod.com. We've got a post up this morning about that 69 Mustang that hit both guardrails, nearly T-boned the guy in the other lane. And as Finnegan just said, they put that thing together, put the suspension back together and hit the road in it, and they're still racing. And that is what Drag Week is all about. And we do have a great video with in-car cam of him smacking one wall and then the other and breaking the shifter off of the car when he hit the wall.
Oh, God, that was, man.
Oh, is Randy Heinzelman? I haven't caught up with this guy. I think he's got that AAR-looking purple CUDA, 1083.
I'm going to go with your info on that because I don't have any. Next class.
Next class. Street race, small block, power adder. Wow. Okay. Why is this faster than these small block power adder cars can't be stopped. I'm going to have a look at those numbers and crunch them when we get home. John Wishman with the 95 Mustang against James Bailey in the 97. These are both small block Chevy cars in their Mustang. John Wishman in the 95 has got a turbo. The other guy's got a Pro Charger. 869 to 875, except James Bailey's out. He's the guy who called us last night, and we thought it was Tom Bailey, who was our overall winner. So that means that class is going to change, and I don't know who comes up into third place. Currently, it is Chris Basher in a 82 Chevy S10 pickup. I love that truck. That's the little silver one. The guy works at Lingenfelter. It's got a 5.3 in it. Oh, and I forgot to correct my blog post. He came and slapped me upside the head, said, dude, it's not an LS3, it's a 5.3. It's like, oh, okay, that's good. He's got twins on the thing. It runs 938. He did tell me that that is an 880 capable truck, and so once again, I'm thinking
after it today.
It's all hanging out today.
God, I hope he does that. Yeah, and unfortunately with Bailey out, this was probably, with the exception of Daily Driver, our closest race today.
Very tight.
Hundreds of a second separating them. So.
Oh well, yeah, it was really tight throughout the week. This was the closest race consistently throughout the week. Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Next class. We're looking at street race, small block, naturally aspirated. This one has also been really tight. Jeff Sias has got a Roush NASCAR motor in his 90 Ford Mustang. It is a little burgundy notchback if you're looking for that car. Mike Crow has a 69 Dodge Dart. It's white. These are both stick cars. Once again, you got a faceplated T56 in the Mustang, and I think, is there a Liberty in Mike Crow's car?
I believe so. These are... These aren't your average stick cars right here.
Oh, they're so awesome. I love this.
And nothing sounds cooler than Mike Crow's Dart going down the track, because when he shifts that thing, you don't even hear the RPM drop.
Oh, I know.
And it's way up there. He's revving the snot out of this thing, so it sounds very cool.
It's a 420-inch Mopar, of course, with W9 heads on it. So that class is looking at Jeff at 1010, Mike Crow at 1020, and then Daniel Nissen in 71 Chevy Nova at 1102. Gasser and AFX, man, I love this class. I'm looking through all of our photos throughout the week, and this is the most photogenic stuff. And I hope you have been crawling all over this 55 Chevy that's in the lead.
Oh, I have, and I got to be honest, you know, everybody makes a big deal about driving some of the unlimited cars on the street. You're not an intelligent individual to drive a straight-axled Gasser car on the street, because they don't stop good, they don't steer good, the suspension is, it's like riding with bricks, you know, under your tires.
So what's the downside?
Well, chicks, I mean, they dig them. So.
That's all that matters. No, you're putting together that Hemi in a 55. Are you thinking that you're going to be able to run 1058 against his big block?
Well, I don't want to talk any smack, but yes.
Perfect. That 55 is black with gold lettering on it. It's the Chisholm and Stasiak car, and it is just rad to watch going down the track. Is that a stick?
I don't know, but Dan's actually owned that car twice. He's from Pennsylvania. He bought it, wasn't going to do anything with it, sold it to a buddy, and then it languished in a buddy's garage for about 8 to 10 years. And finally he said, I want the car back. They got it back, put it together recently. It's their first drag week. They're having a blast. They're leading their class.
You say recently. He might have been exaggerating, but on his tech sheet, we asked, you know, when did you buy the car and when was it completed? And he wrote down yesterday.
Yeah.
So he might actually be on his first run. In this class, you might notice we no longer have the Henry J. I was with that car the other night. It has a big block Chevy in it, and what do you think killed it? Solid roller lifter. So he's out. Jim Forbes from Arizona, who hauled out here with a 55 Suburban on his 55 Bel Air, or it's 55 6 7 Suburban, I'm not sure. That is that white and red orange colored car that is lettered up like a 1964 Revell model. and he's averaging 11:41 with the blown big block in that car.
Yeah, that is a beautiful car, and I dig the fact that he put that model together as a kid, and now has the full-size version as an adult.
And he's owned that car forever. I was surprised he was willing to actually paint letters on it after having owned it that long. That's like me taking my Super Bee and like putting the naked lady graphic on the trunk or something.
Sacrilege. And he told me, and I don't know if he's exaggerating, that long block has 100,000 miles on it.
Oh, I believe
Built
him.
it 20
He
years
drives
ago.
it everywhere. It's been on Drag Week before. It's been on Power Tour before. He's legit. He drives it out to Bonneville. Coming back up into third place after the Henry J dropped out, Brian Gebhardt. This is a Mopar-loving family, and his dad has had this truck, 65 D100, for years. This is the white one that says Barnyard Viper on the side of it, and it has a 508, I think, stroker 440 in the thing. His dad raced it in the 90s with a 383 low deck big block. He's now got that stroker in the thing, and I'm glad to see him there. Moving on to the hot rod class, once again, Thomas Jingle.
Smartest man at Drag Week.
He is. Absolutely. This
Entered
guy.
the class with very few cars.
Well, last year he was the only car in the class, and this time I think we had 5 entered, and he's leading it once again. That's a small block Chevy in the black primer 40 Ford two-door and 1264. Fred Cullen's got the 40 Chevy Business Coupe. That's the yellow car that you can look for on the live feed. And Bob Larson has that wild rat rod looking thing that he basically just hacked together from scratch with stuff that was in his backyard. He's got a big block Mopar 1535.
Yeah, Larson's car, he calls it a 38 Dodge Coupe, but he told me, and if you stare at the car, you can see this, it's built out of parts from 38 different cars.
That's what I mean.
And that's why he called it a 38. And unfortunately, he's got a Chinese ignition box / distributor combo all put together in one that is completely failing him. He cannot rev the car over 4,000 RPM.
Oh, bummer.
So
That explains why it's a pig. But you know what? He dropped out last year with some problems. We're happy to see him back sticking it out, as you should, at Drag Week.
Yeah, last year he blew up the rear end on day one.
Yeah, that's right.
So he's high as a kite right now that he made it to the end.
Our final class to run through here, Daily Driver. Why don't you talk a little bit about the bump spot? Well, Daily Driver, let me explain to the people sitting there at home. People in this class are different than the rest of the classes. The rest of the classes are just looking for low average GT throughout the week. These guys are running to get on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race that we will run today. So you'll also see on that on the live feed. And so there's a bump spot at 32 cars.
Yeah, you're looking for the quickest 32 cars out of 100 that started this week. And right now, the leader in the class has got a 1090 average. That's Michael Myers in a 69 Chevy Corvair wagon, which has an LS under the hood. And he's also got another Corvair with an LS under it.
Under the hood, meaning the front of the car.
Right.
The whole Corvair is dropped onto a G-body chassis.
Yeah, and so he's leading. The bump spot is at about an 1190 right now. And Bill Armstrong, who I rode in his car earlier this week, he's got a 66 Ford Fairlane, a red one with a 5-speed in it.
Cool.
He's been out of the field all week until yesterday. I don't know if he bang shifted or what, but he laid down at 1184 and moved into it. He's the 32nd car.
So is Ross Dudley on the just
Dudley's
outside?
Yeah, Ross Dudley is on the bump spot. They're both in impound, so we can watch this. This is probably the most exciting race for me today because they're really nice guys to each other. I think they're going to try to kill each other right now. They put them side by side on the track. One might try to take the other out.
Well, the other thing that can happen is it's not just a race between those two guys. Any of the other 31 competitors could screw the pooch and be out or slow or whatever.
Or really fast.
Or really fast. You never know. Somebody could pull out the nitrous jet. So that's a wrap on the results of our classes. What's going to happen now is we're going to come back on camera out here in the sun.
Yeah, we're going to get another server.
In the wet grass, walking in the mud here at Bowling Green. This is an awesome racetrack. Been here forever. This is, I think, 1955 they've been here. The old racetrack used to run this way. Did you know that's a patch of the old track right there that you can see over your shoulder?
I believe I learned that on the live feed at Hot Rod Drag Week.
You probably did. It's like I'm having deja vu right now. We were here how long ago? Where have we been since? I always lose track.
Years.
I want to remind you guys now, as you're watching at home, you really want to check out hotrod.com because we have lots and lots and lots of coverage. Killer wheel stand photos. We have results every day. There's videos, and they're not just like grabbing guys in the pits type videos. They're produced, getting in the car, riding around. Which one? You're in one of those videos doing one of the cars, aren't you? I forget, so much has gone on. I know Alana has ridden along with Dave Ahokas, and we've got ride-alongs with Tom Bailey. We've got burnouts.
Shane
results.
McClellan, we rode with him.
That's right. So hotrod.com. You also want to check out Facebook/HotRodMag. Facebook, we throw up a few things there that you don't see on the website. There's interesting photos, all sorts of just little tidbits. Sometimes we'll do a flash update if somebody runs something amazing out on the track. And we do the same thing on Twitter, Twitter/HotRodMagazine. You want to follow that all year long because we talk about what we're doing all of the time. We're also on Instagram, and that's sort of the thing that I do for social media for the magazine. So you can check out photos on Instagram/HotRodMagazine.
You know, for a guy who, when I first met you, was really angry that I texted, you're pretty much a social media whore now.
Well, that's my job.
It's impressive.
If it was up to me by myself and I didn't have a job, which could be coming after this week, I would not be on Facebook. I just can't do it. But yeah, I have to admit I'm hooked on doing it for the business because I love the hot rod part of it. I don't love the here's what I had for breakfast part
I
of
was
it.
going to say, at least you're not putting photos up of what you had for breakfast.
Yeah, I think one time I was at a bar and did a picture of a beer, and you texted me, and you're like, you posted your lunch.
You're that guy now.
You are that guy.
That might have been the last time, though. Peer pressure, it's hard. It is.
So let's check and see what time it is here. We are looking at 9:01. Drag Week is supposed to go live at 9 a.m. today, and so we can tell stories and dance for you here before they fire up their first cars.
We're not late.
I know, it's a miracle. If this was roadkill, we wouldn't even be on camera. You'd be looking at a blank screen right now.
Really, someone should be giving us a gold star and a cookie.
You realize we have to shoot another roadkill next week?
Really?
Yeah.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm down with that. That's fine.
The video guys are here. You know what we should do?
Yeah.
We should find a broken car in the pits, fix it, and drive it home.
Ooh.
That would be a really good call.
Another week out of the house.
I hope that just didn't. Video guys are over there going, there's absolutely no way. The thing I don't know is if they don't want to commit to the trip or if they're going, there's no way that you guys are going to pull that off.
There's two things at work here now that you've done this. For one, some of our video crew was on the very first roadkill shoot, and they were so beat down by it that they never came back. They had to hire new people.
He did too because he did. Oh no, he did the not. Yeah, you did too. That's right.
And the second thing is if we have to do this, we'll have to have another reality show about divorce.
No, because that's a fact.
I go on the road for another week, my wife's going to kill me.
Oh, yeah.
And divorce me.
You and I both talk about that so much. I don't think the viewers realize how much you and I are actually out of town every month.
I reintroduce myself to my kid every time.
I
bring him a toy, which makes him happy. And then I go, remember me? I'm your daddy.
When I left, my kid was in kindergarten. When I came back, he was in first grade. It's brutal. And, we had actually planned on doing Drag Week this year, and that would have happened with your 55 Chevy, except for the fact that we're doing everything but working on it. I love how in Roadkill, we're working on some absolute garbage that no one cares about, like, my Fury or something like that. In the background is your 55 Chevy with a Hemi mocked up in it.
Which people are asking us, why? When are you going to work on that? When are we going to see that? And I don't know why we don't do that.
You know what the truth is, guys? And if you haven't watched Roadkill, check it out on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. It's what you're watching right now, Motor Trend channel of YouTube. We do these shows every month, which seems like every week. But where was I going with that? Oh, the reason that we don't work on the 55 Chevy is it's a huge project. And we literally don't figure out what we're doing on Roadkill until like the day before we leave. And
then we change our minds.
And Finnegan goes, we can get it together. 3 days, we can do it, dude. We can do it. And I think we've been working on my Charger for how long now? Something like 15 days for the project that was going to take 3. So, yeah.
We pretty much filmed 3 episodes just getting your Charger to have wheels on it, and it still isn't rolling.
That's going to be a good show, though, because that's the first one where we're actually milking it through, like, I don't know, 15 different shoot days instead of cramming it together in 3 or 5.
Yeah, I believe we've blown all $20 of our budget making this
100%.
happen on pizza.
Yeah, I'm not popular at the office for the money that we've spent on that program, for sure.
I hear cars. I see cars in the staging lanes. Why are we not racing?
I don't know.
It's not because I don't have anything more to say. I'll talk all day and people will tune out.
What we're going to do today, folks, is...
No pull here whatsoever.
There's going to be 3 racing sessions. First, we're going to do the class cars, which is all the really fast stuff, then daily driver, then it's an all run, so you'll see a lot of the fast cars later on in the day. Then we'll go into the daily driver bracket race, so that you'll want to stick with that and find out who wins. And We have an awards ceremony tonight, which we're also planning on live feeding. Between the awards ceremony, or between the end of racing and the awards ceremony, sometimes there can be half an hour or 45-minute break while we're crunching all the numbers and
I know
moving
what's
over all our
happening.
junk.
I heard you're having a foot race with the announcer. Now it has to happen.
I'll
I've said
lose
it.
that now. We can. I'll
It's
just
on the internet.
abdicate. I broke my leg. But what's going to happen in between those two is we're going to do kind of a slideshow of the best photos of Drag Week that Wes Allison and I have been collecting all week long. And it's going to be cool for you live feed watchers to see this because you're going to get a lot of what you don't get on the drag strip. You're going to see cars out on the highway towing trailers that should not be towing trailers. Dave Hocus's Pro Mod Camaro hauls a trailer with him on the street, and it is hilarious to see.
Yeah.
We've also got photos of cars and gas stations at the side of the road, everything that goes on the highway that you don't see on the live feed, and a bunch of stuff from the pits. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be talking you through those best photos of Drag Week. So stick all the way through this live feed from now until we go to the end of the award ceremony, at which point you will get to see me pass out.
Yeah, from all the talking.
I know. The other morning I did this by myself for 35 minutes, and people actually watched it.
Sorry
It's
about
what's
that.
mind-blowing. Completely
I don't know what I was
mind-blowing.
doing. I was probably in the toilet. Sorry.
Yeah, that happens. That does tend to happen.
My bad.
So what's your plan for today? What are you doing? Walking the pits and finding out more breakage?
Oh, let's talk about that. So I've had Keith Turk impound a whole lot of people that don't deserve it.
Oh, impound. That's another thing
Yeah.
that you don't see. Because these cars are supposed to drive by themselves on the highway without help, we impound them to make sure they're not cheating. There's some cars you'll see in the pits parked next to each other every day, and you're like, I think maybe you're carrying some spare parts for you, and you're not supposed to do that. So we will take the cars and put them in a special area and watch them and make sure that they're not getting any outside help. So
Yeah, while they're in impound, only the guy in the car driving and the guy riding shoddy can work on the car.
And
they
if
can leave impound and borrow stuff if they have to in an emergency, but they can't have a bunch of people from other teams coming in there to wrench on the car.
without our permission. I mean, obviously we're not hanging a guy up if he's really on a thrash, but we're trying to make sure that they don't have a Suburban entered in daily driver that is loaded with, their crew chief and everybody else is their tire wiper.
That's right. We're talking to you in the white Suburban out there. You know who you are.
Yeah.
We've seen you.
And you in the white crew cab.
Yeah. Super D Ford.
So back to your story.
What was it?
I have no idea. You started to talk about.
Oh, yeah. So we impounded a whole lot of cars that are not cheating, but really tight racing. So it's out of pure laziness more than anything. I can walk from there to there to interview them after they make a great pass. So with any luck, we'll have even more interviews from the pits today than we've had all week.
But the guys you impounded today are not the super fast cars, right?
No. We've got 3 guys that are in daily driver but they're fighting to get into the field.
Yeah.
Some of them are at the bottom, some of them are outside. They're fighting to get in the field, so this is going to be really tight racing there.
All week long in impound, there's been such a drama about Tom Bailey and Dave Hocus in these cars that are not production cars. They are composite Pro Mod cars, essentially, and people are just losing their minds about it, and so we impounded those every day just to keep an eye on them and make them legit. And once again, we rode with them on the highway also to make sure that they were not getting support out on the road as they drove 1,200 miles on this trip from track to track. Oh, that was disgusting.
Excuse me.
I do not want to see your hand right
in my
now.
pocket. And you know what?
If we weren't on camera, you'd be licking that off.
He's saying I ride the short bus?
Yeah.
Thanks, friend.
Eddie Miller brought his short bus.
He did. Eddie Miller brought the purple Barney car here behind a yellow bus.
He did. He was licking the windows.
Can you see a bunch of Eddie Miller just cutouts in the windows with tongue out? I
Yeah.
can.
We have a good time at Drag Week. There's so much stuff like this that goes on in the pits.
Eddie
We really
hates
can't
us.
live feed the real Drag Week because it is not fit for family consumption.
No, it really isn't. It would be rated R, I think.
Yep.
A lot of F-bombs in the pits right now, especially out of Todd Mashmeyer.
Oh,
Have you ever hung around that guy when stuff's not going right? He kind of is like, he's very methodical in the way he sets up his race car, and as soon as something goes wrong, he looks at it and goes, F it, let's just do this. Throw the whole toolbox at it.
Oh, I know.
And it goes down the track.
Mash is great. The first time he showed up with that car, it was a big controversy because he was the first guy in the bolt-on suspension class to show up and have just full-on Smith Racecraft, tubular front end, tubular, SFI spec chassis in the thing. People were freaking their nads about this car. I'm looking at it going, this just is not legit for the class. Larry Larson, who built a lot of the cars, stand there going, David, I don't know what you can do. A car this fast has got to have the safety equipment. A
Yeah.
lot of pressure on me. We ultimately ended up making a separate class for the cars that have funny car cages and that are really, really, really fast, and then a lower class for the ones that are true bolt-on street cars. And it's been a great solution, and now I love hanging out with Mashmeyer, even though he hated my guts a few years ago, and he hated my guts a few years ago again when I accidentally called him a turbo car in the magazine. He hated my guts again when I ignored him earlier this week.
That's a lot of hate in his heart.
We're
I
like
don't know
this.
if it's valid, you know?
No, I love Mash. That
but,
guy's great, and Travis is good too.
The thing about it is that lightweight stuff has bit him in the ass every time he runs into a curb with that car.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And it happened again this year.
Did it? Last
Yeah.
year, I remember he hit that like somebody's trying to spool turbos over here.
Wow.
There's last year he hit a little lip in the concrete and just cleared off the underside of the car. It was like you ran the thing through a cheese grater.
Yeah, the other day he was in traffic. The engine shut off. I think it was something with the ignition, and he had to get out of the way of traffic, and I think he got forced off the road and hit a curb and broke the control arm again. And so they ended
Wow.
up having to weld it all back together like last year. You should have seen him aligning this car. Him and Travis are under the car with the tape measure.
And a sledgehammer.
Well, and he's like, well, what's the number? Well, it's this. That's an inch out. It can't be right. Wait. He's like, give me the smart end of the tape measure. and it turns out they're both measuring different parts of the tire tread, trying to
Sure.
set the toe in on this thing.
Yeah.
And they're throwing tools, and I'm like, they're screwed. And the next thing you know, he goes out and runs a 7 again.
I know. They do it every single time. Last year, after they destroyed their car on the drive, they came out and ran their quickest pass ever. I think it was his first 4 to the 8th, wasn't it?
Yeah, they smashed the oil pan on the engine, the trans pan, ripped the
front
control arm off
suspension,
the car.
rack and pinion.
You
Yeah.
put them in impound after they hadn't slept all night, and as a middle finger to you, pretty much, they go 768.
Yeah. Oh, I know. No,
You're
those
good
guys are
motivation.
awesome. Those are really one of my biggest heroes at Drag Week now that we're talking about it. You know, you don't think about some of those smaller classes sometimes when you're reading the magazine or just looking at the glory stuff of the 6-second passes, but so much happens in the pits like that that is just stunning.
Now that I think about it, they're probably the 4th quickest car here.
Excuse me. I was looking at the math last night because there was a point in the race where I was thinking, okay, some of these unlimited cars are going to fall out and we're going to end up with winners who are outside of the unlimited class. And that has happened before. Eric Yost, I think, has podiumed 3 times at Drag Week, meaning having the 3rd quickest car overall, regardless of class.
Yeah.
And he's running in Pro Street instead of in Unlimited. And I was actually toying a little while with the idea that we might see Rick Prospero in the top 3, but he's 799 now. He's not quite going to get there.
Yeah, and what does that mean? If you're one of the 3 quickest cars at Drag Week, you get a jacket, which is cool,
Yeah.
and a sweet-ass guitar.
Yep, you
You know?
get one of 3 guitars from Gear Vendors. You get the Gear Vendors trophy. Rocket Brand gives away 55-gallon drums of gas. There's all sorts of stuff from our sponsors, who we might as well mention right now because we haven't done that yet. We really appreciate Gear Vendors, who's the presenting sponsor of all of Drag Week. You're watching the live feed right now, which is brought to you by Pep Boys Speed Shop. And we have a lot of supporting sponsors: Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, Comp Cams, NOS. Monty Smith, I saw him checking out this morning. He's hitting the road after filling people's nitrous bottles all week long. And we've got QA1, and in my 3 hours of sleep, I hope I have not overlooked anybody. MSD Ignition, who sponsored our first day here at Bowling Green.
I can't remember most of that, but well, you know what I do know about Pep Boys Speed Shop, and I'm not just blowing smoke here.
Oh, it's totally legit.
Where I live in Orange County, California, there's 100 fab shops there building drag cars, off-road trucks, anything you want. You know, you want to build a race car, there's where you go. You need a bowl gasket for a Holly Dominator, forget it. For 2 years, I couldn't find one on a Saturday.
Yeah.
They revamped the Pep Boys down the road from my shop and put in a Pep Boys Speed Shop inside of it. You can buy drag radials.
Oh, I know.
You can buy comp
You can get
cams.
ET Streets.
Yeah. And it's the craziest thing ever. And I don't know how they're making money at this because they've eliminated a large chunk of their store that could have been selling, chrome fender tips and exhaust pipes and whatever, and put in stuff that a small percentage of the population actually needs, but I love them for it.
The thing is, there's one guy who works there who's really, really passionate about performance, and he talked Pep Boys into doing all of this. I think they've got like 86 stores now, so they're the largest actual brick and mortar speed shop chain in the country. And it sounds like we're blowing sponsor smoke, but the thing is, they're all guys like us running these stores. They have their bios up online. You can read about them. You can go in and talk about them. Rick Johnson from Gear Vendors was telling me that he was cold calling the stores to talk to the managers, and they all knew about Drag Week. They knew what was going on, so it's actually a cool deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I hear cars again. I see guys standing at the starting line that probably shouldn't be there, but they are anyway. Maybe we're going to race cars now.
This is like when you're at the restaurant and you can actually see your food on the counter, but the waitress isn't bringing it to you. That's how I feel right now.
And the best result of that ever is when you go to the can, you come back and the food's there.
Yeah. Well, then
I
maybe we should go to the can.
Do we have a video we can roll right now? You know, short people dancing or something? Some sort of video we can show the audience? You want me to dance?
We're still dancing?
I hate you.
You know what we should do? Is there anybody commenting on the live feed? Maybe there's some questions we can answer.
I got an idea. Let's answer questions people always ask us.
Okay.
What's up with the F-bomb?
What's up with the F-bomb? Yeah. Here, let's step off camera a minute while I solve that for you. The F-bomb, my twin-turbo Camaro that's been sitting in the garage forever, it actually runs and drives at this point. The reason why that project car has not done what it needs to do is I cannot figure out a torque converter in that thing. It's absolutely beating my head against the wall. The converter just goes straight to $6,000 all the way down the drag strip. You shift, it doesn't fall down in RPM.
Yeah, I've driven the
can't figure
car
it out.
on the street, which thank you for letting me do that. And it's an amazing automobile. It runs, it drives. At 7 pounds of boost, the thing's an animal. For me, not for you. I know you're not into it. You want 20 pounds of boost.
Yeah, we're driving it that one day, and you're like, dude, this thing's brutal. Like, not really.
Yeah.
We're going 30 miles an hour, and the tires aren't on fire. It's
Yeah,
not really that good.
You basically told me I was on the JV team at that point.
Yes, I did.
And so the car is great. And we'd love to go drive it and do something radical with it, but you can't turn the boost up right now.
It's time. You know, legit deal with Roadkill and the magazine and Overkill magazine and Hot Rod Deluxe magazine and HotRod.com. Sounds like an excuse. People don't understand the nature of my life. I don't have time to go test that car as much as it needs in order to get going. And I think I'm just going with the Turbo 400 program on the thing. The Power Glide is probably the next victim on the repaired list.
I noticed a lot of Rosslers here. Maybe you should talk to that guy.
Rossler seems to be the dude. I will say that. Seen that in a lot of cars. So yeah. So what's happening with that 55 Chevy with the Hemi in it?
You're a jerk. Okay, so the 55 Chevy, I'm not afraid to talk about this. I got no shame. I got no life. It's a half-ass car. The roll cage is half-ass done. The Hemi is halfway done. The short block's done.
Bodywork's halfway done.
Yeah, the heads have been sitting on my bench for a month now, waiting for me to put the springs on them. I'm just not home. I'm not there. It is what it is. I own a shop that I haven't seen in about 30 days. In fact, one of my toolboxes you've had. So, I need that on Tuesday.
Did I tell you?
I'm going racing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, that's not going to happen. You'll be driving to Rob's house to pick that up. I think is how that's going to go. No, we can work that out.
Okay.
But I think I forgot to tell you that week after next, you're going to have to build another one of my cars. So just take the 55 back off the list.
Let's just change this to the David Freiberger show.
It pretty much has become that recently. How many cars are out?
Oh, we got actual responses right now in the live feed. How many cars have you got, sir?
How many cars do I own
Yeah.
that run? I think I own 21 cars, and that sounds good except for, you know what? I'm at a record high of number of cars running, largely thanks to you working on them.
How many of those cars of the 20 that you own are worth more than $500 though?
Yeah, that's a very much shorter list. I do have some good stuff, though. The F-Bomb, the Super Bee, the Crusher Camaro.
Mm-hmm.
That's really my top three.
And those are amazing. I mean, those are iconic cars, and
I've had them
I'd love to
forever.
have any of them, to be honest with you. The rest of them,
Yeah, I know. Everything else is fairly well sub-average. I admit to that. How many cars do you have? You've got...
not that many. My wife's got a sweet El Camino.
Yep, that's your best car, actually.
Yeah, it's the only one that's great, really. We have the 55 Chevy, a drag boat that I just sold because I made a baby, and that's what happens when you make a baby. You keep the cars, you sell the drag boat, and
But sort of keep the engine? Is that still the deal?
yeah, I have the engine. It's the reality is I sold my drag boat to my best friend. I kept the engine, but I loaned it to him to go racing.
Right.
So he's been racing my old boat with my engine for
Out of your shop.
Yeah, my tools, my shop, my engine, and his boat for 2 years now. And finally, I said to him, "Dude, just buy the engine."
You know what? The big winner in that whole program is the IRS.
Yes. Oh my God. A lot of cash moving around there. And so actually recently he just bought the engine and gave me money, and my wife is cool enough to say, "I'm not going to take your money." And I went, "Really?"
Wow.
And I said, "That's amazing. I can work on the 55 a little more and maybe buy another drag boat. I don't know."
Cool. All right.
So I'm going to keep her,
Next question.
my wife. Russians.
Oh, the Aussies. People are asking about
Let's talk about the Aussies.
all the different people from around the world who are involved in Drag Week. I talked to a guy from Denmark yesterday. I've talked to Swedes. There's a ton of Australians here, 2 of whom were racing.
Yes.
Yep, we have John Ferrone, who's, of course, in that silver Pro Street car. And then we also had the guys who showed up with the orange, I think it was a 71 Tirana, little car with a 2JZ with a 6 in it. Those guys, unfortunately, did drop out yesterday. They're out. Can you imagine? Well, I can imagine this because I've shipped a car to Australia and back. I have shipped a car to Australia and back to go racing and showed up at the salt flats down there and gone, salt's too wet to race on. Okay, pack the thing up, we're going back home. Let me just cut you a check for 20 grand for that vacation.
Yeah, not cheap to do it.
And they did the same thing, showed up here the first day. They were popping the thing in the pits like this guy was doing a minute ago, and oops, timing belt slips off. Every single valve in this thing, which is 24, which is like, I don't know, almost a third more than you need, crashed into the pistons, and they couldn't get it together all week long, and they're finally out as of yesterday.
Check this out. So they shipped the car here. It wasn't done.
Oh, I know. They put it in the crate going, we'll figure it out when we get there.
They brought the cylinder head and the induction in their suitcases over on the plane and shipped
awesome.
the car. The car gets here, and it's lost for 2 weeks.
Really?
They didn't even know where the car was.
Yeah.
So then they finally get here, throw the whole thing together, break it, and they basically limped it the first 2 days, I think, of Drag Week, just broke the beams so they could keep going. They finally get a whole new set of valves, throw those in at a local shop, no lapping, no machining.
Wow.
Some of them were loose, and I haven't talked to them since, but maybe that's why they're out. Maybe they wounded it again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which really stinks because that car is super light. We know a 2JZ is a decent motor. I don't care if you hate imports or not, but you can make 900 on a stock short block with those things.
That thing was probably built, but it was making 16.
Yeah, it was
62 pounds of boost.
It was going to haul the meatloaf.
Yep.
It was. So maybe next year. John Ferrone. Oh, hold on.
Go ahead. You want to talk about Ferrone?
Yeah, let's talk about John Ferrone. Second time he's come over here shipping his car.
Right.
Last year the tranny was in the car more than it was, or it was out of the car more
every
than it
day.
was in the car.
In and out every day.
Yeah, the car catches on fire. He actually makes it to the end of Drag Week and fails to turn in his time slip.
That's right. We thought he hadn't finished.
Right. On the last day, he gets the car sorted out, runs low eights, never turns in the time slip. So on paper and in the magazine, we said he was out. And
by we, you mean you?
Yeah, my fault. But we're buddies now.
Oh yeah, no, that guy's so cool.
I told him, I'm all about his food and his beer, and
the Aussies come here for a good time. They really do.
They certainly get it.
Next question.
Oh.
What happened to Lutz?
Can you take that?
Yeah.
I talked to him this morning.
Oh, did you?
He texted
Okay,
me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Lutz struggled all week. Put a brand new set of 98mm turbos on the thing. Struggled finding a tune-up to get the car to work. So he's already having a bad week when his wife gets a phone call that one of her relatives is in the hospital, and it's not looking good. So they packed it up and they left, and he texted me this morning. Unfortunately, that family member passed away.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're
sorry to hear that.
We're sorry to hear Jeff Lutz is not here, but there are more important things in life than
that was my pause on the question, as I wasn't sure if that was really a public answer or not. That's obviously a very private situation, but we're really sorry to see that. We were sorry to see him not perform, but that's obviously much worse news.
Yeah. Give us a happy
question.
On
a bigger note.
Give us a happy question over there, laptop guy.
Someone was asking, how is the drag wire? Are you going to install the 383 CID blower motor this year?
This is another question that is Freiberger and Finnegan. Why do you suck and why do you never finish what you say you're going to finish? The question is about the Dragwar, which is the 74
Jaguar XJ12.
XJ12.
Used to be a
12 cylinder, which fell out so that somebody dropped a small block Chevy in. And on an episode of Roadkill, we flew into San Francisco with a blower in our baggage, bolted it to the engine, went drag racing with it, and I'll take that one. I completely destroyed that engine several times on that show. We did take that thing back to the shop and pull the engine out of it. We did get a new Blueprint Engines 383 for it, put a blower on it. What kind of power did you make?
Made 696 horsepower.
And so we're like, yeah, 700 horsepower Dragwar, let's do it.
The engine's over here, the car's over here still.
Same answer there. Next question. We will get it done someday. Oh, wow. Okay.
Let me take that
We stepped in the poo. Go ahead.
Let me take that one. So the question is, can we have two unlimited class, a steel body class and a composite body class?
Addressing the controversy just for the people who aren't aware of this, which is all three of you. The unlimited class has had the same rules for 9 years, which is that there is no rules. And guys have always run cars like Larry Larson's, which are based on a production steel car with a VIN number. And for the past several years, we've seen these Pro Mod cars with composite bodies that are race cars showing up to run. And you know what? Nobody in racing ever worries about that guy until he becomes a competitor. And those Pro Mod cars did not make it 30 feet out the driveway for years. All of a sudden, they found their groove this year. We've got 2 of them in the top 2 spots, and we've got no steel cars. I take that back. Sean Fink's car that moved up into 3rd is a steel car. So that's kind of the controversy we're talking about here. People want to know, are we going to see Larry Larson in the future, or are we going to see Pro Mod cars in the future? Go.
Yeah, let's put our personal opinion on this because we work here. Why not? Here's my take. The class is called Unlimited. And if you happen to live in a state where you can register something that was never a car to begin with and you can get it insured and you can bring it here and you have the fortitude to make it go all the way down the track, drive 1,000 miles, I say let them in. If that's racing, it evolves, stuff gets quicker, and if you don't feel like spending the money or you don't feel like building something to keep up, there's other classes.
Right. Yeah, I have a lot of different opinions on this, as you might imagine. We've talked about it all week long. The thing that bugs me is the keyboard commandos who are on there telling us, this isn't the original intent of Drag Week. Really? Thank you for letting me know what was in my head when we were coming up with Drag Week. The thing I also don't like is when people are on there going, these guys are idiots for changing the rules and throwing out Larry Larson. We didn't change the rules. Unlimited's been the same for 9 years.
Yeah.
We didn't throw out Larry Larson. He had other stuff going on this weekend.
Yeah, he's a busy guy. I mean, he was working on Steve Matusik's car from Aeromotive, and he was a busy guy. He didn't really get a chance to test his own car, and who knows? All those combination of factors could have been the reason why he didn't show up. Not just because there were plastic cars here that are going to go really fast.
Right. And so putting those thoughts onto us about what we didn't make a rule this year to make this happen. It just happened. We also committed couple years ago that we were going to leave the rules the same for 3 years. This is the 2nd year of that, so we committed that next year's rules were going to be identical to this year's. What we didn't say, and I'll just throw this out there, although it's not a promise at all that this is going to happen because I haven't thought it through, we have never said
12 unlimited, 16 unlimiteds last year. By the time we got back here, there were less than 8. So
right.
Are you want to split a class in half that already has an attrition rate that whittles it down to next to nothing, and then, like you said, which one's the real fastest street car?
Well,
here's the other thing about this. Everybody's flipping out about Tom Bailey's Camaro because it's got a composite body. He told me that car weighs 3,100 pounds, and he's willing to put it on a scale to prove it.
But would it have to, or could he gut it down?
Well, here's the other thing. If it only weighs 3,100 pounds, you've got a fiberglass Corvette in here that weighs 2,600 pounds with the driver in it. Well, no one's flipping out about that car. Just
on the subject of weight, I see a lot of people thinking that weight is the big issue here. If you make a rule that says it's got to be a steel body car, what do you do about Jeffrey Lutz's Honda Civic with 2,200 horsepower? What do you do about a Fox body Mustang that you can gut down to the weight of nearly a composite body? That's not the only thing. But the other thing the Pro Mod car lets you do is longer wheelbase, which you can't do on the production car. It lets you have unlimited where you're going to put tubes and things instead of having restrictions of a firewall and a wheel tub and things like that. So there are advantages to the Pro Mod cars well beyond just the weight. Here's the other thing that I worry about the Pro Mod cars in the class, because I really see both sides of this story. Very passionately, I am on both sides of the fence on it. If you let the Pro Mod cars just continue to run, how many of them are really going to show up to win a jacket? I mean, Bailey and Ahokas are super passionate about this event, and they are showing up here just to win a jacket.
Well, and
how much have they spent?
Think about this. It's not cheap to run any of these cars, but these guys are probably spending a little more than everybody else. Let's say, Bailey wins this year. He's done what he wanted to do. Does he even bother coming back? I know a big part of the reason Larry showed up to this deal every year wasn't to win it. It was to hang out with these people and have a good time.
The family,
he genuinely enjoyed the family of racers here. So I know it's killing him not to be here, not because he's not going to win again, but because he enjoys this. And I'm sure Bailey's the same way. But when you chase something, for a long time, once you get there, the luster's kind of off of it, to try it
Like,
again.
I've done that.
You've done that.
Except for Larry, who did it 5 times for the
Yeah.
reasons you state. And,
Yeah, he just happened to win doing something he really enjoyed.
Right, and was really good at.
Yeah.
And you know what? That guy, in my mind, will be a superhero of streetcar racing forever.
Yeah.
But that said, here's another point against the argument. 5 years ago, there were guys going, that's not a streetcar because it has a Lenko. That's not a streetcar because it has a funny car cage. Now everybody's arguing he's got the ultimate legit streetcar. Remember how opinions change.
Yeah.
But in 5 years, the real question is, are we going to look at a Hocus's car and go, that's a real streetcar, but not that dragster that this guy's running?
No, we're going to have top fuel cars out here in 5
Exactly.
years. At some point, you probably have to hit the reset button on the deal because it does get out of hand, but have we actually reached that point yet?
There's a video that is on the Motor Trend channel, an episode of Hot Rod Unlimited that is about exactly this subject. I talk about how streetcar racing has expanded out of control so many times. Started with the original NHRA stock class, which became super stock, and then gas, and then the pro stock class came out, which they weren't supposed to be street legal, but they looked street legal. Then Grumpy Jenkins built a tube chassis car, and everybody goes, oh, that can't happen. And then we started the fastest streetcar shootout. It's all Grumpy's fault. Yeah. Okay. That's probably enough about that.
Yeah, God, you tired of talking about this?
The bottom line is I strongly see both sides of the argument. I have passions on both sides of the argument, and we have no idea yet what we're going to do.
That's very diplomatic.
I'm good.
Nice work.
Yeah, Obama, you're out. I'm in. Next. Update. Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Give me a chair.
You're gonna get used to looking at us for a little while. I really hope this is entertaining because we just got the word that lightning hit the tower last night, and they didn't realize, I guess, until they fired up the bulbs this morning that we got no timing system. So
look at that. Camera guy, can
that's
you swing
pretty well
down
fragged. Swing down and look at the scoreboards there.
Half a 6.
Yeah, that's not looking promising, I gotta say.
That's no good when we're trying to see some 6s today. You need the whole 6 up there.
You know what? Here's what we're gonna do to finish up drag week: flag start and guys down at the end.
Ooh, you can be Rich
Yeah,
Christensen.
put your arms up. Can Rich Christensen come do arm drop starts?
I gotta be honest, Rich Christensen makes us all look bad with his arms, so I don't think we want him here showing us up.
Oh yeah, we don't have the guns to compete with that.
No,
we need an actual timing system.
The gun show is that way.
Oh, people are asking. We do have a cap of 250 cars at Drag Week.
Tell them why.
We moved that up from 200. So the question is,
I'll tell them why.
Are we going to make it bigger? Why do you think we cap it?
Well, I know why we cap it.
Okay.
So here's the deal. When we do start racing today, you're going to see guys make a pass, and it's not going to go well. And they're going to want to go again, and they're up against a clock, and they're up against 200 other guys that want to run. So it's literally a problem with getting all of these cars enough time to make the passes that they need to compete.
Because the thing that you at home, again, might not realize is we have to cut this thing off around 1 o'clock so we can drive to another city at night. So that's really why we have a car count limit, is because we can't get them all run in time if we don't do that. Now, we have flexed a little bit on it. We moved from 200 to, I think we had 225 one year. Now we're running 250 cars. Actually, we had 230 to start, and by the end of the week it thins out. I don't know. We'll have to talk. We might be able to shove it to 275 and get it done, but we don't want to ruin the experience for the people who actually show up here. Part of Drag Week, it's the competition, but it's everyone's vacation. They're only doing this for a jacket. We're all here to have fun, and
yeah,
I don't want to ruin it for the people who are doing this. I don't want to turn this into a professional series.
Yeah, let's look at the reality of what this is. You've got to have the ability to take over a week off of work just to run the event, let alone testing your car beforehand. And you've got to have the flexibility to know that we might get rained out on Friday and you may be racing Saturday, and you might break down and you've still got to get home. I mean, this is a big commitment for anybody that wants to come do this. You might as well just X 2 weeks off of your calendar for this deal, because you're going to have to recover, and like Freiberger's going to have to recover.
I'm going to cough up a lung here in a minute. Let's take a second to once again thank you to Pep Boys Speed Shops, who's sponsoring the live feed. And then let's go to the next question. You have any questions I can answer?
Yeah, do we have any video we can show?
How many hours of sleep? This is no exaggeration. The first 3 nights, I slept 3 hours a night. And last night, I was a quitter. I slept 5. I did not spend that other 2 hours actually making blog posts. So, yep, that's a true fact. How about you?
It was like filming a roadkill.
Nah, it's a little more sleep than that.
Oh, all right. I have no idea. I got more than you did. I definitely did because we were doing two different things, and I had the luxury of meeting everybody in the pits, almost everybody in the pits this week, and interviewing them, and then taking off in their cars with them on the road. And I don't know. I think I got in around midnight most of the nights this week, so it wasn't that bad at all.
We divide up chores for the staff for Drag Week. We've got ourselves here, plus Wes Allison, who is our pro photographer here all week. We've got Brandon and Alana, who are also covering it. We each have different assignments. Finnegan this week was going out into the pits and doing all of the interviews with racers that you saw inserted into the live feed videos, and he's got a lot of the dirt as a result of that.
If you like those videos, that was me. I'm Mike Finnegan. If they weren't very good, I was Brandon Galogoli.
Or it was my fault, one or the other. And my job this week was to deal with the web blogging mostly. And I got a lot of that done. We're going to have a lot more coming up in the weeks that follow Drag Week. So watch that at hotrod.com. Are we going to have a live stream next year? I am going to say yes.
Will we still be here doing it?
No idea. Next question.
All right, what's your favorite moment from the road?
I may not live long enough for next year. What is our favorite moment for the road? You've ridden in cars way more than I have. In fact, I haven't ridden in a race car at all this week, so let me have it.
I got a good moment. So yesterday we stopped at the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Tennessee.
Texas.
Not Texas.
Right.
Paris, Tennessee, and not France. And while we're there, a bunch of drag weekers came in, and one of them was George Roteman with the Dodge Colt.
Oh yeah,
right.
I think he's 80.
He's wise. Yes.
I
don't know how old, but he's wise.
I think he is.
So he shows up there in this little Dodge Colt, and he's got his sister there, and I think she's about 28. We'll go with that, 28. And they tell me she made her first drag strip pass ever after, let's say, 28 years. And so I say, well, God, I want to meet you. I want to talk to you. I want to know what it was like to drive the Dodge Colt. And so we're standing there by her car, and video guys are videoing us, and she's telling me all about this pass. And I said, what did you do for gear? And this other gentleman behind the camera goes, oh, I gave her my pants. And he turns to George and he goes, hey, George, your sister was in my pants. And he starts laughing and falls down a hill. He's laughing so hard.
Oh!
That was the highlight of my day right there. I'm easily amused.
I can't top that. Not at all.
What was the biggest failure you saw on the road?
Biggest failure that we saw on the road. Saw a lot of deadlifters. I didn't see a dead fuel pump this year.
Maybe a lot of dead fuel pumps.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of dead fuel pumps. Yeah. On the road carnage would be Dave Henninger's
crash.
smacking the
Exactly.
center divider.
Yep, that's the one. But they came back on that. Oh, once again, let me throw it to go see the video either on Hot Rod's YouTube page or on hotrod.com. We have video not of Henniger's crash, but of them in the parking lot during one of the many wrenching parties that happens at night in the parking lots. And they are using a tree to pull out the front end with ratchet straps on this deal so that they could get the passenger door open, which, doesn't really make the car any faster, so I'm not sure why they were spending that time. But
well,
it's fun.
if you saw the co-pilot, he needed the door.
I did witness that.
Yeah, he needed the door.
What
Getting
was
out of the
his
window
comment?
was not great.
He said that he looks like a St. Bernard in a poodle cage or something like that.
Yes.
Next question.
Back to once a while back, you want to know what was going to happen with the Gremlin.
Oh, our gremlin. This is a great story. We did an episode of Roadkill where we were doing a shootout between a gremlin and a Prius, and spoiler alert here, we blew up the Prius, threw a rod out of it, and then we're left with nothing to do, and so we smashed the Prius with a tank, as you do. So we have this gremlin left over, and it had been my car for like 8 years or something like that, but that means what? My car for 8 years equals?
Oh, you drove it twice?
Right. So it was collecting dust, and once we got it running and driving for the Roadkill episode, we actually sold it to Travis, our video producer, who could not be more thrilled, and he drives that thing virtually every day.
Yeah, you sold him a lemon.
I gifted him a lemon.
running, driving lemon that leaks every fluid out of every orifice daily, and he doesn't care.
No, and the guy has never been a hot rodder before, and we are completely ruining him with Roadkill. Travis is awesome.
But you know what though? Is he's a legit metalhead.
Oh yeah,
so that's
hardcore.
why he doesn't care.
Right.
Because he's hardcore.
Yeah. Next question. Favorite episode of Roadkill? The one that we just wrapped shooting, because then I get to go home. No. What's your favorite episode? Actually, my favorite is the one that we always talk about but actually never do.
Oh, there's a lot of those.
There's a lot of those. So I can't
my
narrow that
favorite.
down.
Well, we've done 20 so far, or 21, and I have
21.
arguably the worst memory on the planet. So I thank God these are all on YouTube because I'll never remember them. But the cop car one.
Cop car was
I've
fun.
never laughed so hard in my entire life as just driving these cars through the dirt on a racetrack sideways.
Oh, I know.
It was amazing.
I'm struggling on favorite one, but I can go directly to least favorite one. Rat Rod Lambo, the one with 25 million views. I'm not into that episode at all.
I thoroughly enjoyed driving the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I didn't.
I loved
So.
I loved that car, and but remarkably, nobody notices that I was praising that Lamborghini because they're all so focused
on me
you
hating on it.
hating the Lamborghini. They associate me with you, and they think we're both retards.
The reason I don't like it is we didn't really do anything. They weren't our cars. We didn't work on them. We didn't race them. We just cruised around.
No, but we drove around in a Lamborghini Aventador. It was kind of cool.
Okay. My favorite episode, let's see. You know what? I personally, I don't think this is my favorite episode, but it really made me happy to be able to drive the Super B and the Crusher to Salt Lake City and back. First time in a long time both those cars run and drive at the same time, and so does the F-Bomb, and so does my 37 Ford. So that's a personal accomplishment for me.
Here's some inside info on that. So one week we drive both of those cars all the way to Utah and back, and then we get home, kiss our wives, immediately turn around and drive all the way back to Utah again to go to Bonneville.
Immediately turn around, like literally I think the day after we got back.
So I've had enough of Utah. We don't need to go there again for a while.
You know, I am not thinking of what my favorite episode is. I don't know, nobody's ever asked me that.
I don't think I've ever heard you say,
Yeah.
I really liked this better than the other ones. But you know what?
Have you ever heard me say I like anything?
No, you're kind of. That's why
Okay.
we get along. Is I'm pretty happy about stuff, and you're just like, whatever.
Next.
I want to know, is there going to be a drag week on the West Coast and the East Coast? We've got people asking,
The-
West one, West one, East one.
The question is, will there be a drag week on either the far East Coast or the far West Coast? We've only really done it in the middle of the country, and when it got really, really big is when we moved it to like Tulsa.
I wish we could, but logistically, I don't think it can, because the problem with Drag Week and the hurdles we have here is finding 4 drag strips that want to open up on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday when there aren't going to be very few people coming through the gate to pay. And
they all have to be roughly 200 to 300 miles apart from each other.
right, and on a lot of these drag strips, they're not open during the week. The track workers have day jobs.
Right.
So trying to get a strip open during the week is hard, and the strips we've had here have been very cooperative.
And they have to be a quarter mile, because why would you have half a drag strip?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So I will tell you, I have plotted a potential West Coast drag week. I have done the math. It is doable, and we'll leave it at that.
Ooh.
Next question.
Here comes the drama.
How many people? People want to know how many people are behind the scenes at Drag Week and Roadkill.
Oh, that's easy. So Roadkill, we have a little remote control helicopter that films a lot of Roadkill, and a guy steering it. That's actually the guy holding the laptop right now, giving us the questions, Dustin. And then we have 2 very dedicated cameramen who also edit
edit the thing.
So it's
literally a staff of 3, and there's support staff, like Brad.
Don't say that out loud, because when they say support staff, people automatically assume we're trailering these cars.
Oh, no. What I
we have
mean is that
support
the
vehicles.
company obviously has accounting people and HR people, and that's all handled. But as far as actually making the show happen, it's us and 3 to 5 video people that we use at different times. And our budget for Roadkill is legitimately like 2% of a real TV reality show.
That might be high.
And I think we actually put quality on the air, which is the video guys' work, not ours, that is better than a lot of reality shows on the air. And that is a shout out to everybody who works behind the camera on Roadkill.
Yeah, the editing is really what makes this deal work, because, to be honest, we've never spoken a complete sentence well enough where it didn't have to be edited 3 different times to make that complete sentence.
Right.
So, in fact,
Yeah.
that's what's happening right now.
But Dustin, you're actually not that good. The next question was how much staff is behind Drag Week.
It's pretty big.
That's Yeah, that's all three of us, I think.
Yeah, that's
Actually, that would be the whole staff, editorial staff of the magazine sort of talks through things, but the people who make it happen, we've got Jenny Schmitz and Michelle Turzin who work on it. Julia Sear, our executive editor, also thrashes pretty hard behind the scenes, and that might be about it. Keith and Tanya are huge. They work here on site. I was going through in my mind who does the pre-runs and setting up the tracks and the insurance and all that stuff. Then we've also got Keith and Tanya and Donna and Adger who work here at the track with us.
I hear
He's raising the lift. Are we going to go live? Nope.
No, you tease.
Oh, the web guys. That's another behind-the-scenes thing. I wasn't even thinking of the content that we produce.
You jerk.
Yeah. No, the content we produce, we actually have more staff on Hot Rod and HotRod.com than we've ever had.
Yeah, we've got Jesse Kaiser back home.
Yep,
Diego.
and Diego and Sean and Julia's working on that. And Tom Taylor is not working on Drag Week because he's out doing a Hot Rod Hill Climb event in Colorado.
Ooh,
yeah.
He's having fun.
Yeah, so there's more people on the Hot Rod content creation side than there really are on the event side. Next question.
Why do you always wear camo pants?
Why do I always wear camo pants? Okay.
Why do you always wear camo pants? I feel like I know you. I don't know why.
Here's the thing.
I know the pockets are full.
I don't shop for clothes, okay? People give me hats, I get free t-shirts. So that leaves me to sandals, underwear, and shorts, okay? I can handle that.
Glad you wear underwear.
Because I've got these Quicksilver sandals, which I go buy in bulk at Sport Chalet, no lie. I've got like 5 pairs of them at any given time. And the reason for the camo shorts is there's an Army surplus store down the street from my house. And they're German Army Flecktharn shorts. And I walked in there one day and I tried them on. These are pretty good. I went and wore them around for a while and I'm like, hey, I can kind of get into this. Lots of cargo. They fit pretty good. I'm down. I went in and bought 20 pairs of them. And those lasted me for a couple years, and I restocked up. And so I've got these things. It's almost everything that I own on there. And then when we got Dickie's sponsorship on Roadkill, I stepped up to the ones I'm actually wearing right now, which are very similar. But, you know, the shorts that are free are the shorts for me. So that's kind of how that worked.
My wife, she's got an impressive closet, and she doesn't throw stuff away. And I constantly go to her, God, could you get rid of some of this stuff so I could hang a T-shirt up or something? And she goes, no. Eventually, this will be in style again. And so I think that's what you have going on right now. At one
always
point,
in style.
At
This
one point, those
never
were
goes
cool,
out.
and about 20 years from now, you'll be cool again.
Back to a roadkill. Will there be a roadkill drag week ride-along? Why haven't you guys already
Will,
let's
will
talk
there
about
be
that.
a Roadkill Drag Week ride-along? Yes, we intended to fully do that with the 55 Chevy. We just failed because of time.
Yeah,
And you know what? We're both competitive enough that we can't show up here with something that's just, meh.
Yeah.
Our Roadkill Monza was here earlier. Jeffrey Lutz brought it out. The one that we put leaf blowers on, he was running. I couldn't run that car throughout Drag Week and have a good time because I couldn't run a 15-second car here and have a good time.
Well, and he, if they hadn't had to bow out early, he had every intention of putting a plate system on it.
Oh,
so
I
he was
didn't
going
know.
to go quicker. But
Nice.
to answer the question, we actually were coming to Drag Week this year to film a Roadkill. We were going to race my 55 Chevy. I put in for vacation time. I registered the day registration opened up, paid the money, and we were going to do it. And about a month and a half ago, we realized we have to work. We can't, So,
Work?
Yeah.
Yeah. Our jobs are actually work.
Some
I know
people
it's
call,
kind of
some
hard
people
to
call
believe.
this work. So about a month and a half ago, we had to quit. I stopped rushing working on the car, and here we are.
Next question.
So, are you guys ever going to do more than one roadkill a month?
Are we ever going to do
No.
more than one Roadkill month? Have you noticed the level of whining about the hours outside of the office?
We're a bunch of
You know,
bitches.
there's
Than the most TV shows that are coming out one week do 6 months of shooting and then
Video Dustin is trying to.
Wait, we gotta repeat the question. The
Yeah,
question was,
I'm going to repeat the question. He is complaining about the production side of the equation, which is that when you do an actual TV show, you have to crank out like 24 of them in 3 months. And they've got a jam to edit those things like that, so they can't be shooting for 5 days like we do. They fake the stuff and crank it out in 2 or 3 days. And they'll spend 6 months shooting and then air the thing. So, do you want to come explain this, Dustin?
I
And
do. Get over here. Let's meet Dustin. Come here, Dustin.
This is Dustin Gould. He's a freelancer. He kicks ass. What's the problem?
Dustin flies the helicopter.
Well, no, see, yeah, most of the time for a full budget real TV show, you have anywhere from between, 6 to 9 months. You'll go out and shoot a ton of episodes, and then you've got months after that to come back and edit them all. For
How
Roadkill,
much staff?
Oh, and you've got a staff of at least 30 plus people on a small shoot, probably. With us, it's usually 5 of us out there at max, and then coming back, we have, we'll take a week to shoot it, if that, and then come back and have maybe 2 to 3 weeks to edit it to get you the next episode up. So work is constantly being done. Every time when you guys see an episode, the previous one was shot, or the next one was being shot while that one's being edited, and it's just a constant stream of shooting and editing, and there's just not enough time in anyone's day to do more than one, unless you guys want to wait 6 months while we just crank a bunch of them out, then we can give them to you every week.
And I think the real answer is the only way this ever happens is if we get fired off of Hot Rod.
Yeah, and it's been discussed, not us being fired off of Hot Rod much, but the actual doing roadkill more than we are doing it. I'm concerned. You guys know the storylines are going to change a lot. Reality shows fake stuff because of bogus drama, which we have real drama.
We fail for real.
We fail legit. We own that. And they also fake stuff for time. And so I don't think you want the show to change that much. I will also mention, I did a pilot one time, and the budget for it was $350,000 for one episode.
Wow, you're a big deal.
Does it look... Well, no, the show is schlock.
Oh.
Does it look like we're spending that kind of money on roadkill?
No. We're traveling with a 6-pack of Corona and a bag of Del Taco for dinner, and staying in motels that... Oh, let's tell that story.
Which one?
We checked into a motel once after driving like 700 miles in one day.
Dwayne was there?
And Dwayne was there and never came back again. So we check into this motel, and we're so tired that I walk right through the door. I go into the bathroom. I sit down on the toilet. I'm checking my messages, and I look down at the floor, and I'm like, that's kind of dirty. And then I'm checking my messages. I look to the right. Oh, that sink's kind of dirty. And then I'm like, wait a minute. That's blood.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm too tired. I don't care. I go into the other room.
Put your sleeping bag on the bed.
I lay down on the bed, and I'm looking around. I see a little blood on the wall, and I'm like, I'm too tired. I don't care. This place is kind of gross. And he goes, my socks are sticking to the floor. And I say to myself, you know what? Let's put our sleeping bags down.
Right.
And we'll
Not
just,
on the floor.
We need to sleep. We'll sleep on top of the bed in the sleeping bags. So
beds, plural.
Beds. So he's in one bed. I'm in the other. We're in our sleeping bags. I'm looking at this wall, and there's just blood that has run down it and dried up. And after about 10 minutes with the light out, I go, no, can't do it, dude.
Well,
we're out of here. So we check out, right? And I go to the counter, and the guy's bang on the window, and the guy comes down in his underwear, and he's like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Your hotel is pretty dirty. We're checking out." And I
didn't get mine open.
I throw my card down.
Craft services, please.
He goes, "Where's your room key?" I'm like, "It's in the room." And so he's walking out across the parking lot in his underwear, and he's like, "You left the door open." I'm like, "There's no difference, dude. Like, this place is disgusting. We can't stay here."
Right.
And so that's a good indicator of the level of money we have on roadkill.
Well, and remember, I dropped
$40 room.
I dropped 6 cents on the ground, and I didn't want to pick it up, and that's when we left. That was all during the very first episode that we shot, which was not the very first one that we aired, which was the one where we attempted to go to Alaska in the Ranchero the first time and ended up at the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
I think, like, on real TV shows, when you shoot that long and you're that far away, sometimes these people on these shows bring their wives and kids in. They fly them in to hang out and stuff. We could never do that. My wife would never want to stay where we stay.
Oh, no chance. Next question.
Finnegan, what was your actual best day at work?
Oh, Finnegan, what was your actual best day at work ever? That was like the genius catchphrase that you came up with on one show just as a knee jerk, and I don't think you could have predicted at the time. I mean, you didn't stay up at night writing that, did you?
No, I don't remember when I first said it, and I don't remember saying it the first time at all. And I got to be honest, I have really low standards for my day, and so when I say it, it's genuine, And there have been episodes where I haven't said it at all because it just flat out wasn't the best day at work ever.
I know when your best day at work ever was.
Oh,
I do. I have this documented in history. And Dustin, you were there.
Yeah.
Vet Hack.
Vet Hack.
Go on YouTube and look up Vet Hack, and you will see us taking a C4 Corvette and hacking the body off of it. We're racing the thing at a road race track, and we're trying to see how much faster can you go by losing weight. And so we are sawzalling panels off of this Corvette and laughing our asses off. And Finnegan had only worked at Hot Rod like a week when we did that. And he goes, best day at work ever.
Yeah, actually,
that's where it started.
I don't even think I said it on. I don't.
It's
say,
not on camera.
I don't say anything on camera in this episode at all. I just remember saying it out loud because I literally. He called me and said, "You want to work at Hot Rod?" And I've been reading Hot Rod since I was a kid, and I was like, "Good God, yes! I don't care what it pays. I'm coming." And the first thing you tell me to do is make this Corvette run, and we're gonna cut it up. And
Right. That was
best
fun.
day at work ever.
How do we get a job at Hot Rod playing with cool cars all day? You want me to go first, or you want to go first?
It's dumb luck. That's how I got my job.
Well, actually, you can go back to Courtney.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is a good story. This is how I got into this. There's a guy named Courtney Hallowell who's no longer with us, mini trucker who worked at Mini Truckin'
Awesome
Magazine.
dude.
And when I was in college, I was at a truck show with a buddy of mine who had a shop. And we're hanging out, and I see this guy walking around with a camera. And I said, what do you do for a living? He says, this is what I do. I just go to truck shows, and I take pictures. And I was like, good God, that's the greatest job ever. And at the time, I'm in college, and I have no idea what I'm doing. But I start emailing him, and he tells me, you just need to take some journalism classes and learn how to speak and write and all that stuff. And so I cram like 18 or 20 units into one semester of college, graduate, pack everything I own, drive to California, and live in his front yard.
And that's a story.
That's a good story.
We can hold off on that one until this gets really, really long.
And this guy, Courtney, who I didn't even know, I slept in a motorhome in front of his house for God knows how long and got a job at Mini Truckin' Magazine. So eventually I ended up here.
And you've been the editor of?
I've worked at Sport Truck Magazine, Off-Road Magazine, Hot Boat Magazine, but Hot Rod's the only one that matters.
Right. And I feel that way too. I started at, well, I'll go way back since we're trying to milk time here. I was a huge magazine fan when I was a little kid. I didn't go to college, so that's a complete waste of your time.
You went to college. Tell them what happened.
What? What happened to me in college?
Didn't you go to college and then just leave?
Well, I did. Yes, I did. Okay, we're really going back to ancient history.
That's a good story.
I went to Cal State LA, and the reason that I did that is they had an automotive production technology program, and the guy, Ray Fossil, who directed that program, was an Indy 500 tech inspector. And my high school auto shop teacher, Quentin Swan, the awesome guy, he was a cop and auto shop teacher, and that guy used to thump skulls in class. It was in times you just don't have these days. But anyway, they had led me into this college class, and it was all about engineering and photography and technical writing. And then there's all this other junk you got to take, like, world history and all this stuff. So I took all the classes in my major, didn't do any of the general education requirements, and then they told me I had to, and I started doing it, and I just was sick of it. I put my books down one day, walked off campus, never went back. I ended up working in the aftermarket industry, Glendale Speed Shop, engine building shop, and ultimately an aftermarket ignition company where I met a lot of magazine editors. Through that, I heard that there was an opening at both Hot Rod and Rod and Custom. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to go back a little more. I worked at a Dodge dealership when I was 17 years old, and there was an opening at CarCraft, and I called Jeff Smith, who was the editor then, and I actually got an interview, and he's like, chump, come back when you have some experience, okay? So I did. When I was working at the ignition company, I went to this interview with Jeff Smith, then who was the editor of Hot Rod, and I also interviewed with Pat Ganal, who was on Rod and Custom at the time, and ended up about 6 months later getting hired at Hot Rod in 1991. And from there, I've been the editor of, I was staffer for a long time, obviously, then editor of Four Wheel and Off-Road, then CarCraft, then Rod and Custom, and then back to Hot Rod as editor-in-chief. And since I'm speaking about myself right now, I'll tell you something I discovered the other day, which was...
You're old?
I'm old. I'm 46, for those who are wondering. He's 13. I was realizing the other day, because I recently have a change in my job. I'm now in charge of all of the Hot Rod stuff. The videos, the magazines, the websites, the licensing, anything with content related around Hot Rod is now me. And so there's a new editor-in-chief who you'll see in the next couple issues. But I was looking at the last editorial I was writing for Hot Rod, and I realized I've run that magazine just 2 months shy of Wally Parks, who was the longest editor of all time.
Wow.
So Wally Parks holds the record. I'm still involved. He was involved
it's good that he's still involved.
He was involved in Hot Rod for 3 years as an editorial director after he was editor. And I was like, that would have been a personal goal. That would have been cool. But like you just said, I think it's cool that it's still Wally, but I also think it's cool that I managed to do it that long. Okay, enough.
In the magazine world, editors do not stay in their job for very long.
Not at all.
Not at all.
So enough self-absorbment. Next question. Old Blue Award. There is a guy, I forget, he's famous on Bang Shift for his lunatics.
I believe it's
The Outsider.
I believe it's the Outsider on Bang
this
Shift.
guy was claiming that for some reason he was excluded from, like, drag week information of sign. I'm not sure what his program is. I haven't talked to him.
No,
But
he thinks he was, but I think a lot of people, the way you get into drag week, if you've already done it, is we send you an email letting you know registration's about to open, and
he didn't get one for whatever
a lot of
reason,
people, sometimes you get the email,
change your email address or full.
It's input wrong. A lot of people didn't get the email. He was one of them.
Anyway, he's come the last 2 years, and he's got a brand new Mustang GT that's grabber blue, and he makes lap after lap after lap after lap. I think we should actually give him a lap time on an oval rather than just a drag strip time.
We have a video interview with him, and I don't know if it's up already, but you can look for it. It is up? Okay. And he's making lap after lap, and the reason he's doing that is, this is so funny to me, he's hoping his nitrous system will finally work. And it's been 2 years now that he's been hoping this nitrous system will finally work. So he goes around, makes a hit, doesn't work, goes around again, hits the button again, it doesn't work. And I say to him, I'm like, I never see you stop in the pit. Did it ever occur to you that maybe your nitrous bottle's empty?
No.
Yeah.
Get out.
And he goes, maybe I should check that.
Hello, Monty.
I don't know if that's the actual reason
Wow.
why the nitrous doesn't work, but swear to God, he's not checking.
He's pulling your leg.
So
Next question. Oh, the other update on what's going on here is we're standing at Beech Bend Raceway, Bowling Green, Kentucky, last day of Drag Week 2013, and lightning hit the tower. And so they're frantically working on the timing system before we go to the arm drop drags here. And so we're just talking to you, telling stories, and we'll take this chance also to run through the sponsors. Once again, Gear Vendors is the overall sponsor of Drag Week. Pep Boys Speed Shops is sponsoring this live feed video as they have all week long. We also have supporting sponsors, Rocket Brand, Comp Cams, MSD, QA1. I always get lost if I don't say them all in the same order. MSD, Comp Cams, QA1, Rocket Brand. If you look at hotrod.com, what did he say? Oh, NOS. I mentioned Monty like 5 times. He's just a dude who hangs, so sometimes I forget that they're actually paying us to be here.
Did you ever notice that NOS has become like the Kleenex?
I know.
And in
A
movies,
Band-Aid.
Yeah, and in movies, it's always NOS.
NOS.
No one ever says NOS.
Yeah.
They don't realize it's an acronym for something.
It's an energy drink, right?
It is now.
Yeah. Next question.
Do you guys hang out outside of Hot Rod? Do you have any other hobbies or interests?
Do we hang out outside of Hot Rod? Do we have any hobbies or interests? No.
Ooh,
Reason
geography.
being,
We should go over it.
geography?
Well,
Yes, we can do that. There's a couple reasons for this. If I am not working, I am at home with my wife and kid because that is my 15 minutes a month to do that.
You did that twice this year.
I don't hang out with anybody outside work, in truth. The other deal is I live way up north. He lives way down south. We're together 18 hours every day, and we'd kill each other in the 19th hour.
Well, and in our world, way up north is 30 miles. But because we live in Southern California, 30 miles takes 2 hours any time of the day.
Well, when you come up to my place for a shoot, how long does it take you if your call time is 8 in the morning?
8 in the morning, I leave at 6. And I'm usually
Solid
late. I'm usually
2 hours.
late.
My drive to work is 28 miles. Frequently takes me an hour and a half. Okay? Be glad you do not live in Southern California.
Yeah, I use the drive to work to call people I would never call because I just don't have time. But I'm stuck in my truck, so Mom and Dad talk to me a lot.
I can't
thanks
talk
to
in the
Bluetooth.
car. Can't do it. Well, yeah, he says, how many hours do we spend together any given week? And it's all day, every day for 3 to 5 days a month. And then it's all working day every working day.
This goes back to why we fail so much on roadkill. We have a lot of meetings where we'll have an idea. We'll go, okay, it's Monday. We've got to leave Wednesday to film a roadkill. What do we want to do? And we look at the cars that are available to us, either on Craigslist or in your backyard, and how much money we have. And we go, okay, we're going to do this. And that's Monday. And then on Tuesday, you find out you've got to put out an extra magazine this month or something, or the current magazine, a story, something goes wrong with it. And so you work really late, and then Wednesday when we're supposed to leave, the car doesn't run yet.
So you go fix that while I go be grouchy someplace else.
Right, and then because everything's gone so wrong with everything in our lives, we end up leaving Thursday night for a shoot that was supposed to start Wednesday, and we go to a completely different place in a completely different car.
And we both do this all the time, too. It's like, okay, that plan completely fell apart, but we're still 100 miles from home. If I leave now, I can go tuck my kid in see him for 3 minutes and go.
I'm a pretty mellow guy, and I remember at one point when we were doing roadkill, I was literally I came home one night and I walked right past my wife to the kitchen and poured myself a cocktail, which I never do at home. And then she's like, "What the hell?" And I'm like, "Man, I was about to go to the Grand Canyon, Alaska, or Jersey, all in the course of 3 hours today. It changed that many times. I couldn't even tell you what we were going to do, but I knew it was far, and you were going to stress out about it, and I'm stressed out about it. But I found a way to deal with that, and
that's our life.
Throwing tools.
Next question. Oh, the track conditions today? You know what's awesome? This has got to be solid 20 degrees cooler than it's been any other day this week, and it's not humid.
Yeah, we're going to have a high of 72 today. It's dry, cool air. So these guys are going to make more horsepower than they made today, or than they made all week. And the track's cool.
And it's not greasy.
They're going to hook. So we're going to see
if there was
some
just a timing
times.
system, this would look a lot like a drag race.
Yes, yes. But this makes me really happy because I know earlier in the week, Tom Bailey said he is going to turn the wick up today. And he's going to have a track, and he's going to have weather that'll cooperate.
Will he run 6:39?
I think that car could do it.
Do you?
I think it could do it. Will he do it? I don't know, but he's certainly got enough horsepower and car there.
Next question. Oh, you can go to the feud with Eddie Miller and Caps Lock. Wow, we're going to talk drag racing again. Look at that.
Let's talk drag racing. Okay, so the feud with Eddie Miller and Kevin Capslock, they both post on yellowbullet.com. It's one of my favorite dirtbag drag racing sites, and I call it a dirtbag drag racing site because anything goes there. They censor nothing. So the feud, I pretty much can't repeat most of what has been said because it's very profane in a lot of areas. But these guys basically think each other suck, and supposedly today money will be put on the line, and they may have a heads-up grudge race. And Kevin is in trouble, I think.
Not looking good on that program.
Based on what the ETs he's run so far, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and you know, the other feud is, of course, Doc McIntyre and Eddie. Doc McIntyre runs Pro Street Naturally Aspirated, and he broke into an 892.
892.
And Eddie was calling that a soft number for a long time. Eddie, of course, flapped his gums and didn't show up last year after a major, a tornado of gum flapping. But he showed up this year, and he laid it down. But the problem is, I've got Doc and Jeff in my face going, yeah, but you let him in with fabricated floorboards, which you're not supposed to do. There is an OE floorboard rule, and he's got like a flat steel replacement. And honestly, I judge that's not really performance advantage. That's not what we're trying to omit, which is a fully tinned tube chassis car. So yeah, it is a rules. I'm not going to say violation, but sort of jag. So that's not what's making Eddie go faster. Let's be honest. Eddie's car is way more of a cut-up race car than Doc's, and it's way, way lighter, and he's got a lot more cylinder head and cubes and motor and everything else. But he's also laying down 870s, which is exactly what he said he was going to do, and he's done it every single day. So there's a lot of drama around Eddie Miller.
The question now is, will Eddie come back next year? Because Doc is going to come back next year, and I ran into Doc yesterday, and we've got an interview somewhere, and it might be on the internet already. And I said, Doc, when you hear the words Eddie Miller, what do you think of? And he just went off, which I respect. He was completely honest, and but he questioned whether if he shows up next year with more firepower, will Eddie actually show up? And he doesn't think he will.
Oh, I know. This makes Drag Week good, honestly. Throughout my years with Fastest Streetcar Racing, I've known so many guys like that. Hardcore drag racers like Doc and Jeff and just guys who like to play their strings like Eddie, and it's really cool. And I know something I can't tell, and I think it's going to be fun. An EV class at Drag Week? I think that guy should log off.
Well, I don't know. You know what? I'm sure there won't be a class, but there are electric vehicles right now. Mercedes, I think, has got one that just flat out hauls the meatloaf.
Oh,
and God, that the
Tesla
is a quick car, because think about electric motor. It's on and it's off. You have full torque immediately. So those things, they
can
run,
be wicked.
But they make no noise, so who wants to hear them?
Exactly. And you know what? I hope a lot of people that aren't me drive those things to get the government off our backs. I think electric vehicles are the biggest not in my backyard program in the history of ever. But yeah, I'm thinking no noise, no fire, no rods falling out of it, no EV vehicles at Drag Week.
I like that all the Priuses and Teslas are out there because they're just saving more gas for me.
Me too.
How do you think cars from Street Outlaws
How could cars at Street Outlaws compete
TV show.
at Drag Week, the TV show? I will admit I have never seen that show. I don't own a television.
I've seen an
So,
episode of it.
You tell me.
I've seen an episode of it, and actually, the Murder Nova is on that show.
He was at Drag Week once.
Did he finish?
I can't say if he didn't finish. He didn't place.
Okay.
I don't recall.
The farm truck is on that show, which
I
is
love the farm
the
truck.
farm truck is very
Everybody
cool.
loves the farm truck.
I don't think a lot of those cars on that show would probably survive because the one episode I've seen of the show, they test their cars on the street. They show up in an enclosed trailer, push the car out, make a hit, put it back in the trailer, and then run. So how streetable are these things? I don't know.
This is somewhat breaking my own arm, patting myself on the back. This is somewhat egomaniacal. This is somewhat hot rod self-promotion. But I
Move
will
over here then.
I will go ahead and make the statement that unless you can prove, I'll say you don't have to be at Drag Week, but unless you can prove that you've done something like Drag Week, I don't think that you have the fastest street car in America.
No, it's a good measuring stick, and I like where you're going.
There is no other measuring stick, so this might as well be it. Someone else come up with something better. But for now, I think there's a lot of people that recognize if you have not driven 1,200 miles in your car and raced 5 times at 5 tracks at Hot Rod Drag Week, sorry, you can make good claims. You can't be Hot Rod's fastest street car in America.
I would enjoy seeing that TV show come here with their cars and just see what happens.
Strongly encourage that. As a matter of fact, I would say that I would take whatever time they need, and I would gather up some Drag Week competitors who are willing to come along, and we would do a special show at their leisure.
Oh, I bet we could easily get Drag Week guys to show up to smack down those guys. They would enjoy that.
I think that was a straight-up challenge right there.
Yeah.
Next.
So you want to know if they can still come to Drag Week, drive along, even if they're not participating in racing. You say they still do the route.
People ask if you can come as a spectator and hang out at Drag Week. Yes, we encourage people to show up in the grandstands every single day. We wish you would. The question is, can they drive and follow the whole time? And there's a lot of very stringent rules on Drag Week about what you can and can't have as a support vehicle if you're a racer. And we don't like seeing spectators follow racers really tightly because it looks really, really bad. However, you are on your own to drive on public streets wherever you want to drive and do what you want to do, and we'd love to see you come follow Drag Week all week. You'll have a lot of fun.
The reason it looks really bad is Drag Week competitors are not allowed to have support vehicles of any kind. You cannot have your brother following you with your luggage in his car and meeting you at the hotel because your car is so small it doesn't fit luggage. You cannot have people carrying tools with you. You can't have a family member show up when you break down that's been following you the whole time and run to the parts store for you to fix your car. You've got to be able to fix your car yourself.
The whole thing about repairs on Drag Week is impromptu. You run into an emergency situation, you can do what it takes to get it scrambled. You cannot have planned in advance to get that solved and have somebody else carrying the parts. Next question.
All right. What are your guys' favorite Drag Week cars?
Favorite Drag Week cars. Wow, there's 9 years worth of them. There is so many. You got to say number 1, Larry Larson. Anybody who follows this deal would have to say that. Here this week, there's a whole bunch of stuff I like, and it's generally outside of the unlimited class. I kind of like, the real production-based cars.
Stuff you can relate to.
Yeah, stuff you can relate to. And look at there's some cars that I go, I could build this. I have never built a car that was quicker than 10.0. But you look at it and go, I could run 880s with this thing. I love that Nova that you
the Krusty
ran.
Nova.
Love that
I believe
thing.
the guys at 13 Video gave it that name.
Oh, the Krusty Nova?
The Krusty Nova,
That's
yeah.
perfect. They have a great video of the wheel stand on that. I really, really, really dig the 55 Chevy that is leading Gasser right now.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Henry J that was in Gasser, and I love that white pickup truck that was in Gasser.
Yeah.
I love George Gallagher's black Monte Carlo. I like the I wouldn't own it and I wouldn't build it, but I like the Fox Mustang with the small block Mopar in it. There's just so much variety. I like the Corvair on the G-body chassis. I like them all. How about
the
you?
guy that owns the Corvair, and I'm brain farting on his name, actually has 2 of those Corvairs.
Right.
And he's brought them to LS Fest. He's brought them way back in the day to some sport truck events we had out here
Really?
at Bowling Green. Yeah.
Huh.
And they're awesome cars. He doesn't have a lot of money into them at all, and they run great.
I don't know if you know that he's like sandbagging the trunk to slow that thing down to 1080 for daily driver.
No, I did not
Yeah,
know that.
He is completely. He cannot make his junk run slow enough.
What's it cost to get into
What does it cost to get into Watch Drag Week? You can come out. It is $5 every day, except for $10 here at the finals. Come to Beech Bend, Kentucky right now. Slap down $10, and you too can stand here watching us do this live feed. Actually, we hope that the timing lights get broken. We hope the timing lights get fixed here pretty quickly. Have the lightning strike sort of unscrew that program so that we can get to racing. But in the meanwhile, we're going to stick with our live feed.
How much time have we killed so far?
When are we going to see the F-bomb on Drag Week?
The guy that asked that question wasn't listening an hour ago when you started talking.
Well, yeah, we have already answered that question once, but short version, I do not have the thing sorted out. I probably need to. He wants to know if I'm still friends with Tom Nelson. Tom Nelson built the engine in the F-bomb. He hates my guts for taking so long to sort that car out. He calls me every week. In fact, I could probably feel my phone buzzing right now, going, "Dude, what the F, dude? Let's get this thing going, dude." I love Tom Nelson. He is my pal. I should probably drop the car off over at his place and give him a very large check to just finish that for me. The pressure's on, isn't it? I really got to solve this.
Well, it wasn't until about now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the pressure's on. Now it could not be more public.
What's the biggest surprise this drag week?
Biggest surprise this drag week is that I'm still awake. How about you?
Ooh, the biggest surprise of Drag Week. I didn't see Tom Bailey running so deep into the sixes. I did not see that coming.
A huge surprise for me was that Dave Ahokas made it past day one.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
In that Pro Mod Jerry Bickle chassis car. He's tried it before. Other guys have tried it. There was one year a guy literally did not make it from the gate of the very first drag strip to the freeway on-ramp.
Yeah,
And
I got to be honest, after following Dave Ahokas in that car, allegedly going 80 miles an hour with a trailer down the highway and these backcountry roads, the thing is streetable. He is able to get that thing where he needs to go.
Is it allegedly 80 miles an hour because of the disclaimer on the local law enforcement?
Well,
or you don't believe he goes 80 miles an hour?
I believe a large contingent of our law enforcement community, like you all, you're my favorites, might be watching.
Oh, well, in that case, I allegedly followed him at 80 to 85 for quite a long time.
I couldn't keep up with him in the rental car. I kept getting caught at stoplights, and it would take me an hour to get back to him.
You know what I've actually found with the really high-strung cars is the more power you have and the faster the car is in the quarter mile, you're not running low rear end gears. These cars don't have 410s. They've got like a 389 to a 350 in them with a 33 to 35 inch tall tire because they're running 210 miles an hour out the back door, which means that they actually cruise on the highway. Bailey has a gear vendors in his car. I believe Ahokas does as well. Mm-hmm. And a lot of cars have been stepping up with gear vendors in them ever since they started sponsoring the show because
overdrive is a wonderful thing.
Overdrive
on the
is a wonderful thing, and it's an overdrive that will bolt to a Turbo 400 or a Glide, which there's tons of technology to make those bulletproof, and the overdrive itself will survive.
Well, and the other thing about it is it's not just overdrive. It gives you gears in between gears. So if you're out here at the drag strip and you've got a Turbo 400 and you shift from first to second, but that second to third shift or that, get it in third and you still need not another full gear but something in between, push a button and you got it with gear vendors.
My Super B has nowhere near enough rear gear in it. It probably needs a 488 or 513, and it's got a 373. And it is way better going first, second gear vendors than it is going first, second, third because the gap between second and third. Next question.
Update on the track. They've narrowed the problems down from a bookful to a handful.
The quote is that the track has narrowed the problems with the timing system down from a bookful to a handful. So hopefully we're on countdown of less talking, more racing.
Is that a child's handful or a adult-sized handful of problems? That's what I want to know.
I don't know why you've been standing for almost 2 hours now and you don't have stools. But I also want to know why you has a cooler microphone and how fast is your drag load?
Wait, what's on the microphone?
You have a cooler microphone because we only had one Hot Rod sticker, and that is no lie.
Imagine
that is how
this.
high rent this deal
Hot
is.
Rod Magazine and Drag Week came all the way to Bowling Green with a single sticker.
And
nothing for the cars, nothing for the competitors. One sticker, and it's on my mic.
Someone asked, why do we not have stools? Because we did not plan to do this. We thought we'd be racing. I thought I'd be standing on the starting line taking pictures. But yeah, my back feels good right now.
How fast is your drag load?
The drag boat. The drag boat's fine.
This could go long. I'll just walk off camera.
I'll make it short. The drag boat, before I sold it, I raced a 1,000-foot race at the World Finals at Phoenix, and it went 590 at 140 and 1,000 foot. It's been as quick as 410 to the 8th mile. I think my quarter mile best is like a 729.
Rolling start.
Yeah, you're not into it. So yeah, drag boat racing, those numbers are a little skewed. What you got to understand is drag boat racing, the drag boats sit still in the water because you're holding onto a rope. There's no brakes, there's no reverse in these things. So you hold onto a rope, and the tree and the beams are 125 feet in front of you. And the reason for that is when you hit the gas pedal on a drag boat, they don't go forward, they jump out of the water. So they would jump over the beams if it was like a car start system. So we hit the gas pedal, leap out of the water, land, break the beams, and go. So you've got to add 125 feet onto all those times.
Yeah, I actually didn't bring that up as a criticism. It's just
Yes,
so that so that people would understand that, because 749 is like, what the? But you've wanted to do this forever. What's your guess on what you run in a standing quarter mile?
I don't have to guess anymore.
Okay.
A guy idled up to the beams in a consistent drag boat, matted it, and ran a legitimate quarter mile time, and it added 2/10 to his time.
But 125 feet short of a quarter mile.
No. The quarter mile starts at the beams. He let go of the rope, idled up to the beams, and then hit the gas pedal.
But then the beams are, it is a quarter mile from the beams to there. Okay,
Yeah,
so he
so
only lost 2/10.
2/10.
Interesting.
But that's
what class
But that's
boat?
in a boat that is really well set up and leaves hard, like mine. A boat that doesn't leave the line very well needs that 125 feet.
So it's a jet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Cool. I know you've always wanted to do that. You want to take the motor out of your boat,
Yeah.
put it in a car.
I do. In fact, I want to build a new motor. I'm hooked on turbos now. I want to build a new motor, twin turbo big block, stick it in my jet boat, try not to kill myself, and then I want to stick it in something that is aerodynamically so wrong that it can't go 400 and kill me. Like a Cadillac or something.
For Bonneville, you mean?
Yeah, I would
and
like
then take it to the drag strip.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Bonneville, the drag strip, and the boat with the same motor.
And that'll finish up right after the 55 goes on drag week.
Yeah.
And the F-bomb's done.
The 55 is first. I want to drive that car in the worst way. No, the dog is not here because the dog does not deserve to be here. The dog doesn't have a name because the dog doesn't deserve to be here. And the dog we're talking about is the pit bull that's appeared on a couple episodes
American
of
Staffordshire
Roadkill.
Terrier, for those of you who are in.
Sorry. We'll call it a pit bull. We've brought the world's laziest pit bull on a couple episodes of Roadkill. It belongs to a friend of his and one of our coworkers that he's babysat, basically, and this dog will not move for anything. Not food, not water, not
doorstop.
Not another dog. It's a doorstop, and it's so lazy we've never named it because it doesn't deserve a name.
Drag Week question, do we see any new technology becoming popular in Drag Week? Turbo, 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 turbo. That's all you see. EFI is huge.
Changing the name to Turbo Week.
Turbo Week, man.
Or Torture
people are
Week.
on it. Yeah, that's really big. That has opened up fastest streetcar racing like nothing else. There was a time I wrote in a column of CarCraft, turbos are for diesels, and diesels are for semi-trucks. That was a long time ago, and the reason I said that is because at the time, there weren't really easily grabbable aftermarket turbos. Nobody could figure out how to make them run. I'd been in so many cars where, like, I remember Gene Deputy in the earliest days of fastest streetcar racing. He could make one killer pass and not another. They were just completely inconsistent.
I saw something.
But then we had Kenny Duttweiler, and then we had, Rick Head and all these guys, and now turbos are it. And, I won't take back what I said for the time, given the context of the cars I was talking about, but I will eat crow and say now turbos are it.
Yeah, there is some really cool stuff happening in cam technology, lifter technology, and but the one thing I saw here this week at Drag Week that I want to learn about now is I saw an intercooler system and a reservoir setup that it's in Shane McClellan's Nova, actually.
Right.
We drove, 100 miles without stopping, got out of the car. He went to the back, took the top off of his reservoir, stuck his hand in there and said, feel that, ice cold.
But that's just cruising on the freeway.
But still, we got into it.
Okay.
We were into it right before we pulled over.
So you're saying not temp, room temperature,
no,
but ice cold.
Ice cold water in the intercooler reservoir after driving for 100 miles an hour and wooding it a couple times. And I thought, God, this is pretty neat.
Can I get that technology for the Super B fuel cell?
I believe you can, sir.
Wow, that's neat. The other thing I saw in Gallimore's car is he's got the multiplexing wiring system with the push button thing that is credit card thin. It's like push buttons to make everything work, and it's just.
Is this the ISA system or somebody else's?
I don't know what brand it is, but that was cool. Other technologies
Yeah, there's
that
some
we've seen
really
here.
cool stuff happening in wiring right now. I know Speedwires has a really amazing nitrous controllers that, they're all digital. You don't need a laptop anymore. You can be sitting at the starting line and change, how much progression you want, how long, there are timers, they got outputs, relays built into them.
Yep.
You know.
That reminds me of something I saw, which is probably old news to good EFI tuners, but Glenn Hunter from New York, he runs that 56 Chevy that's red and white with the blower sticking out of the hood. He races that on E85. And as you probably know, E85 could be E80, E90, E3.2. You just don't know what's coming out of the pump. But in the OEGM hybrids, they have a sensor that knows how much ethanol is in the gasoline. And so he has that plumbed into his, I think, Big Stuff fuel system, or maybe it's a Holly. And it knows, and it changes his tune on the fly based on the mix of whatever's in his tank.
That's impressive. Shane
Yeah.
McClellan is also running E85 in that Nova.
Oh, really?
Guess what kind of fuel economy he's getting?
Oh, let me guess. Does he runs the 85 on the street, not
E85,
gasoline?
it's fuel injected.
Overdrive.
And
it's a 370 cubic inch motor.
Yeah.
I bet that thing can get 18.
7.
Why? Oh, because what?
7.
What? How?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
He blames the E85.
Well, I could see it if it was ethanol or, methanol.
Yeah.
That's half of gas, but really?
Yeah, and we were driving along, and it doesn't seem like the tune is that far out of whack because the air-fuel ratio was saying we're cruising at like 14, and I don't smell anything, but he's saying he's getting about 7 towing that trailer.
But it has air conditioning and it's a great car, so who
It
cares?
has air conditioning.
Next question. Oh, great question. Another update on the track. They are jamming really hard to fix the timing system, which is why you are listening to us instead of listening to horsepower. You can see down here, if you want to pan again, Sandon, just to show people what's up, that the scoreboards here got hit by lightning during rain last night. We're really glad we don't have that rain now, but you can see that thing is fragged. We might not have that scoreboard today, I would guess. We might have to get time slips, but they are fixing it up. And they are also working on the Christmas tree here. You can see that it's got one bulb on it. And there's the tower. So anyway, they're jamming to get that working. And the next question was, are we going to extend the program today? And the answer to that, I will say with fairly certain confidence, is yes. They did have a circle track race scheduled here for tonight, which meant that we had to be out of here at a certain time. Fortunately, yesterday they canceled that event. Is there news there? What's it say?
Oh, I love the internet and the technology here.
Actually, let me finish the statement. I believe we will be running a full program today. What's the technology?
The best part about this live stream thing, and it's so surreal to me, is that you and I are sitting here talking, and I'm getting texts from people, coworkers. You cats are killing me. Way to waste time. Or kill time.
KJ.
Yeah, KJ.
I called it.
Yesterday I was sitting on the wall by the starting line. I was watching cars, and then when something cool happened, I'd run over and interview him. And so I'm sitting on the wall, and he texts me, and he goes, get off the wall and get to work.
Yeah.
Julia texted me and said, that guy you're talking to's got a really sweaty back. The interaction's great.
The thing about the Fox Body Mustangs here is there's one here with a Buick V6. There's one here with a small block Mopar. There's a bunch of them with LS motors. There's 2 small block Chevys. There's 2 big block Chevys. So I text KJ from 50 Mustang yesterday, and I go, dude, you're missing it, bro. You got to be here. Some stuff's going down. And I told him that and just, wah, take that, Cage. Why are there more turbochargers than superchargers? At Drag Week, there's an issue of this thing called a belt. And it's really, really handy to be able to take the drive belt of your supercharger on and off and on and off to make the drives, because it's easier not to be spinning the thing on the highway, but it's so much more convenient to put a turbo on it. Also, are they really up to the level of technology on boost controllers for a centrifugal supercharger as they are with turbos? Not really, because the centrifugal needs to get RPM before it can start making boost. Some guys are running their centrifugals way, way more underdriven than they used to, so they can boost control them. But I think the turbo's just easier to deal with. What's your take on that?
Turbos, it's a good trend to have right now, and they're extremely efficient. They're easy on the crank. You don't have the shock of nitrous hitting something. When turbo builds boost, it happens in like I think something I read, like 180 degrees of crankshaft rotation, but like nitrous happens at about 30 degrees of crankshaft rotation, that cylinder pressure spike.
Yep.
And comparing it to centrifugal, I mean, I like centrifugal. It's easy to package in the car.
What I've always run at Bonneville.
Yeah, but I definitely see the lure of turbos, you know?
Yeah, that flat boost curve, I think, is one of the answers. Centrifugal, though, cheaper. Nitrous, way cheaper. So we're not making it sound like there's every car out here in the pits has got turbos. There are some really fast nitrous cars. Look at Mashmeyer.
The one thing, yeah.
Leading his class with a bunch of spray.
Oh, yeah. And the one thing I did notice, though, is a lot of these guys running turbos, if this was a real drag race heads up with a tree, they're hosed because they're sitting there for about 20 seconds spooling them. I don't know how happy their transmissions are on some of these cars that aren't building boost immediately, but they're lucky they're not having a reaction time contest.
That is a killer point, and it's one thing that's a soft spot on Drag Week is a lot of these cars couldn't win a drag race. Although Larson, you see him bang and pop.
Lutz too.
And Lutz, they've got the ability, though, to bump into the lights that a lot of these guys don't. Larson drove his car to a super gas event and raced, and didn't he make it to the quarters, or did he go semis?
I don't know how far he went, but I remember he drove to it, went a round or two, and then was driving away, and people were like, good
Angry.
God, no trailer.
Angry.
There's no trailer.
What do Lutz and Larson have to do to compete with Pro Mods? Those guys know way more about that than me. I'm concerned about the aerodynamic situation on a 66 Nova or a 57 Chevy versus a full-on swoopy blobular Pro Mod car.
Yeah.
Aero is a huge part of it. It's not as much horsepower at this point, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a weight issue for sure, but the aero is probably a bigger factor there. And,
Yeah.
and I know Larry he's told me he doesn't want to go 220 in his car, which is probably
and he's
what it
smart.
takes, you know?
And you know what? It adds a big validity to the argument about real cars versus Pro Mod cars, because I think the real steel cars almost can't compete, especially if somebody takes the Pro Mods to a level above what these guys are doing. Because these are slow Pro Mod cars, let's be honest. They're not in the fives, right?
No.
So we'll see. Hey, Dustin, stop flirting. How'd I do?
Yeah, do we have any of the cool videos we can show people?
What? You want to see interviews with drivers? They don't want us anymore?
I'm positive they don't want to see us anymore, and they'd love to see some of those videos we have of the cars and the drivers.
We don't got them.
Oh, we don't
Yeah,
have
they're going to
them.
save them for later.
Sorry, you get to keep looking
Yep.
at us. I don't know the reason why we can't.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the pre-roll, the pre-recorded. What they're asking about is why aren't we walking around in the pits talking to drivers instead of talking to us? We are actually tethered here by cords, which is why we can't do that. However, if you wanted to find somebody to bring them to us, we could talk to them on camera.
That's a great idea.
So they are working on. They're working on their cars. They're using this big break this morning to make their cars perfect, I guess, is the problem. They've asked a few people if they will come out here and talk to us, and they're like, no, I'm jamming. So we'll stay on.
My question
I've lost
was,
my
we have
ability
all
to
these,
speak clearly.
videos we shot yesterday. Well, how come we're not showing those yet?
Is there any dual chargers or dual turbo setups going on here?
Are there any dual superchargers?
Compound.
Oh, compound. No, I've never seen a compound here.
No,
I have
haven't
seen Roots blower with nitrous, which I love that combo. Roots blowers are awesome, as witnessed by Crusher Camaro.
Yeah, I haven't seen any compound systems here because they're complex and expensive, and not something you see in a street car very often.
Horsepower is not the problem here anymore. Everyone here, regardless of budget level, really can make way more power than they were making 10 years ago. And so I don't think we're going to ever see compounding here.
No,
unless a
probably not.
diesel shows up, which we used to have
We
a
used
diesel
to
class.
have diesels here.
Yeah.
But in fact, who had the diesel Mustang with nitrous? The NX guys?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
That car was cool.
It was really cool. And he ran one year outside the diesel class even and placed. So that was neat.
Wow. What should we talk about now?
I don't know. He's flirting again.
We can make fun of KJ. I know he's
They're
watching.
trying to figure out a way to get some racers show up. He's like, go ahead, talk for another 2 hours. It's no problem. Dustin here actually worked with me all the way back to the days of Car Junkie TV. Remember that when we first started
and you
doing
still
this
let
type
him
of
hang
stuff?
around.
Yep.
That's cool.
Still dragged him along. Oh, a drag radial class? 275 drag radial, outlaw drag radial? No. Why?
Wow. There's
You know-
a whole lot of people right now
Yeah.
that are not fans of you anymore.
Well, no, it's fantastic for what they do. I don't see a reason to do it at Drag Week. We've got enough limiting factors. We've
We
got
do.
the
We have a
drive.
lot of rules.
We have way too many classes. There's plenty of guys running on drag radials. What's that Nova run on?
Drag radials?
Yeah.
Drag radials?
Well, here's another reason why I will say that. We are in the 9th year of Hot Rod Drag Week. Look how many drag radial cars are out there who've never shown up. They're not interested in doing it. Look how many cars run in NMCA, which are hardcore race cars. They put on a great show. They're killer at what they do. They're not interested in driving it on the street 1,500 miles.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I'm surprised we don't have more.
Yep. Next question. Oh, you know what I'm waiting to see on Drag Week is what I was always talking about in the unlimited
Ooh.
class is like a Suncoast Roadster. You could show up with a
Fits the
super
rules,
gas
yeah.
car and whoo, that'd be ugly. Next question.
Oh, all right. Talk about daily drivers? Okay.
All right.
What
Do
do I
that.
drive every day? I switch cars a lot because my day's never the same. I'm either hauling parts for something we're working on, or I'm driving really far to go to a roadkill shoot. I don't know. It's different every day, but I'm usually in a 2010 Toyota Tundra pickup, which it's almost new, but it's really dented thanks to roadkill and things like that, and hauling motors and nitrous bottles in the bed and stuff. And I usually drive my wife's 69 El Camino because until I paint it, she refuses to drive it. The 55 Chevy is nowhere near running, so yeah, the El Camino or the Tundra is usually what I roll every day. What else
You ready
do
for me again?
Yeah, what do you drive every day? That's a loaded question.
I drive a lot of stuff every day. I'll have you know that I've been driving the 66 Buick convertible every day for a couple weeks.
The one with the stop sign and railroad sign for floorboards.
That's the one. And I have my 99 Dodge Ram V10 5-speed 4x4 that I bought new, and I drive my Grand Cherokee, and I occasionally drive my muscle cars. Why don't I do it every day? Because, I'm not drag week ready every single day of the week, and it blows to sit in the Crusher Camaro in traffic for an hour and a half to get to work, honestly.
Well, and at 6 miles to the gallon, you'd
Yeah.
be broke if you drove it to work every day.
In my truck, it costs me $28 to drive back and forth to work every day, which is why I sometimes hop in, other embarrassing cars.
Yeah.
So, you want to know what's going on?
Yeah, give me an update.
You want to know what's going on?
What's happening?
They're still working on the track here at Hot Rod Drag Week 2013. The timing lights are down because we got hit by lightning, and that's why we've been vamping here for a couple of hours. We are going to race today. It should be a full program. We're going to continue the live feed. What I'm going to do is walk down towards the starting line while you're telling more stories that will entertain people so much they'll want to share this with all their friends.
Okay.
And we're going to grab some racers who are waiting in the lanes and walk them out to me so that we can talk to them. And once we cut to that, you can wander down there and help me with that.
Okay.
In the meantime, there's another lot of things that you can do to stay involved with Drag Week 2013. Please stay on the live feed page. We really want you to be here when the big cars run, when we do go live. But open a new window and check out hotrod.com. There's a lot of stuff there. There's mini features on cars, stories about road trips. There's photos of insane burnouts, insane wheel stands, all kinds of stuff that you'll want to see so that you can really be informed once the live feed starts. There's results. There's videos. We got a ton of stuff there. Also look at facebook.com/hotrodmag. We're keeping that updated pretty frequently. Hopefully some of my staff members back home are keeping that alive while I'm here doing this. We also have Instagram/Hot Rod Magazine, where we're doing updates with photos all the time, kind of the coolest stuff. Last night I posted a picture of a roadkill frog stuck in Joe Barry's grill. So there's just sort of behind the scenes stuff like that going on Instagram. Also Twitter at Hot Rod Magazine. Alana is taking care of that all week long. We got a ton of followers there, and she might even be wandering the pits getting some information and things that she's posting about what is going on here today at Beech Bend here in Bowling Green. So you want to make sure to check out all of that. Also, on the YouTube Motor Trend channel, so youtube.com/Motor Trend, there are a ton of videos to watch. Professional quality stuff goes up there every single day. On the Hot Rod end of things, there's the Roadkill show that me and Finnegan do on road trips. There's Hot Rod Unlimited, which is a show we do every 2 weeks, and the topic of that is just kind of random. We do all sorts of things like, are you actually heading down with Finnegan to do the interviews? It's probably, yes, that is what they're doing. So they're going to make me talk to you for another 15 minutes while they sort that out, which is good. The Hot Rod Unlimited show is whatever we feel like doing. We've done wacky things like taking a Baja 1000 trophy truck and racing it against a Boss 302 Mustang at a road course. We've done things like tributes to some of the hot rodding pioneers. Most recently, we went and visited Larry Larson at his shop to get his take on Drag Week and the whole controversy that is going on surrounding it. That's one I think a lot of you are going to want to check into and look at. Larry, if you've only heard his name and have not seen the guy, is the biggest gentleman you'll ever run into. He is just the greatest guy we could possibly have involved in this part of the sport, and you'll get to see inside his shop where he does build pro mod cars. He also builds street cars. They've got a brand new Camaro in there. The guy rolled it in with no miles on it, and they are tubbing the thing out. Guy wants to run sevens with the air conditioning on. He wants to bring it to Drag Week. Brand new car. You'll see that in this video. So Hot Rod Unlimited, I think if you search Hot Rod Unlimited Larry Larson, you'll probably come up with that video. And we talked earlier about my Super Bee and the Crusher Camaro. The most recent episode of Roadkill is all about a road trip in those two cars. And Finney and I are not really joking around when we tell you how much time we spend working on all these different facets of Hot Rod Magazine. So when you watch that show, you'll see us really scrambling to just do something in 3 days to have fun as a couple of gearheads. But being able to drive that blown 700 horsepower Crusher Camaro and my 600-ish horsepower Super Bee up to from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City and back to go drag racing, and honestly to not quite make it with the Super Bee because of a flunkin', that's how my voice is going today, a sunken float. It's like a mini drag week. It's what we can pull off in these brief moments of time that we have between our job, and I hope you'll check that out. Once again, this live feed is brought to you by Pep Boys Speed Shops, and we were talking earlier about how that's actually a hardcore deal and they have real parts. You can get nitrous there. They do refills at some of the locations. They've got slicks. They've got Holly parts. They have all sorts of hardcore camshaft cylinder heads. There's 82 or 86 locations that they told me about, so there might be one near you. You want to go ahead and check that out. Also, we want to thank Gear Vendors for sponsoring all of Hot Rod Drag Week. They do have units in a lot of the cars out here, and they've been supporters for a long time. What's going to happen today once we do go live with drag racing is first a session for the really fast cars, then a session for the daily drivers, then an all-run session. And the way things are going here, that's probably going to go pretty late. Then there's going to be a break that is as short as we can possibly make it between the end of racing and the beginning of our awards ceremony. In between the racing and the awards ceremony, we are going to continue with the live feed so that you can keep that up. And what we're going to do there is I've brought a bunch of photos to the video guys, which they're not preparing right now. We might want to run and get that hard drive with photos for you. And we have a bunch of photos that we are going to use to do a slideshow of the stuff that myself and Wes Allison have been shooting all week long. And it's going to give you a real behind-the-scenes look at what happens at Drag Week, because some of the shots are from the track because we got some amazing wheel stands and burnouts and things. Most of them, though, are from the pits so that you can see what these guys do struggling in order to make this happen. We also have a lot of shots from the road. I wish there was a way to live feed the junk that goes down on the highway in between Drag Week tracks. That is the thing that you will never experience unless you're here, which is why you gotta do this someday. The racing is cool, the competition is great, but on the highways where all of the camaraderie comes together, people helping each other in the middle of nowhere. I have literally seen transmissions out of cars at the side of the road or in a gas station parking lot and stuff like that. It really happens. Frequently, guys are changing lifters in the middle of the road. People will do anything to stay in Drag Week. There's other cars that just have no problem zooming right by. I mean, a Hocus's Pro Mod car has had no issues this week except for, I think they've changed the alternator twice. And so that happens as well, but you don't get to see that unless you're on the road. So once again, you need to come to Drag Week for that, but I'm going to give you as much a look at the behind the scenes of it as I can through our photography of what has gone down all week long. And in addition to just having great stories about what's happened, they're really great photographs. Some of them from me, most of them from Wes Allison, who shoots for us. So after that whole slideshow presentation, we're going to go into the awards ceremony. Gear Vendors has rented a tent for us here, which is pretty cool. And at the end of the day, everybody packs in there. It's like a big family. Again, you can't understand it until you've been to Drag Week, and you're going to see sweaty, greasy, grown men crying at the fact that they actually made it through this entire event and that they've won their classes. We've seen that a few years in a row, and it's just mind-blowing what this really means to people, because they're not racing for money here at all. And let's be honest, a lot of them are not racing just for the exposure either, not for getting in Hot Rod Magazine or being on a live feed. It's a sense of personal accomplishment. This is really hard to do. There's a lot of cars here that are dropping out that aren't making it, that they're not fast cars, they're in the 12s, but it takes that same level of effort to get them all throughout the week as it does the super, super fast cars. And so they can come home after the end of the week and say, I made it. I've seen guys out here struggling with 13-second cars that they drive every day back home. Some freak thing happens when they show up at drag week, and they're working on it all week long, but they say, you know what, I'm not quitting. I'm going to make it. It's a lot to me like what we do in land speed racing. I'm a Bonneville racer. I love doing that, and there is no glory in it. You're racing for a record and a sticker and nothing else. Very much like what happens here. And you'll see a lot of that when we go to the awards ceremony late tonight. The other thing I'd really ask you to do is share everything that we've got going on here on the web. I know right now the live feed is just us talking, but later it is going to be going to Insane Racing. And so once we do that, please share it with all your friends. Help us get a lot of numbers up, especially because we've had the delay today. In doing that, you will help us get this sponsored again next year, and we really want to see that. The good news now is that we're going to go away from this spot right here. It's no longer going to be just me and Finnegan talking. We have rounded up some racers to talk to. Finnegan's down there on the starting line with them now. So let's go ahead and toss to Mike Finnegan and some racers in the staging lanes.
Yeah.
Like I don't already spend enough time on the Motor Trend channel. I'm gonna have 20 hours.
Right now? Okay, we are back near the pits by the grandstands right now, and we're going to meet some of the drivers, some of the talent here at Drag Week. And I've got the future of drag racing right here with me. I've got Chance and Alex, and you guys, this is your first Drag Week event, but it's also your first drag strip racing because you just turned 16 in August. You turned 16 when in July? All right, and you're driving your dad's 57 Buick. You've got your 67 Camaro, 68 Camaro. Why do people keep telling me it's a 67? All right. I haven't even looked at the car. That's how on the ball I am here. All right, and I hear we've got a grudge matchup coming between the two of you. Whose idea was that?
Well, I think I originally sort of thought of the idea, and then I talked to you about it, and then it was just basically down to tracking Alex down about it, and then sort of talked to her mom and talked to Alex, and then we sort of tried to put the whole thing together.
Cool. And Alex, your story is unique because your dad, Dennis, owns a restoration shop, builds amazing cars, and I've heard that you pretty much built your own Camaro.
Yes, and starting in July, me and my dad started working on it, and for 2 months, we had 2 months, and we finished it in 2 months, and got it to Drag Week. So me and my dad, and my mom, she actually helped, and we worked on it together and finished it. So
Very cool. And how quick have you gone at Drag Week?
11:95 was my fastest yesterday, and it's running pretty consistent. So we'll see if we can speed it up a little today.
Wow. And what class are you in right now?
Daily driver.
Okay, so you're at 11:95. That's your quickest. What's your average so far this week? Do you know?
Honestly, I don't know. I've checked it out yesterday, but I can't remember right now. So.
And Chance, I know you've got a Camaro back home that I imagine you'd rather be shoeing right now than the Buick because you don't want to get beat by a girl. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we were actually thinking about which car to take because we have both the 69 Camaro and the 57 Buick, but we're actually having a twin-turbo Buick built by Larry Larson, and since we have that car being built and we actually have it down here at the track now to basically just show it off next to the Buick we have that's completed, just to show sort of the vision of how it's going to look like, what it's going to be, and just sort of have it next to one that's actually completed so we can sort of see what it's actually going to be like. And we also have another third person riding with us, and the Camaro doesn't have 3 seats. But I really wish we could have been driving the Camaro because it's about 4 seconds faster than the Buick, and that's a lot more fun to drive.
That's right, and eventually we'll see your dad's 57 in the Unlimited class, which will be cool. But for now, we're going to focus on you guys. Hopefully this afternoon we get to see this race go off for everybody and yourselves. So let's go, let's check back in with David, see what he's going on right now. Oh, we're not going to David at all. All right, cool. Okay, well, we're not going back to David, but I see a bunch of people standing around right now that we can also talk to. So we'll let you guys go. And why don't we get Tom Bailey over here? Hey, Tom, you got a minute? Okay. Thanks. Can I get near a car? That would be cool. I like cars.
Mike, if you could push back closer.
Sure. Tell me when we're good. We're back in the pits here, and we're standing with Tom Bailey, who is currently leading the Unlimited class by a pretty good margin. And you're doing something right now that nobody's ever done before, and frankly, I didn't think it could happen. You've put a 6 down at every track we've been to so far. Was that the goal coming into Drag Week?
Yes.
Okay.
The long answer, yeah.
You want to elaborate? I mean, is that the only goal? Did you actually want to win Drag Week, or did you just want to go a 6 at every track?
Well, I think it's a battle against you and your car more than the competitors. The competitors, how everything shakes out is how it shakes out. But I mean, it's you and the car, and that's what you're trying to sort out all week, and you're trying to meet your goals. And our goal was to run a 6 at every track. So if everybody else did that and they did that quicker, so be it. But that's what we wanted to do.
Okay. The one thing I'm really curious about right now is if you get another 6 today, if you win this whole deal, you've accomplished your goal. Is there a motivation to come back and defend it? Do you even care, or are you done?
Oh, no, I just walk away. I'm done. Pack my bag. No, of course I'll
Throw the mic down and walk away like a G. Nice. That's cool. So you would come back?
Oh, absolutely. No, it's a great time. I mean, there's nothing out there. I mean, I've done some legs of the Power Tour. I mean, I've done a lot of well, not a lot, but a little car shows and stuff like that. That's not me. I mean, this is the camaraderie you get with the guys here. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, we see each other, most of these guys, once a year, and it's awesome. I mean, everybody helps everybody. Everybody's out there to do it. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, obviously, I mean, if Larry was here and I needed a part and I was beating him, he would give me the part. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, it's a man versus his car. I mean, nothing.
Yeah, you're all in the same boat, and it doesn't matter whether you've got a 12-second car or a 6-second car. It's man versus road, like you said. It's torture week more than anything, and so you guys share something in common that most people on this planet will never understand, which is impressive. And Steve, I wanted to talk to you. I'm probably out of the loop on this deal, but I always knew you as a guy who was not so much a turbo guy, but more into blowers. And you really seem like you've got a handle on this setup in his car. Am I totally out of the loop there, or have you been doing turbos for a long time?
Yeah, you're just out of the loop. No, I've been doing turbos for a few years now, and we're just getting more and more into them. I still do primarily Pro Charge stuff. I mean, that's still my bread and butter. But certain applications, lend themselves better to the turbo stuff, and Pro Chargers really have a really good niche depending on where they're at. And the other cars that I have here were Pro Charge cars. I have one other LS car here with a twin turbos, and the other ones were Pro Charge. So, we're getting it pretty diversified. But if it's boosted, that's what I do.
So a guy comes to you, and says, "I want to run Drag Week." What and let's just say he wants to run a Pro Charge deal, and another guy comes to you and says, "I want to run turbos." How is the engine build different for you? Are there bearing clearances that are different? Is cam selection? I mean, what's difference between a Pro Charge deal and a turbo deal?
Base long block is going to be the same. Block crank rods, pistons. That's going to be the same. Camshaft selection clearly it's significantly different in between the two different styles of the engines, between two different power adders. Sometimes we'll do a little bit different cylinder head for turbo stuff than what we do in a Pro Charge deal. To be any problem. So fairly similar. You know, it's pretty well. Like the one guy we had here that unfortunately had to drop out, Jim Bailey. No relation to him. He was a turbo motor that we converted to a Pro Charge motor for drag week, and he was doing great up until yesterday. You know, but real minimal stuff to make a conversion over on that kind of thing.
All right. And I know you guys had a pretty rough go of it last year. I know you had some valve train trouble. Ran into Johnny Law at one point and got a ticket. And no ticket? Oh, all right. And I know, I think I talked to you like 3 days before the event. You were still having valve train troubles. What was the fix? What was the solution? I imagine you want to talk about that probably.
Yeah, we had it was terrible, to tell you the truth. So when we left drag week last year, you know, we had put new rockers on it, and we kind of dilly-dallied around a little bit through spring, and said, look, all we want to do is we want to go sort the car out, and then we're going to rebuild and go through the complete engine. And I had in my shop every single part to rebuild this engine: valves, springs, retainers, keepers, rods, pistons. I had everything sitting there. We went to Chicago for a race in July, August, something like that. End of July. And we make one pass, and it drops a valve and destroys the cylinder head, block. I mean, it just destroys everything. And I got everything sitting there to rebuild it. All we wanted to do was make like 2 or 3 hits on a thing. So it really put us way behind the 8 ball. So we get it back. We had to come up with cylinder heads. Nobody wants to make cylinder heads that fast, and so we're getting a big pinch. So this doesn't even have as good a cylinder head on it as what we originally have for it. So we just had to do what we could do. And so we got it back together. We go out to test with it. The car's pretty good, but it had some little glitches. We're only running 8th mile stuff. And said, okay, let's, I think we're getting there. We're getting pretty close. Let's go run it one more time. Take it back to the track the next day. Bang, kicks the rocker arm off of it. And so it broke the stand bolts right off the justles and kicks the stand up. And it's not uncommon, especially with Big Chief style stuff. And but that motor had never particularly had that problem before. We did change exhaust rockers from aluminum to the steel rocker, yeah. And so quite apparently it's putting all the harmonics, and it puts everything into the rocker arm and the stand instead of aluminum rockers absorbing it. So fix it, weld it all together. I'm trying to come up with a one-piece stand. Didn't have enough time to make a one-piece stand myself, so I'm welding pieces and I'm making things work and fit and upgrading stuff as best we can. So this was last week. And so then we go to the track on Thursday night. There's a track rental on Thursday night. So this is 7 days ago or whatever. And so we go to the track, and this car will not even come up. All I did is fix the rocker arms. This car will not even come up on the trans brake. It won't even do it. At first, it wouldn't even do a burnout. And so it's just kind of shaking her head, and I'm thinking, I don't even know what's going on. I'll just take it back with me. So I get back on Friday morning at 2:30 in the morning. So I work on it all day on Friday, throwing parts at it, throwing ignition, throwing EFI. I'm throwing everything at it because I can't figure out why this car makes no power, not enough power to even come up on trans brake. And couldn't figure it out. So it's late Friday afternoon, and the only thing I talked to Tom, and I said, look, if you were just some new customer that came to me and brought me this car, I'd just tell you the converter's junk. You can't, it's too tight. That's why it won't spool up, why it won't come up on a brake. Said, I know we just made passes on it yesterday, but I don't know. So he called up Bryant Goldstone. Bryant had a problem with his. He says, yeah, I got a converter. You want to borrow it? So I said, yep. So I sent one of my guys down to Indiana to go pick up this converter. He comes back up. We put it in overnight, started up at night, it was like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night on Friday night. And it comes in and goes up on the rev limiter. It's like, okay, I think it's fixed. But, you got this feeling like this just doesn't make sense. I mean, we just made a pass on this. I tear the old converter apart. I mean, it's not broke. There's nothing bad in it. I can't see anything wrong. And it's like, I don't know. Let's put it in a trailer and go.
So you headed to drag week thinking you had the thing fixed, but you really didn't know because you really didn't know what was wrong with the old converter. So that's got to be a pretty sketchy feeling coming out here. And
when we pulled it apart and couldn't find anything wrong. So, I mean, everything looked normal in the old converter. So, because it was a bolt together. So, but.
Wow. So that must have been a huge relief to lay down that 6 then on day 1 of drag week after going through everything you guys went through just to get here.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we were hoping to make one pass on Sunday after registration, but by the time that cluster got done and it started raining, so then it turned into, same as always, well, I guess Monday morning we'll figure it out. So, well, luckily it figured itself out, and it was good. So.
All right, last question here. We've got amazing weather right now and probably a track that's going to be pretty good. If we get a scoreboard lit up, how quick do you think you can go today? And do you even want to turn the wick up on this deal?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to go out there and just make a decent pass to begin with, and then we'll come back and see if we can do a little tune-up on it and see what it'll do. So
are we talking like mid-6 maybe?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what it'll do.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for talking with me, guys. I appreciate it. I know you're busy fellows with that race car. We'll see. Tony Sanchez, and you are the only guy here, I'll bet, with an AMC Javelin with an AMC engine still in the Javelin. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing amazing. I'm horsepower heaven right here, you know, and a special group of people who have the nuts to drive their cars on the street and the drag strip. So this is a good day. You drove all the way from Arizona, right?
Well, not in the car, but we brought motorhome towing the car.
Oh, okay.
1,700 miles.
That's still a long haul just to start this deal, you know, and obviously drag week is hard on parts. It's hard on you know, the mental aspect, the physical aspect of having to drive that much. How is the AMC holding up right now?
It's holding up pretty good. We made it. We lost reverse in the car Monday. And
so you've been driving around not being able to back up.
we pushed it out of the hotels and stuff.
Have you gotten any dicey areas now because of the not having reverse? Because I know some of these checkpoints, you get into them and they're hard to get back out.
Yeah, we kind of screwed up a couple of times, and I made a U-turn in front of a sheriff, and and went into the street and came back out, and he pulled up next to me and slowed down, and I turned off. He didn't follow me, so we came out all right.
I believe you're third in your class right now, right? Do you have any plans to turn the wick up on this thing and go quicker today?
Try today I didn't do any tuning all week, so all I'm going to do, I'm going to make a pass just like it's been, and then I'm going to go back and jet it up and then see how that does, the change, and then go back and loosen the valve lash. I'm running it real tight for the drive to try and make it. So.
What have you thought of the tracks you've been at this so far? What was your favorite one?
Well, Indy hooked the best, and it ran the best time there. But they're all been pretty good tracks. There's a little. I've been screwing up a couple of times because I'm only making one pass, kind of, and I didn't do a good enough burnout in Memphis, and it just spun on the line. Ran a 1088, but the car ran fine.
Cool. Are you aware of our Spirit of Drag Week award?
Yeah.
Okay, and that award, for those of you at home that don't know what it's about, it's a special award for somebody that exemplifies what this deal is all about. You know, a guy that thrashes on his car all week and, you know, never gives up, a guy that pulls over and helps everybody he sees broke down. Have you got any suggestions for who we should give that to?
A guy named Mike, well, I don't even know, he's with some other guys in a gold Grand Prix. They lent me a MSD 6AL box when we were at the first checkpoint from St. Louis that I blew a battery. The battery went out and blew the MSD box up, and we were trying to get it going, and he pulled up, and he had an MSD 6, and we stuck it in the car. That's what's in there now.
I actually met Mike, and he told me that story, and he goes, "Man, we were in such a hurry. I don't even know who I gave it to." And I said, "Well, dude, it's drag week. That guy will find you, and Karma's good here. He'll make sure you get it back."
Yeah, it's awesome. That was everybody's helping out. Someone lent me a voltmeter to take on the drive. Because the battery was overcharging, so you can't really get too many parts for an AMC running around. So what I did is I took the alternator field current wire and ran the wires inside the toggle switch, and we drove from Memphis here with a toggle switch turning the alternator on and off periodically to regulate the battery.
That's a good MacGyver roadside type fix, and we have a lot of that here at Drag Week. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and I hope today goes well for you.
Thanks. Nice.
Good luck.
Nice talking to you. Thank you.
All right, this is Ross Dudley, and you have an amazing yellow Roadrunner, and you are currently on the outside looking in at the 32-car field of bracket racers here, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Does the car have anything left in it? Can you get in the field, you think?
It's going to be tough. We need two 100s. We've done everything possible. We've taken every last thing out of the car we can to lighten it up. I didn't have breakfast this morning. The carbs jetted to what we think is right for today. It's nice. Going to be nice air today. It is nice air. The car is to its optimum. If we get in, I think somebody else is going to have trouble because we're at the limit of our car, I think. Yeah.
All right. And how's your week gone so far? Have you had any major breakdowns? Have you had to help anybody that had a major breakdown? What's been going on?
Nothing major. Everybody helps with the small stuff for everybody else, but we haven't come across anybody that needed major help, and we haven't had any real issues ourselves. So it's been a good week. Yes, yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be a great day. We've had issues getting the bracket race off the last couple of years, thanks to Mother Nature, but today that doesn't look like it's going to be a problem. How's your reaction times been? Because that's going to matter at this point.
Well, actually, my nickname is Red Light Ross, and I haven't red lighted once this week, and they've been good. So I'm hoping that I can do that today if I make the race.
I wasn't going to bring the name up just because I didn't want to jinx you, but you opened the door. So, Ross, where and when and how many times have you red lit that you earned that nickname?
Only once and very badly, and at this track, the first year we came in Drag Week that we raced here, Steve Eden, I had been putting it to him all week, no problem. He offered me lane choice. I was a nice guy, said, no, you go ahead, you're already on this side. I went to the other side, bad stage, everything was bad. Anyhow, to make a long story short, I red lighted against Steve, and he went on to win the jacket that year. So that's, no, that name didn't come at that day. Mysteriously in 2010, when that sticker that's on my bumper mysteriously appeared, and it took me a long time to nail the culprits down, and to this day they still haven't admitted to it, but the name is stuck.
Who was it that stickered your car?
Oh, it was Steve Eden and his buddy Pete, for sure, yeah.
Oh, those guys. All right, well, we're happy you're here. We're glad you made it all the way here because we know how difficult it is to survive 5 days of torture week. And are you going to come back next year?
Oh, absolutely. We were just joking. We crossed one border to get here. We got to cross this border today to stay here. So we'll be back next year for sure.
All right, well, good luck.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming out, Ross.
Hey, we're back. I'm here up near the starting line with Hot Rod staffer Brandon Galogly. I haven't even seen you all week. What's been going on?
I've been running around trying to get interviews with guys in the pits, and I've been shooting with Wes here on the starting line, and I'm hoping to get down towards the big end and get some parachute bloom photos because no one has that yet. So
Yeah, we haven't done that yet. That's a good call because there's a lot of cars here that are fast enough to need them, and it's cool to see a full-on street car with a parachute out the back. So yeah, I applaud you for that decision. What's the gnarliest thing that you've seen this week as far as like wreckage on the road?
well, we were following with the Bob and Richard Guido in their car, and just the thrashing those guys did to get that thing back on the road is really impressive. So
That's the '69 Camaro that hit both, or sorry, Mustang that hit both walls, and then they pounded it back out. You were with them that whole day, right?
Yeah.
How long did it take them to get that front suspension fixed?
they had guys. There was a spectator here who has been a Power Tour veteran who saw. He was a local guy, came in. He decided to go help them out. Someone else showed up who had taken off factory parts from a first gen Mustang, so they had factory parts ready, but they ended up going to a couple shops, bending and pressing in new ball joints, bending the arm back, got it back in, and we hit the road about 7 o'clock.
So the whole front suspension was mashed in on the left-hand side?
Yeah. That's on the driver's side.
There's a video on hotrod.com, and also Brandon wrote up a blog item about his experience with that. So if you check out hotrod.com or even the Hot Rod YouTube page, you'll get to see not only the a pickup of the live feed video where he hits both walls, and he cuts right in front of Tom Jingle in his 40 Ford. And I can't even imagine. Do you talk to that guy? That was a diaper moment for sure.
Yeah, Tom was a little upset. He's like, man, that guy hit both walls and still is faster than me. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he ran a 12-1. It's normally an 1180 car. He did a 12-1 smacking both walls. Almost hit Tom. And then, so we've got that footage as well as an in-car camera. He had a GoPro rolling on his dash when he smacked the walls. And then our intrepid video guys ran up to the top end and talked to him while they were loading his junk on the trailer and got some footage of them actually fixing the car. So check that out on hotrod.com. And are you bringing in Bob?
Yes. Bringing in Bob.
Bob Perrine, come on in. New York Bob, Crazy Bob. Good to see you, man.
Nice to see you.
Bob has been on so many Hot Rod Magazine events. He's done Power Tour, Drag Week, and the Hot Rod Fastest or Top Speed Shootout at Maxton, North Carolina, and now at Wilmington, Ohio. He's got that 56 Chevy that is white on the bottom and black on the top. How many years have you been doing this with us?
Since Power Tour since '06 and Drag Week from '09, and Maxton was in '09 also.
Wow, that is so cool. I mean, I don't think there's anybody. I mean, there's people who've done all three events, but nobody as many times as you have.
All because of him.
All because of me.
Him, he's cost me millions.
I have. You've been vocal about some criticism of the event too. Why don't you spill it out? Let me know.
I'd like to see the last day end up a drag race for all the classes. Some kind of bracket, time trial, qualify all week, and then the last day I'd like to see the big guys run each other.
So you would take all of the times that we get in each class and put that on a ladder and do a heads-up shootout or a bracket race on all the different classes?
2 or 4 or 6 or 8, whatever number you want. I mean, that's my thought. Everybody's got their own idea, okay?
Oh no, there's no bad opinion, especially for someone like you who's been here so many times, and you know how it works. You know how many cars are in the classes and everything like that. It's an interesting thought. I guess my first reaction to it is there aren't enough cars in so many of the classes to do that. But you'd like to see even, let's say last year, Larry and Jeff.
Larry and Jeff are a couple of the smaller. I mean, you got 2 guys and they're within a second. Give the guy a chance to mow him down.
Would you then take the winner of that race and make them the winner of the event?
That would be the winner. The drag race the last day would be the winner.
So Bob is saying throw out the 5-day average and make everybody take the average, put that on a ladder, and do a heads-up shootout on the last day.
Yes, but I'm not saying you don't hit. If there's 30 cars in the class, you don't have to take all 30. Make it the last 4. The fastest 4, fastest 2.
Okay. I get what you're saying. You know, that has some value in the fact that guys are going to show up here, as they will today, and throw the huge nitrous jet, all the boost, and it would make it just a bloodthirsty shootout on the last day. I like that.
You'd have to think this out a little bit, David. I'm not too good on that stuff. So
you're not too good at thinking things out. That's why he's run all our events. He's not that good at thinking things out.
Maybe you would have to establish a breakout or something. But I hate to see that too, though. But
yeah.
it's a thought.
No, that's an interesting thought. That's actually really cool. How about you've been to Maxton and Wilmington since, what did you say?
'09.
Anything that should change there? Would you like to see?
Perfect.
Would you like to see the cars that are in the street classes there have to make a drive or a cruise before they race there in the standing mile for the top speed winner?
I don't know if that's so important for that race. All these cars can make the drive. Typically, if you wanted to add that as a, but I don't see that necessary. No, Wilmington's nice because it's low key. It's so different than drag racing. It's not even the same thing. I wouldn't change it much.
And I was just thinking, Eric Yost has been to both events, right?
Yeah. Yes, he has.
He ran, Eric Yost, you longtime Drag Week fans will recognize as running the Dirty Bird, which is like a 88-ish Firebird, third-gen Firebird that was white and filthy. And he won Pro Street out here a bunch of times. He's taken podium here. In other words, he scored third place at Drag Week, but was not in the unlimited class. He was faster than some of the unlimited cars. And he went to Maxton and ran 241.
Yeah. Can you imagine 241 with the same car?
And he was back there this year. Was he running the Dirty Bird at Wilmington? I thought I saw him in April when we were out there with the Monza.
I think he was in the Dirty Bird, wasn't he, in April? I believe he was.
I think so. And, of course, in April, we were there with the Monza. You were there with your 56. And didn't Lutz drive your car there?
Well, Lutz drove it, and so did Mr. Finnegan drove it. Mr. Finnegan has the fastest time in my car. How sad is that?
That's what I was going to ask. Tell us about that. How quick did he go versus you?
He went almost a mile an hour faster, but I was in the pits. An old timer went by, asked me what I was doing. I said, I'm trying to get some more mile per hour. He said, put more air in the rear tires. I put 10 pounds in the rear tires, and that guy goes out and beats me by a mile an hour.
That's the speed secret, I guess. That's awesome.
10 pounds of air picked up a mile an hour.
Well, yeah, reduces the rolling resistance and contact patch. That's and bigger wheel. Wow, that's pretty big. I'll have to look into that.
It happened.
Hey, I think Brandon called you up here to talk about something specific, and I kind of took over. Was there something he was going to chat with you about?
No, I don't think so.
Nope, that was it? Oh, okay. I just sort of mooched the mic. I guess I'm the ham. He owes you money. That was awesome. Hey, Bob, thanks so much for being a part of all the Hot Rod events. It's so cool.
This so much. You just helped drag racing on all of us. And the magazine now is just, it's great.
So nice of you to say.
I don't read it in a day anymore. It takes me a week.
I like to hear that.
That's a big difference. That's a really big difference. You can see it. Anybody who reads it has been reading. I've got every magazine since 1959.
Really? 1959? You weren't born in 1959. You were a fetus.
I'm 68.
You're 68? Yeah. Don't look a day over 67. All right. Thank you very much again. Really appreciate it. I'm with the guys here from Pep Boys Speed Shop who are sponsoring this live feed that you're watching, also co-sponsor a Drag Week. They've been here all week helping racers out. I've been thrashing out here, so I haven't really had a chance to catch up with them. Dudes, what's been going on?
We have had an absolutely great time here all week. Since we got here last week and really didn't know what to expect and had a chance to talk to everybody, this whole thing has just been a whirlwind of activity from day till night and starting back up the next day again.
And I know before the race I had emailed you guys a list of here's what I think is going to break and here's what you should have on hand. Was I anywhere close?
You were. It was actually a pretty good list, and we took and built off of it, and but I'll tell you what, we've been taking a lot of notes because we do have next year we're going to mix the assortment up a little bit different. But all in all, I think we had a pretty good assortment. We've got a lot of racers out of trouble, which was really our intent.
So I liked that next year statement. You guys will be back?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
We wouldn't miss it. Wouldn't miss it for the world.
So that's a signed contract right there. Thank you very much. No,
contract.
I can't think of a better fit for this event because it's not just Pep Boys that has everything, but it's Pep Boy's speed shop. And I have been telling people all week on the live feed, and it sounds like an advertising pitch, and it kind of is because we love what you're doing for us, but it's the truth. You guys are hardcore racers, and the guys who manage your shops are also hardcore. I've been to a couple out in our area, and then they know what's up. You don't walk in and say, you know what, I need a PHA 8A oil filter, and they go, for what kind of car? They know what they're talking about. And you manage a store?
I don't. Jeremy, the one guy back at the 10, he manages our store in Baltimore, Maryland. Glenn Burney does a great job. He's our #1 speed shop manager in the company. I oversee the speed shops on the East Coast, and all the way from New England down to Florida.
And you're also racing the Monza out here. What is the story on that?
Well, that's a car that I built 12 years ago. It's a bracket race. And I built another car since, a Vega, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to keep this car, have a little fun with it. So I kept it, put it on the street, and then when this opportunity came up, like literally 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'm like, I got to get this car ready for drag week in 3 or 4 weeks. But we pulled it off, and the car made the trip, only with a couple snafus.
So you did drive it. You weren't trailering it, even though you're a sponsor.
Oh no, we did the full grind. It was a blast. It was really cool.
Tell people about. I take the road trip, but it's as the guy in the rental car taking photos. I'm literally on the computer in the car all day long, and I don't get to really absorb it. As somebody who was right in there, what's it like to be on drag week on the highway?
It's crazy. I'll tell you, I really didn't know what to expect. I mean, I've obviously driven the car, but not at that kind of distance. And, a little car like that, black interior, the car ran at times 230-degree coolant temperature, 30 pounds of oil pressure at times, and 140-degree interior temperatures. It's brutal. Yeah. It is absolutely brutal.
And that's just a how fast car?
It went 1020 at 133. I think it's got a little more in it, though.
Okay, so yeah, you're not just messing around. You got a serious car. What's it like though with the other competitors on the road? Did you run into people? Did you help people?
We never actually ran into anybody, which was a good thing. but we followed them the whole way. Yeah. No, we made the trip with them. We went along the checkpoints and made the trip, and we would get calls on our cell phones. We had 2 phones set up just for drag week, and guys would call us and say, this is my car, this is what happened, do you happen to have one of these in the truck? And a lot of the times we did. And so we hooked up with them at the Denny's or wherever they pulled over, and we handed parts out.
Day one was absolutely crazy. I think we literally stopped, 5 to 7 times to get racers out of a jam, and it made our trip very delayed, but it was worth it. We really took a lot of value in just helping people out.
Well, and that's a big part of it just for a guy who's not a sponsor as well. People stop and help each other on this deal all the time. It's really what makes it cool. We're going to run in between the end of racing today and the awards ceremony. We're doing a slideshow of all the cool stuff that we saw on the live feed. We're doing a slideshow of the cool stuff we saw on the road so that the audience can sort of get that idea of what goes on as well.
Well, we were so happy to be here and be hooked up with the live feed piece so people could watch what we got to see here in person, and we're glad for everybody who's been tuning in, and keep your eyes open because today's going to be an amazing day.
Have you had a chance to watch your live feed at all?
Actually, I have not.
Not either. My buddies are watching it pretty religiously. Thank you, and they've been texting me, and they're putting the times on there to go back and watch it. But I haven't had a chance. But I heard it's awesome.
Well, with your help this year and with the help of our guys from our media side, it's been mind-blowing. The quality of the live feed is so much better than it ever has been. We used to have a camera on a stick, and we'd sit here and pan down the track. And now with the 2 cameras and the cutting in between them and the inserts of videos that are pre-recorded, go look at the replays, and it's actually really cool.
We'll be absolutely watching it, and that's a testament to what you guys have pulled together to make this available to people across the country, across the world. I mean, I know there's some people in Australia who are watching those guys and seeing how they're doing every day. And it's cool to see.
We can look at the stats on the live feed, and we've got people from Australia, Russia, Buenos Aires, Sweden. I mean, it's amazing how this really reaches everywhere. What's the most far-flung location where there's a Pep Boys store?
Well, we got Puerto Rico. We got 27 in Puerto Rico, so I'm going to say that's pretty far-flung.
Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's super cool. You know what I would love to do, and video Dustin here is going to roll his eyes because he knows what a nightmare this would be. It would be so cool to be able to live feed from the road and show some of the guys like taking engines out in parking lots. Rick Prospero here with transmission on his chest 3 times a week. I would love to see that. So will you be buying the satellite dish next year? No pressure.
Mobile satellite dish. Let's talk about that after the broadcast.
We'll do that. No, I really, really appreciate what you've done for the event. Thanks a lot for being here and being so cool.
Thank you.
Yep. Back this time with racer Rick Prospero, who's been with Drag Week 4 times.
5 actually. This will be my 6th year of competing. So.
And you started off, I think, with just like a crate motor and a turbo and stepped it up the whole time. And he's now got an average in his class of 799 over 4 days. He's running that tan 65 Nova. It's a wagon, which makes it really identifiable. Used to be kind of a wheel stander, but it looks like you got the chassis sorted out and that thing just scoots down the track now. How's your week been?
Been pretty good. We haven't had too many incidents. The drives have been really, really nice. The only thing that's kind of killing us right now is a little bit of heat. The car's running a little warm, but we managed to go ahead and make all the rides. So.
But last year you had the transmission literally on your chest every day, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately I had some issues last year, but this year I kind of smartened up and I took the program myself and I went ahead and started putting them together myself, and they've done really well. So.
You have a transmission in another couple guys' cars here too, don't you? I thought
the gentleman Eric Beyer with the '69 Blue Nova that wheel stood. That's my tranny in his car, so it's working really well.
We've got a cool photo sequence of that thing on the website, which I know you look at because you actually woke up this morning to be here, didn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I put a photo on the site yesterday of him asleep in the hotel room, literally with his hands on the laptop, passing out after a long day of tuning on the car. Were you having an issue, or are you just trying to work on it?
Just trying to find a little more horsepower and trying to ease it out of the gate. As you can tell, we're trying to kill power because it's a limited stock suspension tire car. So we're just trying to ease it out at about 300 feet and then just pour 35 pounds at it and see if it'll hold. So.
Tell me just a bit, actually, I'm kind of interested. I remember you the first time you were here. I walked up and talked to you in a hotel parking lot and really loved the car. Am I right? It was a crate motor and 1 turbo?
No, actually, I built the engine myself, but it was a stock block, big block. We started running 10s with the car, and it was a twin turbocharged at that point, but I was in the infant stage of the learning curve. So we've been really pushing it hard, and we're trying to get that thing to run in the 7s, and we finally got it there. So.
You touched 7s last year, didn't you?
Yeah, we went a couple strings of 7s, 794, 793. This year we bested it with a 792, and that's with a 140, 160 foot. So it's a lot left in it.
Sweet.
Live, so.
And so you, like a lot of guys, are going to make a safety pass here, and then you're going to let it all hang out?
I'll tell you right now, I do have some, may have an electrical issue I'm not sure of, and I also may have hurt a lifter. So I'm going to do a death pass right off the bat, and then if I have to pull the intake, I want to put lifters in it.
Nice. That's the Drag Week spirit. So you're going to go out there and just sort of secure your position if you can, then change lifters in the pits, and then go out there and kill it. This is why you want to not be away from that live feed. That is just so killer. What else was I going to ask you about on that car? I forget.
I just wanted to point out, and the car is a little bit on the heavy side, and it makes a lot of horsepower, so it eats parts. So you just kind of, you got a fine line of keeping it on the road. But this year's been very fortunate for us.
Define a lot of horsepower.
We're probably making upwards of about 2,000 crank horsepower, and the car is a little over 4,000 pounds with me in it. So.
$4,000? How did you manage to make it $4,000?
There's a lot of pieces and parts to that car. We kind of build everything ourselves. We don't worry about weight. The turbos like the weight, so we just keep piling it on, and it seems to like it.
So the weight actually puts more load on the turbo and helps them spool at like right out of the gate?
Right out of the gate, it loads them up, and it starts to wind them up pretty quick, and we actually build boost a little bit faster because of the load.
And you've got your transmission in there. You've got a gear vendors on it this year too.
Yeah, I went back to the gear vendors. Rick Johnson was gracious enough to help me out with that, and it was a godsend because they calmed the car completely down. Trans temps were good. Like I said, we had a few issues near St. Louis in that traffic, but other than that, it's been excellent.
When you say trans temps, you mean when you're in overdrive, you're not spinning the engine and transmission as much, so your ATF temp goes down?
Yeah, the engine transfers the heat through the torque converter, and it just gets it hot as anything. So we were very fortunate to knock about 500 RPM off the cruise, so it definitely helped out.
One of the things I've been trying to tell these guys on the live feed is they're watching the racing. They don't really know what it's like out there on the highway. What's it like towing a trailer on the last day of Drag Week last year?
Last year was very eventful. We unfortunately we weren't smart. We ran our drag tires on the street. We were out of tread. We had a real bad rainstorm, and actually my buddy was driving the car. He lost control, and we ended up in the ditch. We lost all of our tools, tranny, equipment. The trailer came around and slammed into the side of the car as well. But we managed to get it all put back together. We made it to Tulsa, and we made our 8-0 pass, and we secured the win last year. So
yeah, that was just amazing. Another story of just sticking with it and making Drag Week happen. And you did it with a smile on your face. I mean, not exuberant, I would say, but you stuck with it. That was super, super cool.
The biggest problem we had when we wrecked the car was I had bent the rear wheel, so it was touching the brake calipers. So I decided I had a little 3-pound sledgehammer. I just beat the rim into submission and got it straightened out, and we made that extra ride. So
Yeah, whatever it takes once you get here. Do you do anything with that car the rest of the year, or is this kind of it?
we run a couple of NMCA events. We've got some quick 8 shootouts at our local track. A lot of guys, they say they have true street cars, but until they do this event, it's an eye-opener for them.
So you'll back me up with my sort of egotistical smack talk saying this is where the fastest street cars in America are proven. Nobody else can really lay claim to that. I mean, is that justified?
I think it's 100% justifiable because when you're rolling down the track and you got 280 or 300 miles ahead of you on the street, you're listening to every little noise in that engine, and you're listening to the rear end howl, and you just keep thinking to yourself, okay, there's nobody around to help, and you got to make it. So you got to make sure your stuff's going to live on the street as well.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing, I think. What'd you tell me? You had 2,000 horsepower? Unbelievable. Can you imagine? I always call back to the very first fastest streetcar shootout we did in Memphis, and guys are out there spraying their cars to an 880, and we're just losing our minds. And you're here running 8.0s, and people are, I remember the other day, as a matter of fact, I think you rolled like a 20 or something, and I'm like, ah. It's like, whatever.
Expectations become really, really high at that point. Yeah, the cars. I think the evolution of all the equipment and all the data logging and the fuel management systems are just unbelievable. You can make a motor live under those conditions and then be able to drive it and tame it right down. So it's definitely helped the industry immensely.
The last thing I'll ask you is the big controversy that's going on, like your opinion on it. You know, people are arguing about the Pro Mod cars versus the Larry Larson steel cars. You have any kind of a take on that? Let it all hang out.
I think they should let it all hang out. It is unlimited, of course, and you know, if you've got the guts to build a car like that and actually run it, I think you should run it. We're in the same boat. Whenever we do our little local events, I'm always usually about 500 to 600 pounds heavier than everybody else. So I'm used to being the heavier car, and you just got to roll with it. When you make it fast, then you get a little recognition.
Does anybody ever look at your car at a cruise night or something, recognize it from the magazine, and go, this is not a street car. It's got a roll cage. It's got this. It's got that.
Not when you drive it to the street cruise.
Yeah, perfect. So that's sort of the same argument. You might have a Pro Mod car at Drag Week, but you drove the junk 1,500 miles, so there's your definition of a street car. Okay, good take. Thanks a lot for spending the time. Can't wait to see it on the track.
If you're just tuning into the Hot Rod Drag Week live feed, you're probably not aware that the tower behind me got hit by lightning last night during a freak storm, and we're down. We're not racing yet, but they've got one lane up and running. They're working on the other one. So we have high hopes that eventually we'll get this deal going. In the meantime, I'm here with Bill Armstrong. You're from Montana. You got a
Colorado.
or Colorado. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. You're from Colorado. You've got an amazing '66 Ford Fairlane that I'm in love with, especially with the tranny you got in it. And you were on the outside looking in at the daily driver class for most of the week, and then last night you dropped the bomb and got in by the slimmest of margins. Where's your average at right now?
I think it's like 11,901.
Okay.
So it's just, I mean, I'm the last car in the field right now. So
The guy behind you, his average, I believe, is an 11,902. So he's close. I know he's throwing the toolbox at the car, trying to make up the ground. What do you have up your sleeve to make sure that you stay in the 32 car field?
well, I'm going to take the toolbox out of the trunk. No, I just went through and checked some stuff this morning, and the timing actually had slipped about 5 degrees. So it's back at about 38 now, which should definitely add some power. My hope is that the Napa clutch that we had to put in on Tuesday, I just hope it holds up, because the pedal has been getting higher and higher since Tuesday. And I was watching the live feed stuff last night, and every pass that I make when I launch it, just as the tires come up, there's this puff of white smoke from under the car, and it's the clutch.
Yeah, your clutch story is an interesting story, and it really signifies what happens here at Drag Week and the camaraderie we have. You waste your clutch, and 3 guys from Canada find you on the side of the road, have you pull your car into a coin-op car wash, and they help you fix your clutch, which is a time-consuming deal, even though they're trying to get to the next checkpoint. And amazing story. I know you became fast friends with them. These are the Guidos from Canada, right?
Yeah. And then, I said, well, dinner's on me or lunch or whatever. And then, of course, he crashed the Mustang into the wall the next day, and I stayed and helped them all day, got it done. So, it just worked out great.
All right. You know what? The greatest sound I've ever heard in my life just occurred, and that is the noise of exhausts and V8s. We are finally going to go drag racing at Drag Week here. It is day 5. It is the end of the week. Everybody that's here has pulled off an awesome feat, driving over 1,000 miles. Now they're ready to lay down one more amazing pass. And I'm done talking. Let's do this. Over to you guys. Back to
Larry Warpel on his 53 Lincoln. Something just came off of Larry's car. Not exactly sure what it was. Mustang runs through with a 10:58 Warpel in that big old Lincoln. It's 12:69. Here is your current leader in our street race small block category. Jeff Sias in the Mustang, ripping the gears, got a 5-speed Tremec transmission and an angry small block with an attitude. No nitrous, no blower, no turbos. It's all on the motor. And Sias runs it out the back door with a 10:64. A little hot rod runs through the 13:54 at 95 miles an hour. Plymouth Barracuda rolling into the lights now. This is Randy Heinzelman. He's paired up with Ralph Hoke in the Nova. Heinzelman takes the stripe first with a 10:72. And Hoke blasts through with an 11:91. Chris Bisher in the S10 pickup truck, running in our street race small block power adder class. And in street race small block naturally aspirated, the Nova of Dan Nissen. Oh, big wheels up launch for the S10. Runs it out the back door. I'll tell you, this starting line is hooking a 9:59 for the pickup. Man, Chris Bisher really got a hold of it. Little Mercury Capri coming up in the left lane. This is John Puckett. A 55 Chevy. Popping and banging and making some noises. There's Jim Forbes in the 55 Chevy. Nice pass for him. Driving the Cobra Jet Mustang. Here in the left lane. This is Bill Barnes, paired up with the 1971 Pontiac Grand Prix. All right, now look at that Pontiac. It's got to weigh about 4,500 pounds, and it is getting it done. $9.99 for the poncho, and 134 miles an hour blasting out the back door. Here's Sean Fink in his 63 Chevy Long Roof, running in our unlimited category. So Fink pre-staged, ready to roll. Here comes the tree. Not his best pass. He's just taking it nice and easy, putting some numbers on the board, and a lot of smoke out of Fink's car at the big end of the racetrack. And as he turns off the track at the big end, there's still smoke coming out of the car. our street race small block category, coming up in the right lane is Ross Cherepke. And Kurt Johnson in the black Mustang, currently leading the field in street race big block naturally aspirated. This thing is serious as a heart attack. His best pass of the week has been a 9:09. That was yesterday in Memphis. Let's see if he can do better than that. A little wiggle for the Mustang at half track, but he's got it back in the groove. How about a 9:03, a 150? Hello. The car clicks off its best number all week right here at Beech Bend. I got to tell you, this cool, dry air has got a whole lot to say for that. Coming out of the Great White North, he's from Canada, eh? Driving the 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner. He's about to go real fast. Mid 11-second Roadrunner. This is the guy who is over there in our holding area, in our impound. $11.82. Right lane goes 10.21. Great looking little truck here. Running in our Pro Street Power Adder class. This is Steve Fagan. Mr. Fagan off the start. Rolls through very slowly. Hopefully he'll get that thing set back on kill and make another hot shot. Mustang in our Super Street Big Block. Take on the Pontiac Firebird. $9.59 for the Mustang, $10.35 for the Pontiac. Here's Brent Bowman in that gorgeous 69 Camaro, running in our Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated class. And John Wishman, the current leader in the street race small block power adder, just hazes the tires off the starting line. Bowman gets there with a 10.03 at 140. Wishman follows through with a 9.82. Here's Mark Cicino. They call him Slimbo. When he steps out of the car, he casts a shadow over the entire state. He's a big guy. Driving his Auntie Carlo. In street race small block power adder. Lots of nitrous on the car. Uh-oh, problems for Cicino. Came off the starting line with the wheels in the air. When it came back down to Terra Corona, the motor just kind of said, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Still under power, making his way down track. The Mustang runs through with a 12.32 at 120. Cicino, 16.28 at 45 miles an hour. Here's Kevin Prakash, 1980 Malibu, running in our street race small block power adder class. And out of the gasser ranks, the 55 Chevy of Keith Harrison. Man, that thing sits up in the air, doesn't it? Prakash looked up with the Malibu. Look at him go. A 9:24 for Prakash. Great run for him. SS Trailblazer running in our Super Street small block naturally aspirated class. This is Greg Hurlbut, paired up with the Javelin. The Javelin, our modified power. That's Tony Sanchez. Sanchez putting a number down now. 10:53 for Sanchez at 126, and the Trailblazer runs through with an 11:92. Here's Doug Flynn and his 72 Nova. Understand Doug works for Holly right here in Bowling Green. I was just informed that this is the guy who heads up their electronic fuel injection department. Chris Dorneman in the truck. Dorneman's going to get there first with a 10:06 at 132. 9:52 for the Nova. Here's Rick Prospero, the long roof Nova. He is the leader in the Super Street Power Adder category with a 799 average. And in the Super Street Small Block Naturally Aspirated category, we've got Andy Williams in that red Pontiac GTR. Look at this barrel, right down Main Street. Oh, got a little wiggle right there about half track and still runs an 8:36. I don't know if he caught a little bit of a side wind when he got past the grandstands or what, but just as soon as he cleared the timers at the 8th mile mark, Prospero got a little wiggle in the car. Here's Dan Dodds out of Topeka, Kansas, driving his bright red 65 Chevelle. Wheels up launch for Dan. No problems with the Camaro in the right lane. Dodds follows through with an 11:24. And Houston Alford limping his Camaro down the track. Stops the timers with a 30-second pass, but he can say he hit all 5 tracks in Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week 2013. Not everybody's been able to do that. Rick Anderson coming up in his light brown little Fox body Mustang. Running in our street race small block power outer class, paired up with a Chevelle over here. That's Dane Weiler. Weiler running out a street race small block naturally aspirated. What an absolutely beautiful day here in Bowling Green. Glad you could all join us. Mustang. A little move at about 600 feet, but he gets to straighten back out, runs through with a 9:55. Right lane runs through with an 11:08, 119 miles an hour. I apologize, folks. We do have the scoreboards are not functioning as they had originally been intended to function. So they're not functioning. So I will give you the times as I got them here off of my screen. Try and keep you up to date as best I can. Little Nova paired up with the Camaro. They're having problems right off the starting line. Nova getting right down the track. .10:33 for the Nova, 12:72 for the Camaro. How about a Jaguar? This is cool. Running in our unlimited category. This is Chris Henderson. Well, and the yellow coupe is off and running. Here comes the Jaguar. The coupe runs through with a 14 flat at 95 miles an hour. The Jaguar, 11:22. Camaro in the left lane. The Gasser grabbing gears, runs through with a 12:62 and 107, 11:62 in the left lane for the Camaro. All right, here's the Mustang that banged off the wall in St. Louis. Actually banged off both walls. Didn't want to leave one out. He's got it back together. Pulled the fenders off the tires, went to a salvage yard, had to buy 4 new wheels because they wouldn't just sell them a pair. Put the thing on, had it realigned, and he's out here running 1287 all the way down from Canada. He said, I had to fix the car because I have to drive it home. Well, that makes sense. He said, and if it's fixed, I might as well race it. Okay, I understand that too. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Check out the Dodge Dart. That's Darryl Frary. Paired up with TJ Lee in the Malibu. 11:09 for the Dart, 12:05 for the Malibu. Stage 1 Buick GS coming up here. Yep, this one came right out of the impound. He's been doing it all by himself today. Of course, but this car is pretty reliable. Had the opportunity to talk with him down in Memphis. He said this thing's just been solid as a rock for him. Great looking Chevelle in the right lane. And a Super Street Big Block. Naturally aspirated Chevelle runs through with an 1195 and 115 miles an hour. The Buick turns off the clocks with a 1268. Look at the big burnout here for the 56 Chevy. Running in our Pro Street Power Adder category. This is Glenn Hunter. Another big burnout for Mike Roy in the Monte Carlo. Mike currently leading the class. Got about a 2/10 lead on Dave Henninger. So Mike Roy in the Monte Carlo, you see him over here in the right lane. Glenn Hunter in the left lane. Glenn's about 0.4 of a second behind an average, behind Henninger, and Henninger's 0.2 behind Mike Roy, who you see in the right lane. So pretty tight field in our Pro Street Power Adder class. This ought to be a great pair. Both these guys have got absolutely nothing to lose here. We're at the last track of the week with great air, great track conditions. And both guys want to see some big numbers out there on the board. Oh, Mike getting all out of shape off the starting line. There's the Monty twists and shouts and goes every which way but straight. 8:44 for the 56. Nice pass there for Glenn Hutter. 8:44. He ran an 8:45 yesterday. Excuse me, he ran an 8:57 yesterday. 8:52, 8:4. That's the same ET that he ran in Indianapolis to the 1,000th. Beautiful. Silver 55 Chevy. That is a pretty, pretty car. This is Frank Romano, currently 5th place in our street race big block naturally aspirated category. Romano banging the gears. The big block stick shift car goes 1089. 1263 over here in the right lane for the Lincoln. Mike Crow out of Topeka, Kansas. Small block. Street race. Naturally aspirated. It's got a small block Mopar under the hood and a 5-speed manual transmission. And Mike knows how to shift. Watch him bang these gears. $10.71 for Crow. And a little coupe runs through with a 15.02 at 86 miles an hour. I got a report we've got some gack on the racetrack. So give us a second. We're going to break out the mops and clean it up. I alluded to it yesterday in Memphis, but there are 3 things that you can get on a racetrack that you've got to shut it down for. Number 1 is gack, which would be any kind of a liquid or, liquidy, oily substance. You got to get the mops out, clean that stuff up. And then you got your chunks. That's the big pieces you can pick up with your hands. And then you got particulates, which require a broom. You can have any combination of those 3, but those are the 3 items that'll stop you on a racetrack cold. Right now, we've got some gack on the track. Well, everybody knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for throttle on in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. Pep Boys has over 90 years of history and over 700 stores nationwide. Now they've taken it one step further with the Speed Shop, serving the racer, the hot rodder, the tuners, and off-roaders alike. If you're an enthusiast, you've got to check it out. Pep Boys Speed Shop managers are true gearheads with years of experience and thousands of parts in stock. Come check out the Pep Boys Mobile Speed Shop trailer today. Well, Hot Rod Magazine is proud to welcome back Rocket Brand Racing Fuel as the longest continuous sponsor of Drag Week. In addition to providing a prize to the overall winner of Drag Week, Rocket Brand will again provide a prize to the competitor who best exemplifies the spirit of Drag Week. Be sure to display those Rocket Brand decals to qualify, and if you win one of the awards and you use Rocket Brand Fuel, the prize will be doubled. Big thanks to Rocket for staying on board here with Hot Rod's Drag Week. Well, we do have some GAC on the track. So give us a moment, and we're going to drag the track and get all that cleaned up. Whether you're looking for whether you're looking for improved ride quality, show-stopping appearance, or faster times, QA1 delivers. With the most complete line of shock absorbers, struts, springs, suspension components, rod ends, and ball joints of any manufacturer, QA1 meets and exceeds all of your racing and performance needs. Take control of your suspension with QA1 and feel the difference. Visit QA1's display or check us out online at qa1.net for further information. Well, Monty Smith with NOS is in the house today, helping out the racers with tuning not only their nitrous systems, but also working with them on suspension, getting the proper setup for nitrous. He's also refilling bottles. So if you guys have gone through your nitrous and you need to fill it up, contact Monty Smith with NOS, and he'll be happy to take care of you right here in the pits. Well, guys and gals, if you'd like to tune in on our FM frequency, 87.9 here at Beech Bend, if you'd like to tune in on your FM dial, it's 87.9, and you can stay abreast of all the information as we're transmitting live today here at Beech Bend on 87.9. Back to racing action. 67 Plymouth Satellite, 383 cubic inch big block, paired up with the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Early 80s Cutlass, great looking car. McCullough's getting way out of the groove. Hugging that center line. It's through with 11:50. Mopar follows through with a 14:55. Once again, folks, I apologize for the scoreboards not working properly. We don't have mile an hour working in the left lane, and I don't have any scoreboard whatsoever in the right lane. But this place took multiple lightning shots, from what I understand, over the last couple of days. We took one at the big end on the scoreboards and fried them out. Took one here in the tower and absolutely crushed the computer. And it took them a couple of hours to get them put back into somewhat working condition. We do have good ETs, however. 1099 in the left lane for the Nova. And the Blazer runs through with 11:11. Bear with me just a second here. We're having a powwow, and I'll get right back with you as we're discussing the events of the day. I'll let you know what's going on. Hang on just a moment. And check this out. Getting it done in fine fashion in our Pro Street Power Adder category. Runs through an 8:14 at 179. 8:14, by far and away his best pass. Nope, not his best pass. He ran a 780 at Bowling Green earlier this week. Here's Mark Lucino driving his Ponte Carlo. And the 55 Chevy Gasser in the left lane. Lucino striking the tires. Not really his best pass of the event. We will get a time slip. Goes through the 10:47 at 136, 11:33. And it looks like we've actually got the mile an hour working in the left lane now at 109 miles an hour. These guys are still working. The crew is still working on it as we're racing. All right, guys and gals, here's what we're going to do. At approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock, somewhere in there, as the lanes are starting to die down a little bit, we're going to start injecting some of the daily driver cars in so we can move them through and get you guys out there on the track. We're going to run daily drivers from approximately 1 o'clock to 2:30. And at 2:30 on the dot, we're going to cut off the daily drivers. At that time, you need to bring your time slips up here to Tanya. Again, daily driver time slips must be turned into Tanya by 2:30 this afternoon. If you think you have a chance of being in the top 32, got to have those time slips turned in by 2:30 this afternoon. All right, at 2:30, we will put together our top 32 field and daily driver. Monza ripping the track. As we get all those pairings set up for round number 1 for our daily driver, quick 32. Any other cars that would like to continue to make passes after 2:30 may do so, unless you're in that quick 32. All right, guys and gals, I need you to check your pockets, check your purses, check your keychains. Do you have a rental car? All right, raise your hand if you've got a rental car here today. Is it a Hyundai Elantra? Who's driving a Hyundai? Well, I've got your keys up here in the tower. And I need a ride home because my 300,000 mile Plymouth Neon is feeling rather fatigued, and I need to make it all the way back to Topeka, Kansas. And a Hyundai Elantra would do it very well, thank you. Titanium, $300,000 Plymouth Neon, made purely out of titanium. Seriously, though, if you want your ride back, come up here and see me in the tower. And I'm really sorry that you're driving a Hyundai Elantra, but I know how rental car companies can be. Here's Dan Dodds in his Chevelle out of Topeka, Kansas, paired up with the screaming yellow Zonker 68 Mustang. Side by side, looks like Dodds might have a bit of advantage up the top end, and he runs an 1167 at 117 miles an hour, 1193 in the left lane. Plymouth Barracuda in the Budweiser lane, paired up with the Camaro here in the right lane. Good looking pair of cars, and here comes Gilpin into the water box. Oh, this is going to be a good one. And the Camaro still looking for some grip. The Barracuda stepping off. Nice pass, 11:24 for the Barracuda. All right, here is Shane McClelland. Now, if Shane does today what Shane did yesterday in Memphis, you need to get your cameras out and be ready. Yesterday, he stood it on the bumper and carried it out past 300 feet. Check out the Nova in the left lane. Shane McClelland, you just may have a Kodak moment right here. Travis Gilpin in our modified power adder category. He's going to be in the right lane in this Camaro. Looking to put together a clean run. And McClelland with a nice feeling carries it out there, and he is looking good. McClelland goes 866 at 157 miles an hour. A great pass for him. Here's Eric Byer. Now you'll remember Byer also stood it on the bumper yesterday at Memphis and came crashing back down at the 60-foot mark. I mean, he hit it hard. You see it purging the nitrous from the cowl of the windshield. He's blowing off all the vaporized nitrous, bringing the bottle pressure down to where he wants it. But watch the Blue Nova. They did a lot of suspension work to it yesterday, trying to get it to hook up. We'll see if it pays off. Looking good today. Byer on a nice pass. How about a 975 and 134? A good run for Byer. Beautiful Monte Carlo. This is George Gallimore running in our Super Street Power Adder category. He's paired up with Dwayne Henderson in the Camaro. Henderson staged and ready. Gallimore having problems off the starting line. Now he's underway. The Camaro gets there with an 1168, 921 for Gallimore. Beautiful 1970 Chevy SS. I love these cars. Bryant Goldstone doing the big burnout in the Chevelle. He's paired up with Dan Nissen in the 71 Chevy Nova. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated machine. Right down Broadway. Check this out. Beautiful pass. 809 for Goldstone. Great shot for him. And no, that was not 174 miles an hour. I know a lot of people are probably cheering that, but we're having problems with the mile per hour in the left lane. Mustang in the right lane, running in our Super Street small block naturally aspirated category. This is Dusty Ward, currently leading the class. He's paired up with the Pontiac. Dusty putting a number together here. 10:54 for Dusty. Nice pass for him. 10:29 for the Pontiac. Fox Body Mustang taking on the 66 Chevelle. And Dave Ahokas is in the lanes. He's about 8 cars back. Wheels up launch for the Chevelle. Mustang digging in. I believe that's Jeff Sias. 10-11 at 131 for Jeff. I keep looking at Smoking Joe over here. He's shaking his hand. I forgot. He got stung by a wasp a little while ago. His finger looks like a kielbasa. The drop-top Mustang making a nice pass. A little out of the groove, he gets it back in, and away he goes with a 9.64 at 149. 12.29 at 108 for the Buick. Daily drivers, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Daily drivers, please come to the staging lanes. And I see Tom Bailey moving out of impound. He's moving into the staging lanes. So we will have our overall leader moving in here to see if he can continue his string of 6-second passes. The assault on drag week. 1160, 119 miles an hour for Lee in the Malibu. Good pass for him. Once again, we need daily driver. Daily driver. Come on down to the staging lanes. Daily driver to the staging lanes, please. And look at the S10 pickup truck. This is Chris Bisher. 897 for Bisher. By far and away, Bisher's best pass of the event. Here's Mark Cicino, his 86 Pontiac. Mark took the Pontiac engine out, put a small block Chevy in. Wow, bouncing up and down the track. I saw sparks and fire and all sorts of stuff as it came back down to the earth. 10:31 at 128 in the right lane. 15:07, 22 miles an hour for Cicino in the Pontiac. And here is Dave Ahokas. Ahokas currently in second place overall and in the unlimited category. 3 out of the 4 days so far, Ahokas has posted a 6-second time slip. He had an off day. Back in Indianapolis, could only muster a 797. But he got it put back together, and yesterday busted out a 688. Let's see how he does here today. Pulling out all the stops. So let's take a look at Ahokas, preparing for another 6-second pass. The car's got potential to go really, really fast. Oh, and Ahokas strikes the tires, pedals it, gets back in it. 7:52 for Dave Ahokas. And he does have a time slip on day number 5. So he has officially got the event wrapped up. Now he's just going to try and improve on it. Here's Mike Roy at his 1971 Monte Carlo. Mike with about a 2/10 advantage over Dave Henninger. Dave, of course, with that bright orange Camaro that ran earlier. And Mike got all sideways when he came off the line last time. The car twisted up, got both front wheels in the air, but he was pointed way off to the left. dropped it back down, and had to straighten the car up. So he took it back, did a little tweaking and tuning on the rear suspension and on the wheelie bars, and let's see what happens. Mike's got it hooked up this time. Beautiful launch. And Mike Roy stops the timer with a 798. Nice pass from Mike Roy. All right, here comes the big Pontiac, 1971. Pontiac Grand Prix. This thing is a lot of weight. There's some sheet metal there, folks. And a lot of it. That's Randy Bellahar. And Randy having some problems at the big end of the track. Shuts it off early for an 1192. Well, looks like we've got our daily drivers ready to roll here. QA1 is the official suspension manufacturer of Hot Rod Drag Week and is the #1 name in shock absorbers, struts, springs, suspension components, rod ends, and ball joints of any manufacturer. QA1's drag race components are specifically designed to help improve 60-foot times, resulting in quicker ETs. Take control of your suspension and put your trust in QA1. Visit QA1's display or check us out online at QA1.net. Well, Tanya Turk just told me here in the tower, there's some more alliteration, that you have to turn in your hot rod tech sheet. Got to get it in today. If you want your car to appear in Hot Rod Magazine, they will not put it in there unless they have a tech sheet. So once again, turn in your tech sheet to Tanya in the tower. Today. Are you a hardcore racer? A weekend street warrior? An off-road enthusiast? Well, the Pep Boys Speed Shop has you covered with thousands of performance and off-road parts. Don't wait for mail order to arrive. Check out the thousands of in-stock speed, performance, and off-road parts. All the brands you want to keep you going. NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of drag.
Hey, it's Freiberger from Hot Rod here, reminding you to go check out all the other coverage that we've got going on all around Drag Week 2013. You want to check out Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, on Instagram. You want to look for the hashtag Drag Week 2013. And of course, you're going to want to check out hotrod.com, where we've got photo galleries, results, and news all day long. Check it out.
Give us just a moment here and we'll go out and groom the track. Got it all taken care of. Still working with some issues with a couple of the lights down there. Having some problems getting the mile an hour to properly pop up. The ET is correct, but our mile an hour lights are not cooperating with us. All right, here we go. Tom Bailey bringing out his Camaro. Trying to be the first drag week competitor ever to make a 6-second run on 5 consecutive days during competition. He did it with about 15 minutes to spare yesterday. And Bailey So Tom Bailey with his best pass during drag week being a 670 at 213 miles an hour. Setting up. This may be the shot heard round the world. Builds it up and away he goes. And Bailey rattles the tires really, really hard. And you know he's going to want to come back and hit it again, so don't anybody go anywhere. We're going to definitely have Bailey up here as soon as he can. Because with that shot, he opened the door for Dave Ahokas once again. Dave Ahokas, now I understand why he went ahead and ran it down the track the way he did after the problems he had off the starting line. He wanted to put some kind of number on the board and keep that pressure on Tom Bailey. So this is not over by any stroke of the imagination. They are duking it out. Here's Jeff Oppenheim in the Monte Carlo. Bright yellow Mustang. Man, Oppenheim really digging in with a Monte. Runs through the 996 at 138 miles an hour. Hey, we got the mile an hour going again. 11:49, 117 for the Mustang. And we've got a fully operational readout here on the scoreboards. Well, up here in the tower anyway. I'll keep you posted as to what's going on. I love it. Huge burnout. We've got whiteout conditions up here in the tower right now. Can't see a thing. But the Monte Carlo just boiling the hides. So Lamatti in the right lane. Chevelle in the left lane, purging the nitrous. Chevelle off and running. Here comes the Monty. Black tracking. Popping, banging, and aborted that run. 10:53 at 128. Monte Carlo runs through with a 12:61 at only 83 miles an hour. Cars coming out of impound. I see Rick Prospero and Mike Crow coming out. Two cars coming out of the water box right now. This is a grudge race in our gasser class. Actually, this is in our hot rod category. Tom Zingle in the gray suede 1944 paired up with Fred Colton, number 1 and number 2 in the hot rod category. And Swingle runs through with a 12:56 at 107, 14:26 at 90 miles an hour for the yellow coupe. Mike Crow and Rick Prospero here. A couple of bad boys in their classes. Crow running in that street race small block naturally aspirated category, currently second place behind Jeff Sias and Rick Prospero. Currently leading the class in Super Street Power Adder. Prospero running into the 7s this weekend, and Crow trying to dip into the 9s to give him a chance against Sias. So watch the 5-speed Dodge Dart. And if Prospero gets a hold of the track, you will see the front end come up. But I'll tell you, he's got a pretty good lock on the lead right now. He's just taking it easy on the car. Maybe this time he'll uncork it and show us what it's really got. Crow off and running, banging the gears of Prospero. Like a rocket ship. Look at that thing pull on the big end. Prospero runs through 791 at 178. Mike Crow 1022 at 134. All right, I need the attention of all you folks in the pits. All right, if you are done for the day, if you have turned in your time slip for the day, you may load your car on the trailer, and you may leave the facility. What you may not do is bring that loaded trailer to the pits. You understand? We cannot have the loaded trailers in the pits. So if you want to load your car and walk back, you're more than welcome to. If you want to load your car and leave the facility, you're welcome to do that as well. But we cannot have you load your car on your trailer and then bring it back to the pits. That will result in a disqualification. 1170, 116 miles an hour for the Camaro. The truck runs through with a 1564 at 88 miles an hour. Here comes Doc. Doc McIntyre driving his Camaro. And no, it's not the C-Red Camaro. Driving this beautiful white machine that you see in the right lane. Smoke, smoke, smoke on the tires. Oh, man. He left half the tread right there on the track. Pontiac runs through the 1370 at 104. The Camaro 1680 at 85 miles an hour. Pontiac GTO rolling out of the water box. This is Richard Guido. Richard, also one of those drivers who is in the impound lot this morning. Guido yanking the front wheel. Banging the gears, having some fun. Running it out the back door. He stops the clocks with a 1066 at 129. Daily driver cars coming at you. The the Corvette. What was I thinking? Paired up with the Pontiac Le Mans. Once again, if you have turned in your time slip for the day, yes, you can load your car on the trailer. If you have not turned in your time slip, you cannot load your car on the trailer. Once the trailer is loaded, you can leave it down there in the trailer area, or you can leave the facility with it, but you can't bring it to the pits. I want to make that very clear so everybody understands. Do not load your car on the trailer and then return with the trailer to the pits. Just can't be done. 1194, 115 miles an hour in the left lane, 1330 at 106 in the right lane. Buick Grand National, leaving a big smoky cloud behind it here in the burnout box. We'll be in the left lane, paired up with the Mercury Cougar in the right lane. Daily driver action coming at you. These guys trying to put together that quick 32. We're running off like an open top format later. 11:09, 121 miles an hour for the Grand National, 16:20 at 83 miles an hour for the Mercury Cougar. For those of you familiar with bracket racing, open comp is not that much different. In open comp, you run on the same dial-in for every pass. You can't change it between rounds. What they're doing is they're qualifying this week. We'll take their average qualifying time from each event, and then we'll subtract 1/10 of a second from that. And that will be the index that they run against during the open comp format. The quick 32 cars will be the ones who qualify for that. And these guys are pulling out all the stops, trying to get it done. And here's one of the guys on the outside looking in that really would like to see things go his way. The question was asked, how many daily drivers were there? It appears there were 63. About 9, no, it was right at 100 daily drivers. Right at 100 daily drivers competing for 32 spots to become the king of Drag Week in daily driver. The Roadrunner runs through with an 1175, 114 miles an hour. He's in the show. 1311 at 107 for the little Dodge Colt. That's not going to cut the mustard. Beautiful Chevy Malibu taking on the Crown Vic. Banging the gears in the Malibu, I love it. 1255, 102 miles an hour. 1523, 96 miles an hour for the Crown Vic. A couple of vintage Mopars coming at you here. 1967 Barracuda. And the 1973 Dodge Challenger. The Challenger with a stick. Rolling the gears. Barracuda gets there first with an 1156, 115 miles an hour. The Challenger hustles through with a 1362, 105 miles an hour. Another Mopar. 66 Satellite coming up in the right lane. And Kirby Sewer in the Factory 5 HR33 Black Cherry. Beautiful little coupe. In a 32-car field, Kirby's currently number 34. 1186 at 122. That might help him out. We'll see. That was a big improvement for Kirby. Beautiful 55 Chevy rolling up. And the Ford Explorer, 55, just annihilating that right rear tire. The 55 runs 14:21 at 104. The Explorer 14:65 at 94 miles an hour. Late model Pontiac coming up in the left lane. A little GTO, actually a couple of Pontiacs here. The Transit in the right lane. But here comes the Trans Am. Running around him like a freight train at the big end. 11:12 at 117 miles an hour for the TA. 11:60, 117 for the GTO. Dale Pontius driving the truck. It's a 1952 Ford F1. And the 56 Chevy. Beautiful car coming up here in the right lane. The 56 runs through with an 11:53 at 116 miles an hour, 11:60 at 114 for the pickup. Ford versus Chevy battle, Camaro versus a Maverick. Actually, we got a couple of Mavericks out here this week. This is the blue one. We also have a white one back there somewhere. Once again, daily drivers, you must turn in your time slip by 2:30 to Tanya Turk in the tower today. The Camaro hustling through the corner, turns off the clocks with an 11:76 at 113 miles an hour, 14:04 at 100 miles an hour for the Maverick. Low riding 66 Chevy. Impala in the right lane. Paired up with the young lady, 16-year-old gal, decided, hey, I want to go on drag week for my vacation this year. And I want to take Mom with me. So the two gals loaded up the car, headed out on drag week. And this young lady's doing great. 11:96, 115 miles an hour. It's Alex Taylor. Alex currently on the outside looking in. She's got a 12:16 average. That's going to help her average a little bit, but she's going to have to make up about 8 spots to get in, and that may be difficult to do today. Pickup truck. And Ford is getting down track. The Buick GSX, no problem whatsoever. The Buick goes 11:97, 114 miles an hour, 12:16 at 109 for the truck. 11:11, 121 miles an hour in the left lane, 12:56, 107 in the right lane. Pontiac Firebird rolling up in the Budweiser lane. That's the left side. Paired up with the Nova over here on the right side. Firebird pulling hard. And here comes the 4-speed Nova. .11:48, 116 miles an hour for the Firebird. 11:89, 123 in the right lane. Interesting truck here. I looked at it over there in the pits today. It has a Roots supercharged straight 6 under the hood. I don't think I've ever seen a Roots blower on a 6-cylinder before. Well, not on a straight 6. And the Chevy Camaro making its way down track. In the right lane goes 11:46 at only 98 miles an hour. The truck, 1585 at 78 miles an hour. Couple products out of the Blue Oval stable. The Mercury Cougar coming up in the left lane. Ford Maverick in the right lane. This is the quicker of the two Mavericks here today. Watch this puppy run. Oh, Maverick. Pulling hard. Turns off the clocks with a 12:40 at 113 miles an hour. The Cougar runs through with a 13 flat at 1:08. Here's John Gatliff. John driving his bright blue, his Hugger blue Ford Mustang GT. And the little Chevy Deuce over in the left lane. Small block machine running real well. .1182, 119 miles an hour for the Nova. 1271 at 110 for the Mustang. Out of the great state of Kansas. Check out the sled coming up in the left lane. This is Doug Ray at the wheel of his 1957 Buick Special, paired up with a little Eagle Talon here in the right lane. And the Buick chugging along, trying to catch up to the Talon. The Talon takes the timers first with a 12:45. At 111 miles an hour. Doug Ray runs through with a 15:89 at 86 miles an hour. Pair of Chevelles coming at you here. 1970 Chevelle in the right lane. .1966 Chevelle in the left lane. The 70, stretching its legs, moving real well on the top end, runs through with an 11:15 at 120 miles an hour, 11:60 at 104 in the left lane. Here's Wes Swank. Swank driving his Corvette that he and his son built to bring out on drag week. Unfortunately, 8 months ago, Wes's son, Mark, passed away. Swank on the jug, blows the tires off. Gets it straightened back out and heads down track. Stops the clocks with an 11:81 at 122. 15:33 at 99 miles an hour for the little Mopar in the left lane. Chevy S10 pickup in the left lane. I believe that's a Dodge Spirit here in the right lane. And this little Spirit has come to play. So hang on, here we go. Something that just blew out of the back of the pickup truck. I'm not entirely sure what it was. Uh-oh. $11.79, 113 miles an hour. I'm told it's the exhaust system came off the truck. Whoops. He might need that later. 11.79, 113, and he just absolutely blew the pipes right off of it. He might want those back. Do not reach down and grab those with your bare hand. They might be a little toasty. Well, somebody wants to wish a big thank you to A-Able Transmission. I'm guessing this pickup truck received a little assistance out on the road during drag week. So a tip of the hat to A-Able Transmission. Yeah, it looks like a intake duct that would go to like one of those cold air setups. Looks like dryer duct. It blew right out from underneath that truck. Man, a relentless burnout. The truck just absolutely drilling the highs down here in the water box. In the left lane. Kind of looks like a Rod Holland Walker Evans prepped off-road vehicle over here in the right lane. That thing sits way up in the air. Blazing the tires in the right lane. Left lane truck. Gonna get there first as he crosses the stripe with an 1182 at 113 miles an hour. 1427 at only 70 miles an hour in the right lane. Dodge Omni GLH. Carroll Shelby had his hand in these little cars. You betcha. During Carroll Shelby's stellar years with the Chrysler Corporation, he put together the GLH. This thing was a sleeper from the factory. And they perform really well when modified. Look at this little four-cylinder, four-door, five-speed machine keep up with this late model Camaro. So the four-banger keeping up with the LS motor? Yes, he can. 1142, 117 miles an hour to 1143 at 121. '68 Chevelle in the left lane, taking on the Pontiac Trans Am. Got a 1980 vintage Trans Am. Back when I was in high school. 1211, 94 miles an hour for the TA in the right lane. 1258 at 107 in the left lane. Doug McGinnis coming up in his Challenger out of Oklahoma. That's where those winds come sweeping down the plain. 1261 at 106 in the right lane. 14 flat at 105 for McGinnis in the Challenger. Mustang drop top over here in the right lane. And the All right, daily driver class. If you think you can get into this quick 32, you need to turn in your time slip before 2:30. Absolutely positively. Tells me everybody must turn in a time slip by 2:30 this afternoon. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then we will start our bracket race after that. Here's Dan, you see in the left lane. He's paired up with that Ford Maverick. So once again, drag in our bracket race, which will start at 3 o'clock. Everybody must turn in a time slip at 2:30. 12:34, 1:13 for the Maverick, 12. Beautiful 56 Chevy and a 66 Chevy. Check it out. 10 years difference. Two beautiful cars. Here comes the Buick versus the Camaro. You got about an hour left to turn in your time slip. I'll tell you what, that's going to put a little pressure on Mr. Tom Bailey over there. A Hocus. But a Hocus with a much better pass today than Bailey had. The Barracuda in the right lane. 1175 at 115 here in the left lane. There's a two-wheel drive truck now. Camaro. Stick shifted. 5 speeds, no waiting. Runs through with an 1163 at 119 to an 1169 at 115 for the Pontiac. And this truck been good. Little Chevy pickup truck with a short box on it. Revving to the moon. The truck gets there first. Wow, 1182 at 113 for the pickup. 1253 at 115 for the Camaro in the right lane. Ford Mustang pulling up in the left lane. Love that color. The Buick banging the gears in the right lane. And also blowing a little smoke. That motor's tired after drag week. 1249 at 106 for the Buick. 1339 for the Mustang convertible at 106 miles an hour. Here comes a 1970 Plymouth Roadrunner taking on the Buick Skylark. 2 Buicks in a row in that right-hand lane. Well, Mopar looking to get back into the groove here. There he goes. He's straightened out. The Buick having some issues with traction on the starting line. He's headed the right direction. The Roadrunner goes 1164, 118 miles an hour. The big bad Buick 1256 at 109. Right lane runs through with a 1357, 100 miles an hour. Left lane, 1428. This will be our last pair before we prep the track, we're actually going to go out and do a little spray and a little drag and get things seasoned and groomed and ready to roll. The Camaro in the right lane making a nice pass. Hustles through with an 11:15, 100 miles an hour to an 11:92 at 1:13. Well, right now would be a real good time to grab yourself a sandwich and a soft drink, as we've got a little bit of track prep to do. We're going to put some rosin out on the starting line, put some spray over that, and we're going to do a little drag. So grab yourself something cold to drink, and while you're up and around, stop on by over there at the Hot Rod Toter. They still have some t-shirts left, they got some hats left, and they do have those Hot Rod Drag Week banners. While you're over there, right next door to them, we do have the Pep Boys Speed Shops trailer. Check it out. Pep Boys stepping up in the performance marketplace and bringing their wares out to display today. Well, as we are grooming the track here, I want to remind all of our competitors today, you must turn in a time slip to Tanya Turk in the tower today by 2:30. 2:30 is the time, the deadline to have all time slips turned in for everybody. At 3 o'clock, we will have the ladder ready for our runoff in our daily driver category. We're going to have our open comp format. The top 32 qualifiers will be paired up against each other.
Another competitor at Drag Week who's trying desperately right now to make up some ET on his class is Mike Crow. We're here with his wife, Vicky. Did you give him any inspirational advice, or what the hell? Did you tune the car for him so he can make up that 10th he needs?
I cleaned the wheels off really good, hoping that that might help that extra 10th.
Beautiful. We all know a clean car is a fast car. Mike, have you done anything to make this thing go a little quicker?
We've done some suspension changes. Hopefully it'll get out there in 60 foot a little better than it has been.
All right, cool.
So
well, you've got good air right now. I hear the track is amazing.
The track is good. I walked the track. It's definitely there. It's got some teeth.
All right, well, get after it and good luck. Have fun.
Thank you, sir.
But once again, you have to have your time slips turned in by 2:30. And that time is rapidly approaching. $1:37 now. That means you've got less than an hour. 53 minutes to turn in your time slip.
Day 5 of Hot Rod Drag Week. We are back at Bowling Green. This is when it counts for a lot of these guys and a lot of these classes. Whatever they do here will determine whether or not they're walking out of here with a jacket. And you have no idea what you just laid down, right?
Not at all. I haven't looked at my slip yet. I just came back to the pits,
How quick did you think you had to go to get into the 32-car bracket field?
11, low 11.8s maybe.
How would you feel if I told you you went 11.82 right now?
That's a low 11.8s, I guess. I feel pretty happy about that. Depending on what the other guy's doing, though.
Well, he is in line directly behind you right there. And he doesn't know you went 11.82, but you do. What did you do to the car to pick up the quickness here at this track here, other than the fact that we have better air?
We put our minds together, changed the jets, got the front tires pumped up on the rocks, took every imaginable thing out of the car to lighten it up, even my hearing aid batteries. You know, we pulled out all stops. I mean, we did everything we could, Mike. It's you know.
Fantastic. It's all working, you know, less rolling resistance up front, a little more fuel for the motor. Are you going to watch him and see what he does and make another hit, or are you just going to get in line and go again?
I'm going to go again, but not until I'm ready. Got the car cooled down again, and I want to try a different shift scenario next time around. I was using the gear vendors. I want to make a run through without it to see if it's a good or bad, and then we'll decide which way we're going to go. Make a third hit maybe to see if we can back up the one we just made now.
All right. Ross Dudley trying desperately to get in our 32-car bracket race on the last day of drag week. We're going to go find Bill Armstrong. He's the man that's right above you that you're trying to kick out of this deal. Good luck. Bill Armstrong, you made an aggressive move over the last 24 hours to get yourself into the 32-car bracket race. I believe your average right now is 11.90, and Russ, Yellow Roadrunner, was 0.02 of a second behind you. Are you aware that he just made a pass?
No.
You don't know what he ran then?
No idea.
11.82.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
You got him covered?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Well, the car, this has been so great because the car is a full second faster here than it is at home. So no matter what I run, this is awesome.
I like your attitude. That's cool. All right. So what do you think you're going to run this time around?
Providing our Napa clutch holds out, I think it'll go 11.60s.
11.60s. That will easily put you in the field. So I hope that happens. All right. Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Brand Racing Fuel, the official fuel of motorsports. A leader in aftermarket performance for over 35 years, Comp Cams provides precision valve train components that will make your car a winner. Built by the industry's largest and most experienced team of engineers, our products are designed and tested to perform whether you're using them on the track or on the street. All Comp Cams parts are backed by a dedicated and knowledgeable support staff available when you need them. From bracket to nitro cars and everyone in between, Comp Cams is devoted to performance. To speak with one of our valve train experts, please call our toll-free tech line at 1-800-999-0853 or visit us online at compcams.com. All right, guys and gals, I got the official word from the people who will make the official decisions. All right, Here's how this is going to work. In Daily Driver, if you suspect you are qualifying in the quick 32, you must have your time slip turned in by 2:30 to Tanya Turk in the tower. Everybody else needs to turn in their time slip by 4 o'clock. We're going to shut off the staging lanes at 4 o'clock to anybody except those competitors who are still competing in our bracket race in Daily Driver. Well, I have some more information to provide to everybody. We're going to have our awards ceremony immediately following the bracket race at approximately 4:30 over there in the big white tent at the end of the pits. Mercury Cougar making its way down track. Cougar rocketing down the track, 924 at 150 miles an hour. Good pass for him. How about a Fox body Mustang running it unlimited? Camaro. Down there goes 990 at 141. And the Mustang. This is an unlimited car. Goes 1081 at 126. And just to recount what I just said, so I have it square in my head and everybody's got it square in theirs. Daily Driver competitors who think you're qualified in the top 32 must have your time slips in by 2:30 to Tanya Turk here in the tower today. Everybody else must turn your time slips in no later than 4 o'clock. Once again, everybody else no later than 4 o'clock. How about a 002 reaction time? Hello, 990, 135 mile an hour for the Pontiac, 1141, 121 for the Camaro in the right lane. This is a car of interest here. This is David Henninger running in Pro Street Power Adder, trying to put some pressure on Mike Roy. Roy has not got down the track real good today. And Henninger, with a good pass here, might be able to take over the lead in Pro Street Power Adder. And he's got a dandy of a pass. How about an 841 at 166? Henninger looking tough out there. And I love this car. The Chevy Nova station wagon. So we've got some problems with the RX-7 out there on the track. I don't know if he's going to come to a complete stop or not, but he's not moving very fast. He wants a time slip. And how about, wow, it shows a 768. I don't think that was his ET. I think something blew through the beams. All right, Sean Fink getting ready to do battle here. Beautiful machine. 1963 Chevy Nova wagon. And it's got a really cool stance to it. I love this thing. Traditional hot rod stance to it. Fink getting ready to heat the meats here. Nice, hard, short burnout. Car sounds good, but he hasn't really been hitting it hard today. Car capable of going in the low 8-second range. I think is on a pass this time. Oh, let's off early. And still musters an 889 at 114 miles an hour. Buick versus Pontiac. The GS in the left lane. This is Mark Covey, 1970 Buick. And Jeremy Heiser in the 91 Pontiac GTA. Heiser making his way down track in fine fashion. Stops the clocks with a 10:07 at 131. 10:77 at 120 for the Buick. And coming from the land down under and taking the long way out of the burnout box comes this great looking little Valiant. This is John Ferrone out of Australia. Paired up against the 55 Chevy Gasser. Ferrone saying he wished he had a little more time to tune before they left Australia. Is starting to get a handle on it. And man, is he getting close to the wall, but keeps it going. 858 at 165. Not his quickest pass of the event, but not his worst either. '67 Chevelle taking on the Fox Body Mustang. Little hatch hikes that left rear tire. It's Rick Anderson, and he runs through with a 968 at 142. The Chevelle runs through with an 1123 at 117 miles an hour. Here's Mike Crow. Mike smells blood. Jeff Saya has not made a real clean pass today. And Mike Crow saying, you know, I might be able to do this. He ran a 10:22 earlier, looking to get into the 10:0 range or the 10-team range. And he's paired up with his buddy Danny Dodds. Both these guys out of Topeka, Kansas, both of them good friends of mine. Away they go. Crow off and running. Would really like to have a 10-0 flash up on the board. A 10:13 at 134. Good run for Crow. Dodge runs through with an 11:30 at 116 miles an hour. So Crow staying competitive with a 10:13. And Jeff Sias, I don't believe we've seen him running better than that today. So things might get interesting. AMC Javelin in the right lane. Chevy Monza in the left lane. Javelin's going to get there first with a 10:69 at 124. 10:94 at 125 for the Monza. Pair of 55 Chevys coming at you here in our gasser category. Your number one qualifier thus far, Dan Chisholm in the left lane, paired up with Jim Forbes, your number two qualifier. Chisholm in the black car, Forbes in that cream and red car. Two gorgeous machines here at Beech Bend. Blown small block in the right lane. Naturally aspirated big block in the left lane. 10:37 at 125 for Chisholm. Forbes runs through with an 11:19 at 118. Here's Chris Dorneman driving the Chevy pickup truck. And Steve Lyon in the Buick. Dorneman on the line. The truck looking strong. 10:56, 131 miles an hour. 12:09 at 110 for Lyon in the Buick. Pontiac GTO rolling out of the burnout box. Got the GTO Tiger tail hanging out the back. He's got the Camaro hooked up and running right down the middle of the groove. Great shot for him. 7:72 at 179 for Travis Gilpin. 10:60 at 129 for the GTO. All the way down from Canada, suffering some scrapes and bruises over there at Gateway. Got it put back together. Here he brought it out. The Mustang, all the way down from, I believe, Manitoba. With Wes Swank in that beautiful Chevy Corvette, running the small block with nitrous. 11:78, 120 miles an hour for the Vet. 12:04 at 115 for the banged up Mustang. Elvis is here. Eddie Miller coming out in his purple Plymouth Duster. Eddie with a commanding lead in our Pro Street naturally aspirated category. And Eddie has been running with bracket race-like consistency with this purple Mopar. Ran an 871 at Bowling Green earlier, 869 at Indy, 870. Excuse me. Yeah, 870 at St. Louis. So look at that. I mean, just back to back to back. 858 today at 159. I'd say Eddie found a little more power. 10:89 at 125 in the left lane. Here's Eric Byer. Yesterday, Byer stood this thing on the bumper. I mean, I thought it was going to go to the moon. And then slammed down hard, leaving a big divot at the 60-foot mark at Memphis. Paired up with Mark Cicino, another nitrous junkie, in the right lane with the Pontiac Grand Prix. Cicino gets the front wheels high in the air, making a hard charge. And Slimbo showing us how it's done with a 987 at 135. Byers runs through with a 1045 at 135. Watch the Nova in the left lane. This one will yank the front wheels as well. Shane McClellan, oh, he hazes the tires. Chasing down the Mustang, shoots by him at the big end of the track, and McClellan stops the clocks with a 968, 157 miles an hour, 1052 at 129 for the Mustang. Here's Mike Roy. Mike has yet to make a clean pass today, not indicative of what the car is capable of, and has kind of left the door hanging open there for David Henniger to nip at his heels. Mike Roy with a slim lead in the Pro Street Power Adder category with his beautiful 1971 Monte Carlo. He's paired up with Norm Tannehill in the Camaro. Norm running in our Super Street small block natural aspirated category. And Mike Roy's got a whole racetrack this time. This is the Mike Roy I remember. How about a 783, 182 miles an hour? I think he just shut the door on the competition in our Pro Street Power Adder category. Nice pass from Mike Roy. And with that, I believe he just wrapped up the championship for Drag Week in Pro Street Power Adder. Woo! High! Stanton, wheel stand for the Nova. Unbelievably high. Came down and bounced. 1018, 131 miles an hour. 1053 at 127 in the right lane. All right, here's Tom Bailey. And Tom has left the door hanging open as well. Dave Ahokas saying, you know, you leave that door open, I'm going to run right through it. Tom Bailey's going to try and slam it shut right here. He has not made a 6-second pass today. And time is running out for him. Again, we're going to shut off the staging lane. Actually, shut everything down at 4 o'clock. With regards to qualifying. So he's got himself 2 hours to put together a package that'll put away a Hocus for sure. Inching his beautiful 69 Camaro in the unlimited class into the staging beams. He wants to be the first guy to run 6s at all 5 tracks, or on all 5 days, I should say, in Drag Week. Nobody's done it before. He could be the first one. And he's about ready to cut loose and let it rip. Spooling up. Bailey, right down the middle. Great pass. And there it is, folks. Tom Bailey hits one out of the park That is the drag week equivalent of a Chuck Norris roundhouse kick right there. 678, 217 miles an hour. 5 days in a row in the sixes for Tom Bailey. And you can chalk this one up as done. I'll be the first to tell you, that's the guy who wins drag week right there. He got it done. 5 days in a row in the sixes with an exclamation point. 675. Nice shot for Bailey. The Ford Mustang running down in the right lane, going to get there first with a 10:43 at 128. The Dodge truck in the gasser class goes 11:53, 113 miles an hour. Well, Dave Henninger just watched Mike Roy make a big blast in his Monte Carlo. So Henninger most likely settling for second place unless he can really pull something out of his ear here in our Pro Street Power Outer class. Beautiful orange Camaro. Let's see if he uncorks this. Henninger not with the straightest pass, but it is hooked up and making power. 834, 168 miles an hour. Good run for him. Gear Vendors Overdrives wants to thank all the Drag Week participants for supporting the baddest racing event on the planet. And Gear Vendors Overdrives are purposely built for the fastest cars on the strip and guaranteed even when racing. Here's George Gallimore in his 1970 Monte Carlo. Beautiful black machine. I love this car. All right, so here comes the Monte Carlo. Right down the middle of the groove. This is looking great. 828, 178 miles an hour. Great pass for him. Here's Bryant Goldstone in his 70 Chevelle, running in our modified Power Adder category. And Tim Flanders currently leading the Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated category with his Ford Mustang. Watch this little gray fox body. It boogies. Just spinning the tires. And the Chevelle runs through with a 794, 177 miles an hour. And that is absolutely his quickest pass of the entire week. Great job for Bryant Goldstone with that 794 pass. All over the place with the Mustang. Straightens it back out and away he goes. 971 at 152. The Trailblazer punishes the track with an 1194 at 111. Here's John Ferrone. Ferrone from Australia. Driving his Valiant. Got a 6-cylinder in it. Twin turbocharged. And John is in the wrong zip code, backing the tires into the groove. Now he's got his crew member helping him out, getting the car backed up properly. You know, I think it's a cool car, and I'd like to try and drive it, but how weird would that be having the steering wheel on the right-hand side when you're used to driving on the left-hand side and shifting with your opposite hand? I guess if that's all you do every day, you know, no big deal, you'll understand it, but for me to jump out of a left-hand drive car, go into a right-hand drive car, it would have to be odd. The Monza off and running, and here comes the Valiant. Oh man, look at that Valiant eat. At the big end, 793, 180 miles an hour. Good pass there for John Ferrone. The Monza goes through with a 1098 over here in the right lane. Chevy Malibu and the Pontiac Firebird. Gonna duke it out here. All right, daily driver competitors who think you might be qualified for the Quick 32, we need to have your time slips turned in 20 minutes to Tanya Turk in the tower. Today, please. The Firebird gets there first with a 10:15, 135 miles an hour, 11:38 at 119 for the Malibu. Beautiful Chevy Corvette. Purging the nitrous. Paired up with the Chevy truck. Both these cars. Running in the street race small block power hour class. And look at the truck. That's pretty respectable. 1056 at 131 miles an hour for a vehicle that is the aerodynamic equivalent to a filing cabinet. That's getting it done. 1120, 127 miles an hour for the Vet. Here's Slimbo with another big wheels up launch in his Pontiac. Tom Hogshead having some problems with his Nova. 986, 134 for Slimbo. Nice pass for Cecino. Good job. And 1888 at 72 miles an hour for the Nova. Here's Jeff Sias. Sias looking to turn in a good time slip today. He's currently leading the class, but Mike Crow is nipping at his heels. Trying to put together a better average than Sias. So it's going to come down to the very last day. This is the guy they call LJ. Legend Jr. banging the gears in his small block Ford powered. Oh, excuse me. No, this is not a Ford powered. This is an LS powered. Stick shifted Fox body Mustang. Watch him grab the gears. Sias with a pretty decent run shaping up here. Stops the clocks with a 10:23 at 1:31. Not as quick as Crow. That's going to be a very narrow margin by the end of the day. And Crow is over here in our holding area. He's been quarantined. Corvette getting it done. Corvette in the right lane, Chevelle in the left lane. Vet's going to get there first with an 11:24 at 1:23, 11:92 at 1:16 for the Chevelle. The coupe runs through with 11:64, 1:21, 12:98 at 1:06 on the left leg. A little Dodge Colt. S10 pickup truck in the left lane, Buick Grand National in the right. Watch the Buick here. It's really going to twist up on the launch. The right rear will almost touch the ground, the left front. Oh, he's taking it easy. Could not get a hold of the racetrack this time. Could not get a hold of the racetrack. And the S10 gets there first and by a bunch. 11:73 at 114 miles an hour, the Buick. Easy as she goes, 16:77 at 77 miles an hour. John Gatliff coming up in his Ford Mustang. Paired up with the patinaed Plymouth. $12.21, 116 miles an hour for the Mustang, and $12.71, 115 for the Plymouth. Here's Mike Myers. Mike driving his Chevy Corvair LS-powered machine. And the Ford Mustang over here in the right lane. Myers currently leading the daily driver category qualifier. Myers runs a 10:72 at 126. That's a little quick for the class. So he won't be able to turn in that time slip. The Nova banging the gears. 11:33 at 123 miles an hour. 11:49 for the little Mopar at 118 miles an hour in the left lane. Chevy Camaro. I believe that's a Pontiac GTO. Camaro off and running. And the Pontiac in hot pursuit. Pontiac reeling him in and passing him. The Pontiac goes 11:57, 117 miles an hour, 11:77, and 113 for the Camaro. Great looking second generation Camaro. Paired up with the Ford Crown Vic. Camaro gets their first tap on the brakes, goes 12:05 at 102. And the Crown Vic 15:32 at 98 miles an hour. Ford versus Chevy. The Ford in the right lane, Chevy in the left lane. Camaro versus the Maverick. The Camaro with a nice 006 light goes 1182 at 115 miles an hour. The Maverick 1224 at 111 miles an hour. All right, daily driver competitors, if you think you're qualified for the quick 32, we need to have your time slip turned in by 2:30 to time you turn today and tonight. Yeah, if you are in the quick 32 and you need to turn in your time slip, we need you to the front of the line. Anybody else? You could turn your time slip in sometime before 4 o'clock today, but no later. If you're in one of our other classes, you've got until 4 o'clock to turn your time slip in. The Chevy Chevelle, 66 minutes with a nice 004 light. On his way down the left-hand side. 1220 at 108 miles an hour. The Buick runs through 1630 at 83 miles per hour. Beautiful blue Barracuda. Paired up with the green machine. The Little Green Express. $11.44, 117 miles an hour for the Barracuda, $12.67 at 102 for the pickup. Two hard-charging Chevrolets here. The Corvette in the left lane, Camaro in the right lane. And side by side all the way down. And the Corvette gets there first with an 11:15 at 113, 11:48 at 102 for the Camaro. And here's a Pontiac G8 paired up with the Pontiac Trans Am. Dale Gebhardt, you have a package over at the amusement park front gate. Dale Gebhardt, you've had a package delivered to the amusement park front gate. You can pick it up over there. Shuts off the clocks with a 12:23 at 110 miles an hour, 12:25 at 115 miles an hour for the Mustang. Well, he's going to make one more pass coming into the water box. This is the guy that is on the outside looking in, trying to get into that quick 32 field. As we've got a Camaro and the Honda on the track. 1092 at 115 for the Camaro, the Honda 25 at 106. There's a lot riding on this pass right here. Is Ross Dudley going to get into the show? Ross in his yellow 69 Roadrunner, 68 Roadrunner, has an average coming into this event of an 11.92.8. He needs to bring his average down to less than an 11.905 in order to get into the field. We'll see how he can do. Oh, he's got it hooked up. Dudley on a good run. At the stripe, 11.907 at 112 miles an hour. That will help, but I don't know there's going to be enough for him to get underneath that 11.905. In fact, I just about guarantee you it's not. It's a valiant effort for the guy in the moped. Pontiac GTO, Chevy pickup truck, paired and ready. GTO ripping through the gears. The Pontiac stops the clocks with a 1063 at 130. Pickup truck 12.
Dude, what did you just do to your car? I mean, after going 678, sealing the win in the Unlimited class, and putting up a 6-second average for the week, what the hell happened? And do you even care?
I think it was only good for about 212.
That's the other thing. You just went 217 miles an hour in a quarter mile in a car you drove 1,000 miles on the street, man.
Pretty awesome.
You're kind of a big deal now. You know that, right? Like, you're going to have to get a new cell phone number, you know, because it's going to be blowing up.
Yeah, go in hiding.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Jesse James style.
Man,
Nice.
and we wanted to turn it up a little bit. Now I can't.
You turned it off, dude. You're done. You're done. You need to drink some beer and take a break, brother. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Congratulations. Wow.
Fucking awesome, man.
Turbocharged V6, making plenty of power. He's just got to put it down to the racetrack. Kind of like that. $10.86 at 123 for the Grand National. Pontiac runs through with an 11.85. Oldsmobile Cutlass coming up in the left lane, taking on the Plymouth Satellite here in the right lane. Oh, the Plymouth huffing and puffing and making all sorts of nasty, smoky looking stuff. 1210, 110 miles an hour for the Oldsmobile. And the Mopar is tired with a 1375 at 77 miles an hour. Chevy truck and Chevy Camaro in the right lane going to finish first. It goes 11.58 at 109 to a 12.22 at 110 in the pickup truck. You have 2 minutes to turn in your time slip to Tanya Turk in the tower today for the Daily Driver Quick 32 field. You have 2 minutes to turn in your time slip to Tanya Turk in the tower. Daily Driver Quick 32, you've got to have it turned in 56 Chevy. 1970 great with the turbo cars. Big torque monster Buick gets there first with a 1129 at 125. 1166 at 114 for the 56 shoebox. John Gatliff driving the Mustang, paired up with that Pontiac G8. The Mustang with a nice 1245 at 114 miles an hour. Camaro and the Crown Vic. And we are just about done here with our daily driver cars. 12:03, 87 miles an hour for the Camaro. The Crown Vic runs through with a 1450. There's Dan Wilcox driving his purple truck. Pretty quick machine. Side by side all the way down. Wilcox gets there first, 12:20 at 107 to a 12:34 at 107 for the Little Green Express. Huge burnout for the 55 coming out of the water box. Frank Romano in that 55. We're going to put down a number. The Mazda put down a pass now. The Mazda runs through with a 980 at 140 miles an hour. The 55 Chevy 1129 at 123. And out comes the big Pontiac Grand Prix. This is Randy Bellahar, a mid 10-second Pontiac. He's paired up with Jeremy Heiser. Heiser in that great sounding Pontiac Trans Am. Heiser running in street race small block power adder. And a street race big block power adder. This is Randy Bellahar. Pretty good matchup right there. Bellahar, that big Pontiac. Stretching out his legs, going 982 at 135 to a 995 at 135 for the Trans Am. Dave Henninger in that orange Chevy Camaro. This thing really needs to see a good pass. There is so much potential in this car. There's your black tracking. 845 at 176 for Henninger. Oh, look at the little triumph. The TR6 like a rocket ship. Right down the middle of the groove. 903 at 150. All right, guys and gals, here's how this is going to work with our daily driver, Quick 32. You should have your time slip turned in now. I know there's some people standing in line to do that. Okay, great. But as soon as you get your time slip turned in, we need you to take your car and proceed to the back of the staging lanes, way back in the back for pairings. Keith Turk will be back there and get everybody paired up. Oh, Adger's going to be pairing everybody up. Adger's the big guy that everybody talks real nice to, right? So Adger is going to be pairing up cars, but as soon as you turn in your time slip for the Quick 32, we need you to grab your car and run to the back of the staging lane so he can assemble you for pairings for round number 1 of eliminations. Does everybody understand that? Okay, let's go through it one more time. As soon as you turn in your time slip for the Quick 32, which you should be in the tower right now doing that, run downstairs, grab your car, and proceed to the back of the staging lanes where Adger is going to get you assembled for round number 1 of eliminations. All other classes, you're welcome to make time shots until 4 o'clock. You got to have your time slip turned in by 4 o'clock this afternoon if you want it to be the time slip you declare for the day. All right, this will be an open comp style Quick 32. They're going to have their index on the back of the car. You got to put your index on the back of the car, and I think Adger's going to help you with that. As soon as you turn in your time slip to Tanya here at the top of the tower today, for Quick 32, we need you to proceed to the back of the staging lanes with your car. Adger Smith will get you paired up. Well, if you know the answer to this trivia question, be the first person to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer to win a prize. The answer we were looking for, and we do need the correct answer, not just a answer. All right. Now, I know old Joe over here, he's going to know this one, so don't shout it out, please, all right? Don't shout this one out. If you know the answer to this trivia question, be the first of the Pep Boys Speed trailer to win a prize. What movie does the line, If you ain't first, you're last. What beer does that come from? Joe's over here licking his chops. He wants to run over to the Pet Boys trailer, but he's got to stay over here and man the clock. Again, tell me what movie the line, if you ain't first, you're last, comes from. You got to run over to the Pet Boys Speed Shop trailer, give them your answer, and you will receive a prize. We got a couple of cars coming out of the isolation area, the impound lot, that are going to be interesting to watch. Jeff Sias and Mike Crow, both of them, number 1 and number 2 in our street race, small block, naturally aspirated category. Well, if you are not in the top 32, you want to make some passes on this racetrack just to make some passes? If you're one of our other classes other than...
You want to see a man possessed? Rick Prospero just munched this lifter in the middle of laying down his quickest pass to date, a 791. That pass sealed the deal. He won his class, and he's already wrenching on this thing, putting another lifter in it because he wants to go again. Man, take a break. Have a beer.
Not yet. We've plenty of time for beer.
What's the goal now then? What's the goal for the next pass?
We're going to throw 40 pounds of boost at it and let it come out a little harder, and hopefully we can go maybe a 780.
Oh my God, 780 in a station wagon. I like it.
We went 150 in the 8. That's our fastest 8-mile time. So
you guys are getting after it, man.
Yeah, we're getting her done. Yep.
Cool. Well, I want to see it. Go for it. All right. I'm here with Dave Ahokas and Lloyd Welty, the guys who wrapped up second place in Unlimited this year. After not finishing Drag Week multiple times, you've got to be feeling amazing right now.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah.
And I hear there was a rumor you were going to drive this thing home because your toter home broke down. So I don't know. Let's think about that out loud. The Unlimited class car outlasted the tow vehicle on the street. That's impressive.
Well, we were going to drive it home, but we blew a head gasket on that run, so now we can't drive it home either.
Well, you said your whole goal was just to finish. You weren't worried about trying to win or put up a 6-second average. Just finish it, and you finally did it, my friend.
You bet.
Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Go enjoy your food.
All right.
You know, it's been said that nitrous is the ultimate power adder because it's not that complex and not that expensive to install in your ride. And I think we've seen some proof this weekend. I've heard that you've pumped more nitrous into bottles for racers this week than you ever have before. How many mother bottles have you gone through?
Well, we brought 10 mother bottles with us to start with. We completely ran out yesterday in Memphis, so since the last days here in Holly, it was convenient. I had 4 more mother bottles brought out here from the Holly plant, and I've already used 2 of those, so that's 12 total for the week.
Wow. Monty Smith representing NOS, helping out our racers with tech support and the nitrous they need to go fast at Drag Week.
All right, here we go, guys and gals. All right, out of Topeka, Kansas, Mike Crow coming up. Paired up with Jeff Sias. Sias in the Mustang, currently leading the street race small block power adder category with a small block 5-speed Fox body Mustang. Mike Crow currently in second place. And today, anyway, Crow has turned in, well, he hasn't turned in a time slip yet, has had a quicker pass than has Sias. Crow built the car with the intent of breaking into the 9s in street race small block naturally aspirated. He hasn't quite got there. However, Jeff Sias has. In fact, earlier this week, he did it. Clicking off the first 9-second pass in the class. However, today, Crow has been quicker and is trying to cut into that lead that Sias has. Remember, we're going on the average for the week, not just the quickest pass. Crow stage, Sias stage, here we go. Crow off the line first, Sias with a big wheel stand. 2 cars side by side, banging the gears, loving this kind of drag racing. Sias gets there first with a 10:07 at 1:33. Crow right behind him, 10:35 at 1:33. What a great grudge race between these two guys in street race, small block, naturally aspirated. 2 fantastic cars, 2 high-winding small blocks, and 2 5-speed transmissions. I love it. The Honda and the Pontiac side by side. All right. I need to have our daily driver competitors for the Quick 32. Grab your cars and see Adger Smith in the back of the staging lanes for pairings. Once again, Quick 32 competitors. Need to have you get together with your cars in the back of the staging lanes now. Everybody else, we've got an open time session until 4 o'clock. You need to turn in your time slips before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Are you Alex? Come here a second. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what, I got to introduce a young lady to you here. Alex Taylor has the perfect vacation set up with her mom. Not only did they build a car, they're taking it on drag week. Alex, welcome to Bowling Green. It's great to have you here. Tell us a little bit about that beautiful car you got.
It's a 68 Camaro, and I have an LS1 in it with a 4L80 transmission, and it's controlled by a motor dominator.
Okay, so you got all that put together. Did you do that yourself?
Yeah, me and my dad and mom built it. 2 months. We finished. In July 8th, it was just a body shell. Just finished it.
I think it's really cool that you're taking your mom on drag week with you. But I gotta know, did you leave Dad at home?
People say that it was my dad doing it for me. So he came to pick me up today.
So it's more of a pride thing. I know your dad's probably proud of you anyway, but you are out here telling everybody that, look, this is my car. I did this. Mom's coming along just for emotional support and to help out. And are you girls having a really good time on drag week?
Oh, yeah, I'm already planning next year. I'm ready to be back.
Did you have any issues with the car whatsoever?
No, the car ran perfect. We didn't have any problems. I got over here easy, and it's been good.
So what's your average for the week? What have you averaged?
I don't know yet. I'll have to see what today is. We ran my fastest time with an 11:82 at 115.
Congratulations. Alex, thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you back next week or next year. Oh, here's Shane McClellan. And I think he's got it set on kill. If he does, watch the front end come up. Yesterday, he drugged the bumper in the Chevy Nova. No, he doesn't. He was out of the groove. And I'm looking at his tire tracks, and he was not just a couple inches out of the groove, he was a couple of feet out of the groove. Here's Travis Gilpin. Gilpin at the wheel of his black Camaro. And this thing is hauling the mail today. Crosses the stripe with a 786 and 179. Budweiser Lane rolls through with a 1264 at 112 miles an hour. The Chevelle paired up with the Gasser, the 55. This is your current leader in the Gasser class. This is Dan Chisholm. And Dane Weiler in the Chevelle and street race small block naturally aspirated. Oh man! Looking at the front suspension on that Chevelle, did you see the camber on that thing? Oh my goodness. Chisholm runs through with the 55, 1041 at 125 miles an hour, 1226 for Weiler at 117 miles an hour. All right, I need to have all quick 32 competitors, to the rear of the staging lanes, please. Quick 32 competitors to the rear of the staging lanes immediately. Attention in the pits, we've got a racer in need. We need a welder. If you've got a welder, we've got a Oldsmobile Cutlass, a white one, down at the big end of the racetrack that needs to have a welder down there. We got blue stripes on the hood. If you've got a welder and can bring it down to the car, we sure would appreciate it, as we've got a racer in need. Is there any way you can get the car to the welder? He said he can get the car to the welder as well. So if you've got one, let me know here in the tower. I'll get you guys in touch. And we can work out all the details to get this thing welded up. Thank you, guys. GTO runs through with a 1086 at 128 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry my battery died on me. Hopefully you have heard. We need all of our quick 32 competitors to the rear of the staging lanes, please. All quick 32 competitors with your cars to the rear of the staging lanes. We need a welder, please. We've got a racer in need who needs a welder. If you've got a welder, please come up here to the tower and I will introduce you to the gentleman that needs the welder. Gear Vendors Overdrives wants to thank all the Drag Week participants for supporting the baddest racing event on the planet. Gear Vendors Overdrives are purposely built for the fastest cars on the strip and even guaranteed when racing. Oh, what a beautiful afternoon here at Beech Bend. I couldn't ask for a nicer day to go drag racing, let alone on Drag Week. What a great way to finish out the week here. Once again, quick 32 competitors in our daily driver category. We need you to the rear of the staging lanes. Talk with Mr. Smith back there. Mr. Azure Smith, he's getting everybody lined out. He's getting you paired up. You're going to have 16 pairs of cars. Again, we need a welder, please. If anybody's got a welder, please come see me in the tower. We've got a racer in need who badly needs a welder.
Does this mic work? So where do you need me? Give me a 3, 2, 1. Wow! We are back. I'm David Freiberger from Hot Rod Magazine, commenting to you here in a little bit of downtime in Bowling Green at Beech Bend Raceway, where we've been watching Drag Week Day 5. The live feed is presented by Pep Boy Speed Shop, and the event is sponsored by Gear Vendors, and our minds are blown with what we've seen here today. Did you check it out? I hope you didn't miss it. Tom Bailey became the first guy ever to drive 1,200 miles and run a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour run every single day. That has got to be one of the most incredible feats in all of motorsports. Just think about that. Imagine trying to get something like an NHRA Pro Stock car and driving it that far. And check it out also, Ferrone in that silver car from Australia, 797, his first 7-second pass. Oh, and you know what? When Bailey made that last pass, Well, actually, his pass before last, they made it about half track, and the door flopped open or the window came open. I couldn't exactly see from the starting line what was going down. But on his glory run, when I think he ran 678 at 217, which is a huge mile-an-hour number, the lamination, boom, came right off the door. So there's an argument against the composite cars, isn't it? The stuff flies apart when you drive at 217 miles an hour. What can you do? It's just stuff. No, it has been an awesome day here in Bowling Green. Right now we are putting together the ladder for the Daily Driver Bracket Race, which is coming up. And it's surprising. Daily Driver's a class that doesn't get a whole bunch of attention when you're here and have cars running in the 6s and 7s, but there's a lot of tight races there, and the cutoff time for the 32-car ladder, the bump spot, is quicker than it ever has been. It was 11:90-ish walking in here this morning, and after what I've seen today, with people really killing it on the track, I gotta think that it's a little bit quicker. So you're gonna see a Daily Driver bracket race coming up with some pretty fast cars and some wheels up, and that is pretty neat. But we also have the fast cars coming back again. People are out there in the pits right now destroying themselves to either get a good run in, like George Gallimore. I've seen him out here. He's got that 70 Monte Carlo. It's black, and he was second in class and running strong 8.0s and 8.10s. I don't think I've seen him get all the way down the track today, so that's a guy who's probably back there thrashing pretty hard. And I saw Prospero run. I don't know if he got another 7-second time or not. And Mashmeyer and Gilpin, that is the black 67, 68 Camaro, huge NOS nitrous car. And that thing should be good for mid-7s, and he's just making lap after lap in the lane with no scoreboards. Now, he's kind of a street racer, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he is choosing to do that, so we don't know what's going on. And he has laid down a good number. I know it's a little frustrating without the scoreboards lit. I've been calling the announcer or texting my guy to tell the announcer a lot of times to go ahead and announce those times. I hope they have been. If you want to ask questions on the live feed, perhaps there's another viewer of the live feed who heard it and can respond. Are there any questions going on in the live feed right now? Maybe my video guys can look into that. If you have anything that you want to ask me about the event or the magazine or Roadkill, which is the video show that we do on the Motor Trend channel, we can do that because we'll probably be killing a little bit of time here. As you know, there was a huge delay this morning because lightning hit that scoreboard, which is the explanation for why it's down. Or perhaps it hit the tower, but one way or another it fried that thing, and so we don't have numbers displaying. And the downtime was because they were getting that timing system rolling. And so we started very late, but we are on schedule now to put together the Daily Driver bracket. Earlier in the day, oh, check this out, pan to the cat on the track. You really need to look at the cat on the track. See him? He's going through the hole. I don't think he's panning over, but trust me, there is a cat on the track. That is going to be roadkill right there if somebody's not careful. He's going through the hole in the wall. Sandon, you picking that up? Anyway, that's what counts for entertainment while we're not drag racing is kitty cat. Anyway, what was I saying? Our schedule is not going to be exactly what we thought it was when I was announcing this morning. We had said that we were going to go out of racing into a slideshow and into the awards presentation. Fact of the matter is that our live stream time is going to run out. And so as soon as we're done with racing and as soon as we can get the scores of everybody calculated, you're going to see my mug back on screen telling you exactly who won, with what, and how, and then we will wrap up the live feed for the day. So do us a favor and get on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you can, and spread the word about the live feed. I was talking to the guys from Pep Boys Speed Shop earlier today, and they sponsor, of course, the feed, and they essentially committed to me that they were going to sponsor this again next year. And I expect that's going to come true because this has been such a big success because all of you are watching. And that's what the sponsors like to see is numbers. So if you want to see this happen again, spread the word and make it happen. Have you guys dug up any questions that I can answer off the live feed? They're working on that right now. What else did I see going down track just now? I'm not sure that you're aware that we have probably the youngest Drag Week competitor ever here, as well as I think the oldest. We have Alexa Taylor is her name, and she drives a orange Camaro. She's 16 years old. As a matter of fact, she just turned 16 years old. She was 15 just like moments ago, so that's pretty cool. And then there's also the gentleman who runs that little sort of pinkish and black Dodge Colt who you've seen making laps, and I could be wrong, but I think he's 80. So that's really the range of people who are involved here in Drag Week. And I know all kinds of people, from guys who make their living just as junkyard scroungers all the way up to, we have several doctors and lawyers who run here at Drag Week. And the thing is, the drag strip is what separates them all. It's not their walk of life or their class or anything like that. They're all out here competing head to head on the track. Trying once again for any questions you might have. All right, that's not working well. Are you not posting questions, or are they not figuring it out? What can we talk about? Wow, it's like my mind is blown. I think I was telling you all earlier today, I've literally slept 3 hours a night every night this week except for last night, which was 5. That's why I get a little bit brain dead here sometimes trying to talk through the dead time. Really hoping for some questions. Yes, questions here. Moving to talk to this camera. Okay, are you working on coming up with some questions from the live feed? All righty. Where have we been this week? Kind of like Power Tour, sometimes when we do road trips like this, I completely forget where we are. We did start here at Bowling Green, and then we hit St. Louis, then Indy, then Memphis. Here comes the car. Wow, I literally cannot remember everywhere I've been this week. Can't remember people's names, but I remember the cars. Let's watch this AAR CUDA go down the track.
So once again, anybody else who wants to make a hit who's not involved in the quick 32, bring your cars on down to the staging lanes. You can bring yours to the front of the lanes. Make as many passes as you want before 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, we're going to shut it off. Actually, you'll be waiting until 3:30. That's when we're going to start that bracket race. And then you need to turn your time slip in by 4 o'clock. Settled down pretty well. 10-12, 136 miles an hour. And here comes Slimbo. Messina strikes the tires in the Pontiac. And figures, I'm going to take it easy on the car since I'm not going to have a crazy record run anyway. Oh, hey, we got a big old plastic bag out there on the track. I'm going to collect it. All right, here's Rick Prospero. Prospero in the Nova. Been laying down some solid shots out here today. Look at the power come up on that car. Right down the middle of the track, 8:03, 181 miles an hour. Nice shot for him. He's been in the 7s before. But that was pretty. That was a nice, clean pass. He comes off that starting line so gently, you don't think, man, there's nothing going to amount to this. And about 80 feet out, oh, hang on. It just gets stupid. Pontiac in the right lane. Buick in the left lane. Problems for the Buick. He's not doing real well. Pontiac's going to trip the timers first with a 1089 at 125. And the Buick just lazily making his way down track. Little Monza coming up in the left lane out of the water box. And the Ford Mustang convertible over here on the right-hand side. Monza off and running. He's going to get there. Oh, wow. Lots of smoke. And the Monza into the wall. Big cloud of smoke. The Monza slams into the right side guard wall. I need everybody to stay back except emergency personnel. Please, everybody back except emergency personnel. Let them do the work. We're going to go down and check on the driver. Well, we got the word from the big end of the track. The driver is out, and he is in A1 shape. He's fine, but the car is banged up pretty good. So let's give him a round of applause. Let him know we appreciate him out here. We've been thinking of him. But give us a little bit. We have got some stuff on the track we're going to have to tend to and get it cleaned up. Once again, guys and gals, we do need you back away from the racetrack so we can get our emergency vehicles to and from. We've got some cleanup to do. We've got a car to pull off the racetrack, so please, any assistance, we need to have you off the racetrack so that we can get that tended to. Thankfully, the driver doing okay. Sheet metal can be pounded back into shape and fixed. That's not a problem. We just want to make sure our drivers are safe. In the meantime, guys and gals, I want to let you know about QA1, and they are the official suspension manufacturer of Hot Rod Drag Week, and the #1 name in shock absorbers, struts, springs, suspension components, rod ends, and ball joints of any manufacturer. QA1's drag race components are specifically designed to help improve 60-foot times, resulting in quicker ETs. Take control of your suspension and put your trust in QA1. Visit QA1's display or check us out online at qa1.net to learn more. We are winding down our day and rapidly running out of time for you to get your official Hot Rod Magazine 2013 t-shirt. If you want one, time is limited. The only place to get one is here, and the last day to get one is today. And you can do that right now over there at the Hot Rod Toter Home. They've also got the Hot Rod 2013 Drag Week hats.
Okay, back to me. If you were watching the live feed just now, I think you saw that our Pep Boys Monza hit the wall real hard in the lights down here. I didn't see what happened. I just looked down and there was smoke. Obviously, you can rewind and see what happened. We do have word that the driver is okay. So a disaster is averted that way. I'm thinking that car is not looking good though. So we'll keep an eye on that and let you know what happened there. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and answer those questions that you can give me on the live feed. The reason we couldn't do that earlier when I was talking to you is apparently our MiFi went down. We were still streaming, but those guys couldn't get on the site to shout out questions to me, and now we've got our iPhones rolling, and so we can do that. So what's our first question? Will the awards ceremony be broadcast? Very likely not at this point. We've had enough delays, what with the lights being down this morning and then this accident occurring, that we're going to have to change up our program a little bit. What will happen is we'll go into the daily driver bracket race, which will close the program, and then we will be tallying results. We'll play you some replays of things that happened during the week during that time, and then I will come on screen probably with Finnegan, and we will talk you through who won each class and who did what to who. So we will likely not go to the live feed. Part of the reason for that is our live feed allotment is literally going to run out. So we sort of have to hustle this up. Next question. What is the fastest 6-cylinder pass in Drag Week history? I do not have 9 years worth of drag strip passes memorized. I'm trying to think. You know, there's been more 4-bangers that have shown up and gone fast than 6s, I think. We have a Grand National here. I have not been following what he's been doing, but he pulls the tires pretty good. That's got to be a low 11 car or something like that, but I don't have a solid answer for that question. There is John Huber, who's been here with his gray 79 Mustang. It does big wheel stands. I don't know if he made it here to the last day. That's a 2.3 liter, well, actually it's bigger than that now, but it's based on the 2.3 liter Pinto motor with a turbo on it, and I believe that car has been 880s, so that's pretty big. Next. People will not stop asking about the Roadkill Draguar. If you watch Roadkill on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube, you might have seen the episode where we bought a 74 Jaguar XJ12, and we bought it kind of sight unseen. It was up in San Francisco. We were in LA, but we knew it had a small block Chevy swapped into it. So we loaded our YN 671 blower into our briefcase and flew up to San Francisco and bolted a blower on this clapped out 350 that was in this Jaguar and proceeded to overheat the thing to nuclear meltdown levels. We kept on cooling it off by driving it through coin-op car washes, which was pretty cool. But as you might expect, that engine when we got home was junk, which is to be expected when you take a motor that is glowing hot and pour cold water on it as we did. We felt really bad about breaking that block. But anyway, that motor's gone. We got a Blueprint Engines crate engine, put our blower on that thing, made just a few numbers shy of 700 horsepower, and have not had time since then to put engine with car. It is on the agenda, but I'm not going to promise you when that's going to happen. We got a lot of stuff brewing, but the Draguar is still around the shop. What is the heaviest car here? I know that we are looking at 4,200 pounds for stuff like Mike Roy's Big Monte Carlo, and George Gallimore's Monte probably weighs 4,200, but there's crew cab pickup trucks running in the daily driver class. Those are heavier than that, but I don't think that's really what you're asking about. 4,200 has got to be the limit on it. Plans for next year's Drag Week. This is the 9th Drag Week, which makes next year what? The 10th. That's a pretty big deal. So we're going to have to come up with something to do for an anniversary, and I'm not exactly sure what that will be. We've talked a little about tracing our original route, but we can't do that because the very first Drag Week we went from one point to another, just a straight line, whereas now we make a loop. We start and end at the same drag strip, and the reason for that is we do this road trip where we do not allow trailers to follow the race cars, and so guys need a place to leave their trailer, and if we go one way, then they have to figure out how to get home before they can put their junk on a trailer and get out of there. So we leave the trailers, like for example this year here in Bowling Green, we go out and make our run and we come back to Bowling Green. So it'll be a loop of some kind, and we'll have to do something special. There has been some discussion of it, but I would say at this point we're open to ideas. You can always email us at dragweek@hotrod.com and let us know what you'd like to see. And seriously, we pay attention to that. So dragweek@hotrod.com. People keep asking what's my favorite car here at Drag Week other than Unlimited. Earlier in the live feed, I rambled through a whole bunch of cars that I really like because this thing is so grassroots. There's so many guys on a regular budget that are building stuff that is really fast. And you know, my taste sort of goes towards that. I really like the little tan Nova that did the huge wheel stand the other day. I believe it's a 62, and it's got a 417 Motorsports 370-inch LS motor in it. The outside of the car is all patinaed, but it has air conditioning, and the thing runs 880s. That is right along the lines of stuff I like. But I'm also really in love with the car that is winning the Gasser class right now. It's that black 55 Chevy with the gold lettering and the blue lace painted roof. And it's a big block, and I believe it's got a stick in it. And it too is running 1080s and just perfect. It has the right 60s look. It does great burnouts. It lifts the front tires, and it runs fast. So that one is another big win for me. But man, there's so much stuff here that I like. Honestly, it's hard to pick just one. Oh, people want to know why we pan away when a car hits the wall? We actually didn't when the guy did it the other day in the 69 Mustang. Right now, there's nothing to look at. The car is way down off the track. As a matter of fact, I can see him. I barely can see them dragging it up. And I mean, you can throw a camera down there, but you'll only be bored to death. Trust me, I'm actually prettier than what's going on at the end of the track right now. They're basically just sweeping rice hulls. That's boring. Next. The 55 from Roadkill. Oh, it's like all the same questions we had earlier keep coming back because people come in and out of the live feed. Which, what that tells you folks is actually you will need to go back and start at day one if you haven't seen them and relive the replay of every single live feed. It's only like 4 hours a day for 5 days. You could marathon watch that. I mean, that's why they make 12 packs, right? So go catch up, would you? Meanwhile, what's happening with the 55 Roadkill car? 426 Hemi in a 55 Chevy, very much like that Gasser class winner that I'm talking about right now. It's a car that I've always wanted to build. The Hemi is era correct, the 55 is era correct, and believe it or not, guys back then did stuff like that. I've never seen a 426 in a 55. I have seen a Chrysler early Hemi in a 55 Chevy. The Gasser class back in the 60s was weight per cubic inch. And so guys did everything. The Stonewoods and Cook Willys Gasser that everybody's familiar with, it had a Hemi in it when it was really popular, but in the early days, it had an Oldsmobile in it. So guys mix and matched engines all the time. So the Hemi in the 55 was just a vision I had and was never, ever, ever gonna get around to. So we took one of my Hemis, stabbed it in Finnegan's car, and did that Roadkill episode about it. And ever since then, Finnegan's been working on it slowly. It's been through the body shop, it's been primered, it's on a new chassis. He's got the engine almost together, but not fully assembled yet. We're just so busy, literally out of town 3 to 5 days a month doing Roadkill. And then there's a couple of days on Hot Rod Unlimited, and then there's actually making Hot Rod Magazine. There's making Hot Rod Deluxe Magazine. There's making Overkill Magazine and running the website. Our lives are very, very busy, and we don't get to wrench as much as we really wish we could, which also explains why most of my junk has never been finished in the history of my life. Next question. Australian Drag Week? What do? Drive across the middle of the continent? Man, no, I don't see Australian Drag Week happening. I'll give Gup a call. That's what we should do. I bet Gup could pull that off for us. No, I'm serious. I should call Gup. I think he'll do it. It might end up being, Power Skid Week instead of Drag Week, but yeah. Actually, you know what? Can you guys in Australia even drive these cars on the street? I don't think so. Wouldn't that end up being Impound Week if we did that? I don't think that works. The next episode of Roadkill that people will see. What's live right now? Oh, this is interesting. The one that is live right now is my Super Bee versus my Crusher Camaro on a road trip that we made from LA to Salt Lake City and back. And we made that trip to Salt Lake City, came home, we're home for a day, and we bought this ramp truck, a 73 Chevy crew cab ramp truck, and we needed that because we were going to Bonneville, which is 2 hours from Salt Lake City. So we went home, loaded our Bonneville race car onto the ramp truck, drove it to the Bonneville Salt Flats, and went racing. So that's going to be the next one that airs. I expect that Travis is home cutting on that right now, unless he is screwing around watching the live feed. Travis, get back to work. The question is, if I was going to build a drag week car, what would it be? Or what I think the best combo would be, not necessarily what I would do. People are asking both questions. Dustin's telling me, we're filling time, dude. Just answer the question. Or the questions. One thing that I talked about doing forever would be so completely unpopular, I can't even begin to describe it. But the Unlimited class, as you know, has no rules whatsoever. You pass NHRA Tech, you pass your street legal stuff with the horn and the turn signals and registration and insurance, you run. So why aren't guys out here in a super gas roadster? You think that these Pro Mod cars are light. Why aren't people running virtually nothing for a car, just a little tiny roadster with something like a small block and turbos on it? I said to Larry Larson one time, man, you'd have to be able to get into the 5s, wouldn't you? He was like, you're a little generous on that, but man, 620s would make you somebody. I hope that doesn't happen, but that's something that's been thrown around for quite a long time. As far as what I would build personally, I've been looking at guys this week who have really, really drivable cars that are in the 880 range. And even though the Crusher Camaro is really cool right now with its 671 blown big block, it runs about 1060s, but I'm thinking that the Crusher could really be somebody if I were to put like an all aluminum small block in it with a couple of hair dryers on it, and that would make you wonder, why don't I just fix the F-bomb? So you know what? That's what I would do. If I had the time, if I had the money, that's the answer. I'd bring the F-bomb to Drag Week. So somebody cut me a check and give me a month vacation and we'll make that happen. Next. The favorite track among the racers. A lot of people like coming here to Bowling Green just because it's so historic and cool. I mean, check those grandstands. You don't see stuff like that at a lot of tracks. I've been to like Yellow Belly in Texas and George Ray's. Oh man, anybody been to George Ray's Wildcat Drag Strip in Arkansas? That is the most podunk backyard track in the history of ever. It is so cool, but we don't run Drag Week there because, wow, that would be bad if we tried to put some fast cars down it. The track I think people like running most is Indy. Indy's got two things going for it. One, the history. NHRA Nationals have been contested there since 1961, so people see that on TV every year, and I think that they really feel something special about being able to bring their car to Lucas Oil Raceway, formerly Indianapolis Raceway Park, and it's got the bite. When we were there this week, they had just the day before run a Top Fuel testing session, and so we're talking about a groove this wide, sticky all the way down. People were running 60-foot times like they never had, so I'm calling it Indy. Can you do a British drag week? We haven't mentioned the Brits all week, and they have a massive following. One word, ships. They make ships. Cars come here. Cars come here from Australia. We had one come from England last year. As a matter of fact, Wacky Mick, who we love, won the Spirit of Drag Week award. He was here with that little Bedford van. And I'm thinking if Mick can show up with his little 11-second van, that people who really want to come here and compete in Drag Week can probably pull that off. Next question. Same questions about where's Larry Larson. Larry, as you know, won this thing 5 years in a row and is not here this year. And there's a lot of chatter about why that is. I know that he's actually busy this weekend working on another race program and just did not want to, go through this again. I haven't spoken to him personally this week other than calling him in the driver's meeting on day one, which is a whole lot of fun. We had 500 people in the grandstands, and I started off the driver's meeting saying, you know what? We need to call Brother Larry because he's the man. What's the next question? More predictable questions? Which track has had the best attendance this week? I believe it was Indy. Indy was a good day for us in traffic on the website, traffic here on the live feed, and in the grandstands. So that would have been it. Next one. People asked if Mike and I could do a special 10th anniversary of Drag Week Roadkill by us competing in Drag Week. A lot of people ask, where's your car? Why aren't we competing in Drag Week? And we had thought about doing that this year with Mike's Hemi 55, but I hate to keep coming back to the lame excuse because I know you all have jobs and lives too, but we are so incredibly busy that the stuff that doesn't have to happen right now, like magazine deadlines, just gets pushed to the back burner and we don't get stuff done in time. That's the reality of our life. And so it's very difficult for us to prep a car properly. And then the second problem is you see what we do here all week. We've been up all night blogging, getting results up, dealing with technical questions. I mean, we run this event. We're also doing the live feed. So with us racing, there's no chance that we would be able to bring you all that media. And yeah, I could bring in some other guys to do it, but we've been so intimately involved with it for so long and know all the people that I think that we sort of bring a good element to it. On top of which is, this is my favorite week of the year. This and Bonneville Speed Week, and I don't want to miss it. I want to be standing on the starting line shooting photos and talking to my buddies, the racers and stuff like that. I really like what I do for the magazine and the website here at Drag Week. Next question is, survey says, yeah, that's the same question. A lot of people ask me the question about our office and our facility. I get that all the time. You know, our office is in El Segundo, California, which is a couple miles from the beach right next to LAX, LA International Airport. And we've got a number of magazines there, the biggest of which would be Motor Trend and Us. Four-wheel and off-road, four-wheeler, Carcraft, 50 Mustang has a West Coast office there. Our import magazines like Super Street and Import Tuner and Truck Trend, JP, it goes on and on. There's a lot of magazines run out of our office. Our company also has other facilities in Tampa, Florida, and Irvine, California. I believe there's one in San Clemente, California. There's ones in Colorado. The company's huge. If you can think of a car magazine that isn't Car and Driver, Road and Track, or Grassroots Motorsports, then we probably own it. And so it's a pretty big company. We have a massive facility. The offices are in the front. We sort of have the performance guys on one side and the Motor Trend guys on the other. And then in the back, we have a huge photo studio with two big photo coves. And you'll see covers from a lot of our magazines shot there. They use it for Motor Trend all the time, Lowrider, Rod and Custom, Street Rodder, Hot Rod. And then next to the photo studio is our shop. And it's also shared with a number of magazines. As a matter of fact, Roadkill viewers have asked me when they're watching us work in our shop, what's that Honda doing there? Thinking, why would Hot Rod Magazine be dealing with a Honda? Well, it's because it's an Import Tuner magazine project. Theoretically, could someone take a dirt track sprint car and take it on Drag Week? Yes. There's a guy I know, his name's Flash, out in Pasadena, California, and he has a legit 1978-ish sprint car. I think it's a 410 deal, and he has made it street legal in California. In many states, you know, you can get a car registered if it was not a production car by getting an assigned VIN. And in California, you can take a vehicle that has all the necessary equipment, headlights, turn signals, and all that junk, and the Highway Patrol will give you a tag with a VIN, and you can register it. So yeah, if Flash was to come out here in his sprint car, and if it passed NHRA safety inspection required at the drag strips that we run at, or IHRA, then sure, you'd have trouble finding a class for it. It would probably be an unlimited, which means you'd have no hope of winning whatsoever. But one of the cool things about Drag Week is that people race junk that has no hope of winning whatsoever, and they have a riot doing it. The question is, what is the most popular engine at Drag Week? I'm going to say big block Chevy, followed by, well, you know, small block Chevy has got to be the biggest. There's just so many of those. Followed by big block Chevy, LS motor, and, you know, surprisingly few small block Fords here. I wish there was more of that. There's one AMC 401 here this week. There's a couple Buick Grand Nationals, but you know, it sort of follows the same lines as what you see in the marketplace. People ask all the time why so many Chevys are in magazines. Well, it's because you talk to Edelbrock and you say, how many intake manifolds do you sell? 80% of them go to small block Chevys, and that's why so much of the marketplace is small block Chevy, and that's witnessed here in the pits. But the fast cars are running turbos on anything and nitrous on anything. I was actually talking to Monty Smith from NOS just earlier when we were off camera, and he heard us talking about turbos earlier, and he's like, David, nitrous is bigger than it ever has been. I'm like, you know, you're right. You don't think about it because you see the really fast cars out on track that are here with turbos, but Mashmeyer's out here running just as fast on nitrous, and I would say the #1 power adder volume-wise here at Drag Week is nitrous oxide because it's the cheapest, it's the easiest, and bam, it's fast. And you really don't blow stuff up with like under a 200 shot. Anybody can do it. So there's a lot of guys here that are taking 1150s cars and turning them into like 990s cars just by squirting them. The question is, what's my opinion of front-wheel drive cars on Drag Weekend? Is there any chance of a category? You know, it's a strange question that I've never had before, and there's more front drivers here than I've ever seen. I think they're really cool. I am not an import guy. I love the guy with the little 79 Civic who's out here running that thing with like a B16 in it or something. I saw him go 1270. I saw a guy with an Omni GLHS. That thing is cool too. But I think those are the only two real contenders in front-wheel drive. I don't know if we could support a category on that, but I'm wide open to that stuff showing up. I don't mind imports here at all. Speaking of which, there's so much smack on the internet about 2JZs and how bitchin' they are with turbos and stuff on them, and they make so much power. I've only seen one here at Drag Week, and it was the Aussies who brought that Tirana earlier this week. I say guys out there with these Supras that claim that they can run 680s and drive them on the street, show up. Next. Biggest cubic inch motor I have seen at Drag Week. I actually have this answer. Imagine that. It belonged to Dave Ahokas, the same guy who you've seen here in that Pro Mod Camaro. He runs a Kenny Duttweiler small block now, but when he started with Drag Week in the Unlimited class, he had a 41 Willys, and he had a 705 Sonny's motor in that thing, naturally aspirated. That's the biggest one I've seen. Why is Drag Week late summer rather than in the middle so weather isn't an issue? Well, because it goes the other way. If we do it in the middle of the summer, it's even hotter than it is now. Another problem is conflict with so many tracks having a schedule that has been going on for years with national events and important local events that it's hard to get time in the middle of June, July, and August. And the other thing about it is that Hot Rod has its own events to deal with, like Power Tour, which happens in June, and it's just hard to get it all put together at the same time. So Drag Week will stick in this time frame. The question is, when will we see Drag Week coverage in the magazine? Answer is January 2014 issue, which will go on sale about November 15th. This is the tightest turnaround we've ever had on our Drag Week coverage. As soon as we get home, we have to have our first story on Drag Week handed in on that Tuesday, 2 days after we get home. That's how brutal this is. And then we're going to have another story in the February issue of the magazine. So you want to see both of those. They're about 20 pages each. But in between now and then, of course, there's tons and tons of content on hotrod.com. And there's a special Drag Week page there with all sorts of stuff. And we're going to be loading more. I don't know if I can handle that this weekend after the event closes, to be honest with you, but I'm going to get some people hot on putting up little mini car features and more video clips of things that have gone on at Drag Week. And I got so many radical photos today that we're going to get those posted there too for you to look at, and they'll also be on Facebook and Instagram. Here's a little insider info on kind of how we photograph Drag Week. We know that the most cars are going to be there on the first day. So Wes and I stand on the starting line and we try to get every single car that runs. It's not really possible. We always lose 5 or 10 of them, but we try and shoot every car before they drop out. As the week progresses, we get to the point where we've got 50, 60, 100 images of most of the cars that are here. Like if I had to put all the Tom Bailey and Ahokas photos in one folder, it'd probably crash my computer. But at the end of the week, when we know we have those shots and we've been scanning them, so we know, oh, I nailed it. If we're going to print a picture of this in the magazine, here's 15 that we could print that would be radical. So what we do in this last day is we put our camera settings in a much riskier mode to try and get even more radical photos. Whereas early in the week, we'll be shooting fast shutter speeds to stop the action and make sure that we get everything tack sharp. Today, I've been shooting pan blurs on the starting line at as slow as a 20th of a second. And they almost never come out, but I can nail them at a 30th or a 40th of a second. And what you do is you motor drive it, and most of the photos will be junk, but the one that you get that's sharp with that really slow shutter speed will have so much motion blur and action in the tires and the car and everything that it'll be just killer. And I got a bunch of those today. I nailed them. So I'm looking forward to looking at those and posting them up on the social media sites for you. My favorite non-American car. How about an Anglia? Anglia Gasser. That's a non-American car, right? I could live with a 240Z if it had a V8 in it. I could see even our 240Z. We have a 240Z back in the shop. Those are cool. I had a VW Bug one time. My very first 4x4 was a Toyota Land Cruiser. That's the only Japanese car I've ever owned. I've only ever owned 2 foreign cars, the VW and the Toyota Land Cruiser. So that's a good list. Hey, I'm getting the high sign. It looks like we might be going back to racing pretty soon. Ooh, I am seeing the mid-engined super stretched wheel-based S10 on track. So let's go have a look at that thing going down track, and hopefully there'll be more cars behind it.
S10 pickup. Oh my goodness. Where else are you going to see something like this but on drag week? And he's made all 5 tracks. He's yet to put together a really good run, but he has made it the distance, drove between all the tracks, and here we are. Oh, and he's leaking something on the track. They're going to pull him out. So he's not going to get a pass right here. So the Aussies bringing their Valiant out, going to make one more pass for the day. And John Ferrone going to put down another pass here. Love this little car. This is a Chrysler Valiant. And if you look at it, look at the driver in there. He's sitting on the opposite side of the car than we do here in the United States. That is a right-hand drive Chrysler Valiant. Apparently, Pluniak figured out what's wrong with his truck and where it's leaking. He ran off to get some tools. He says, I can fix this. I got to get a pass in today. Valiant charging hard all the way through the quarter. 8:02 at 177. Nice pass. Smoking Joe, it looks like that left lane is back to good shape again. The crew did a great job, almost 19 minutes worth of work, and they cleaned up that huge oil spill. All right, just a little bit of track prep here. We're almost done. We'll get back to racing action. Good looking little Camaro here. All right, so the Plymouth Barracuda and the Chevy Camaro. It's a 1970 AAR Barracuda. Barracuda gets there first with a 10:16 at 130 miles an hour. 13:60 at 97 miles an hour for the Camaro. Five days on the road. All right, I have not seen the Fairmont make a pass. And when I pulled into the place today, it was sitting on a trailer. So I don't think that he's actually completing drag week. about an 8:24 at 175 miles an hour for the Fairmont wagon. Alex Taylor coming out with her little Chevy Camaro into the water box. Understand this is going to be an all-teenage battle here. There first with a 983 at 135, 992 at 143 for the Camaro. Taylor, the car that she built right now. And down on drag week, as part of her vacation with her mom, goes 1181 at 114 miles an hour. And here comes the Triumph TR6. You know, this was almost my first car. In high school, I almost bought a Triumph TR6. I was that close. Ended up with a 66 VW Beetle. But the 66 VW Beetle will yank the front wheels off the ground every time I put a new clutch in it. And from stoplight to stoplight, remember back in '83 they came out with the Mustang GT? Oh yeah, it would absolutely run rings around a Mustang GT. It was a cool car. A lot of stick shift for cars out here this weekend. Look at all the Triumphs buzzing down through there. 886 at 152. Nova crosses the line with a 111 miles an hour. Here's Dan Chisholm, your #1 qualifier in the gasser category. This car was built in 8 months. Dan originally helped one of his buddies find the car and drag it out of a field. It has been a gasser since back in the 60s. And it just sat and sat and sat. His friend didn't do anything with it, and finally offered to sell it to Dan. And he got the drag week bug. Runs 1037 at 126. Built this up with his buddy. And got it done in about 8 months' time. That's a cool car. Here we go. Daily driver. Quick 32. Open comp format. We're going to run on an index based on the qualifying times that they had, their average qualifying times over the past 5 days. The pickup truck on an 1171 index, the Camaro on an 1141 index. Now the truck is Andre Miller, and the Camaro is Steve Mashburn. Mashburn on an 1141 index. Oh wow. You don't know what I know. The truck gets the win with a perfect triple O reaction time. Takes the stripe by 0.03 of a second. So Andre Miller goes on. Steve Mashburn is out of here. And Miller's going to be thrilled with that. Next up, number 2, the pickup truck. This is Dale Pontius. His index 1152. He'll get to leave and chase after the red lighting Dodge Dart. That's Rodney Munciando. Rodney is out of here by way of the red light. So Dale Pontius gets the win, runs 1164 at 113 miles an hour. Next pair up, number 148, that is Patrick Koken in the 1990 Dodge Shadow front-wheel drive machine. And driving the Roadrunner, Scott Abbott. Abbott on an 1149 index. Koken on an 1173. You'll see Koken move first and then the Roadrunner. Koken's out of here by way of the red light. So the Roadrunner advances on round number 2 here in our daily drivers shootout. With a quick 32. Red lights back to back. One in the right lane, one in the left lane. And we keep on going through it. John Lechner in the 1970 Chevelle SS that you see in the left lane, paired up with the 1968 Roadrunner. This is Rick Callahan. They're off and running. Win light goes to the Roadrunner, so Lechner is out of here. And Callahan advances. Here's your number 2 qualifier, Mike Myers, driving his Chevy Corvair. And he's paired up with the Pontiac. This is Lisa Goodwin. Goodwin out of here by way of a red light start. So Mike Myers gets the win. Clark Lamb and his 68 Barracuda up next, running on an 1149 index. And Sean Abner in the Corvette. Abner on an 1173 index. Oh boy, somebody knows how to cut a light. As the Mopar gets the win, 1161 on that 1149 index. He had an 010 reaction time. He was 0.010 of a second from being perfect. So the Corvette is out of here. All right, here's James Reeves in the little Omni front-wheel drive machine, paired up with the Nova. This is Steve Eden. Eden turns on the red light and ends his day. And the win light goes to the little Dodge Omni. $11.46 was the index. He runs 11.35, a little bit under the index. He's going to have to account for that. Tom Taylor bringing out his Nova in the left lane, running on an 11.10 index, paired up with the Camaro, 11.69 the index for Gary Stafford. Neither one of them real good on the tree, but they're pretty closely matched. Winlight goes. Wow. Not to Stafford. It goes to Tom Taylor. He gets the win. And we continue. Jake Bauer in the Pontiac G8. He's up against Jake Kretschmeyer. Winlight goes to Kretschmeyer, 11:63, 112 miles an hour. A good win for him. Working on it right here. Matt Ketting in the Camaro. He's paired up with Mark Swank. Winlight goes in a double breakout to Mark Swank. Both cars running under the index. Swank gets the win. Buick Grand National. This is Dan Ashlock on a 1089 index. 1168 the index for the Pontiac over here in the right lane. That's Bobby Admire. And Admire takes the easy win. Here's the Buick GSX getting the win as there's a red light on the Camaro. Dean Teppen in the Chevy Nova, and Mike Sperone in the 2005 Chevy Trail. 1157 index. Teppen on the 1175 index. Winlight goes to Sperone as Teppen is out of here. Here's Darren Poppy in the Camaro. Camaro on the left lane. And Mark Dream in the Camaro on the right lane. And the Winlight goes to Poppy as Dream runs too quick and breaks out. It looks like we have two pairs of cars to go. The 56 Chevy coming up against the Fairlane. Robert Perrine in the Chevy. And Bill Armstrong in the Fairlane. Fairlane missing a shift down there at the big end, and it cost him. Armstrong is out of here And this is our last pair in round number 1, Daily Driver Quick 32. Mr. Dudley made his way into the Quick 32 on a last-ditch effort. He's dialed in on an 1180. Ross Dudley out of Canada. He's paired up with Jeff Dugapolsky. Win light goes to Dudley. So Dugapolsky is out of here. All right, we are figuring out the ladder for round number 2 in our Quick 32 for our Daily Driver Championship. We got down to 16 cars. Here comes Perone once again. The Australian Valiant making his way down track. 785, 182 miles an hour for Perone, and he is getting a handle on that car. He's picking up every time. .1307, 107 miles an hour in the left lane. We've got a car down at the big end of the racetrack we need to remove before we can run this next card out. So give us just a second. I want to say thanks to Gear Vendors for making it possible. And Gear Vendors, we want to thank all of the Drag Week competitors for supporting the baddest racing event on the planet. Gear Vendors overdrives are purposely built for the fastest cars on the strip and guaranteed even when racing. All right, back to racing action. We're going to bring this beautiful coot out. 1970 vintage. Got the AAR strobe stripe on the side. Joe, are you a Mopar guy? You know what that AAR stands for on the side of that beautiful Plymouth Barracuda? No, it's not the American Association of Retirees. Back in 1970, a gentleman by the name of Dan Gurney had a racing team called the All-American Racers. Remember when they used to race on the SCCA circuit? The Trans Am circuit? And that is a tribute to Dan Gurney's All-American Racers, as he was kind of like the poster child for the Plymouth cars back then. A fellow by the name of Swede Savage used to drive for him. You remember that? All right, here he comes. Nick Pluniak. Coming up, going to take the tree. That's all he's going to do. Well, maybe a little more than that. Pluniak in his drag truck runs through with a 10-12 at 138. There's a lot left in that truck. All right, we are ready for round number 2 of our daily driver quick 32 shootout. Only 16 cars remaining. We paired the field in half. Here comes Eddie Miller. Not exactly sure what Eddie's doing. I want to let everybody know that our drag week competition, as far as our classes are concerned, has concluded. But there are some folks who want to come out here and make some passes on their car just to see kind of what they'll do, what they call exhibition passes. And that's what they're doing. You see this beautiful Nova out here doing its thing. See Eddie Miller pulling up under the, actually not under the tower, but to the base of the tower. Sorry, he's getting ready to make another shot. for lap. And at the big end goes 12.97, 110 miles an hour. Hey, don't forget, we got a party. We got a party tonight. We're going to be giving away all the awards, and it's in that big white tent over there in front of the gear vendor's truck. All right, we need our drag week competitors, our daily driver, quick 32 competitors to the lanes, please. We need car number 9, car number 1, is that 56? 156, car number 41, you'll be paired up with car number 25. Car number 55, you'll be paired up with car number 11. Car number 217 will be paired up with car number 2. Number 60, you'll be racing number 100. 215 will be paired up with 232. Number 6 will be paired with car number 50. 244, you'll be with number 122. And we'll see you in the lanes. A little Honda. Sounded tough out there. The Pontiac GTO late model machine. So the VTEC motor up against the LS engine. A little bit of a grudge race here, huh? Well, the Civic out in front of the Pontiac, but not for long. He puts the brakes on and says, wait, something's wrong here. Well, guys and gals, we're wrapping things up here before we go to our next round of our daily driver quick 32. Only 16 cars remaining. Well, we got some people down there looking up at the tower wondering, what's with all the blistered paint and melted plastic? That's called a jet dragster. And it absolutely cooked the tower last weekend here at the Holly LS Fest. They're going to get it fixed. It'll be looking good again. Well, here they come. They're rolling around the bend. Looks like that 1970 Roadrunner. Paired up with the little Chevy Corvair. The Corvair Michael Myers down 1103 index. And the Roadrunner, piloted by Rick Callahan. Callahan will be running on his 1175 index. Little Honda runs through with a 1252.
I'm live and I'm tweeting. Did you miss me? I'm back, filling dead time. I'm just texting here with Brian Loans, who is our announcer the entire rest of the week here at Drag Week. And he is at New England Dragway trying to do the NHRA Hot Rod reunion there, which rained out. And so I'm just making sure that he knows that he should have been here, which is pretty funny because we're talking about how Ferrone came out here in that last session that you were watching and rolled his best ever time in that silver Pro Street car, 785 at 182. Guys all of a sudden are going really fast here. Like I told you, a lot of these races are in the pits going, Drag Week's done. This car does not need to be reliable anymore. I can go ahead and let connecting rods hit the track. And they were throwing boost and nitrous at stuff. We're seeing that in between the daily driver bracket race. We already saw the first round of that go through. And right now, I guess we've got no class cars that want to do any more test and tune runs at this exact moment. And we're waiting for the bracket race guys, the daily driver guys, to cool off, slam their hoods, and get in lanes for round number 2. We've still got some pretty tight races in that category, and you can go on hotrod.com and look up the daily driver results. There's a separate blog post on there from yesterday that talks all about, well, it didn't talk all about the daily driver deal. It gives all of the results. That's one of the neat things about this, actually. This is reminding me about how I have to write the story when I get home. here at Drag Week, not only do we know exactly how fast a car is in the quarter mile, but I also have tech sheets on every one of these cars that tells us what the engine and cam and converter and transmission is, so that we can do a story in the magazine later that essentially gives you power combos. So if you've seen a car out here running that's sort of like something you have, like maybe you've got a 69 Javelin and with a 401 in it like this guy does, I can tell you exactly what his combination is that makes him run down the quarter mile at 1250s or whatever it is that he's running. Unless, of course, he lied on the tech sheet, as has been known to happen. I like it when people ask, or we write down on there, how big is the camshaft, or what are the camshaft specs? And they write big. That's the thing people always want to lie about, and honestly, I don't get that. You'll see engine builders that will tell us everything about their engine. They'll give us the ring tension, the compression ratio, piston weight, skirt, slipper, the whole program. They won't tell you the cam specs. It's like, come on. You can tell me 282, 290 at 50 with 950 lift, or actually that would be smaller, 850 lift or whatever. It's not giving away any secrets. Anyway, just sort of magazine guy venting going on right now. Let's go see what Brian has to say. I think that event in New England is a complete rainout. That's a bummer to hear. We're very, very lucky that we didn't have any rain on the tracks this time at Drag Week, as we have had the past 2 years. It's bright and sunny. This is the coolest day that we've had yet. And so these guys are going to make good times while they're out here running round number 2 of the daily driver bracket race. So let's go back on track and check out the action.
Oops, excuse me, that was not Rick Callahan's Roadrunner. This is Scott Abbott's Roadrunner. Rick Callahan is still back there in the staging lanes. So Scott Abbott and Mike Myers. Abbott in the orange Roadrunner, Myers in the white Chevy Corvair. 11:49 the index for the Roadrunner. He'll be leaving first, and the little Corvair is going to try and catch him. The win light goes to the Roadrunner, 11:50 on that 11:49 index. Nice job for Scott Abbott. He puts out Mike Myers here in round number 2. That's going to bring the pickup truck. The award ceremony will be immediately following the drag race. Andre Miller in his 92 Chevy pickup truck, paired up with Ross Dudley. Dudley in that bright yellow Roadrunner turns on the red light and hands the win to the truck. So Miller making his way down track on that 1171 index, goes 1174 at 113 miles an hour. Takes the win and advances to the round of 8 cars. Dale Pontius in his truck, 1952 Ford, set on an 1152 index. And Bobby Admire in the Pontiac. Admire on the 1168 index gets the win as Dale Pontius turns on the red light. Admire goes on to an 1177 at 116 miles an hour. For those of you who'd like to come over for the awards ceremony, it's in that great big white tent right in front of the gear vendor's trailer. All right, here is Rick Callahan in his 68 Roadrunner, paired up with that gorgeous 1956 Chevy 210. Actually, I think that's a 150. That's Robert Perrine. Win light goes to Perrine as the truck is out of here. Excuse me, the Roadrunner. Another Mopar pulling up here, the Barracuda. This is Clark Lamb. Clark running on an 1149 index, paired up with that, what do they call that? That Orbit yellow? No, Saturn yellow. Buick GS. Great looking car. That's Dave Paschal. Oh, man. These guys are getting it done. Nearly identical reaction times. When light goes. To the right lane. Clark Lamb got the win there. Oh, wow, the hatch gets blown open on the GLH. That's James Reeves, and Reeves gets the win. So Mike Sparrow takes out Tom Taylor right there. Mark Swank in the vet. 22. Taking on Jake Kretschmer in the Camaro. Kretschmer on an 1157 index would leave first, and Schwank on that 1111 dial. And Kretschmer gets the win. Swank eliminated.
I'm back. That was round 2 of the Daily Driver race. Let me explain what's going on here. Most of the classes at Drag Week are run for the best possible ET. What we do is we run 5 days and we take all 5 elapsed times, add them up, divide by 5, you get your average ET throughout the week. And so if you're running in Super Street Power Adder or modified naturally aspirated or something like that, we call those the class cars, and that's how you win, is by setting the lowest average ET. Should there happen to be a tie, which there never has been in 9 years, we separate it by the average mile an hour number. But then in Daily Driver, what they do is All of the cars run for a 5-day average ET that qualifies them for a spot on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race on the last day, which is what you are witnessing right here. A bracket race. I'm sure most of you understand what that's all about, but let me explain a little because there is a kink in it for Daily Driver. Bracket race is where you dial in an ET. You say, my car is going to run this number, and the other guy says, my car is going to run this number, and we stagger the Christmas tree and let them take off. For example, if I dial a 10-0 and he dials an 11-0, then the car with the 11-0 leaves 1 full minute or 1 full second before the next guy. This is an index. We take your average ET throughout the week, subtract 1/10, and that is your dial-in for the entire race. Does it look like we're going to go back into round 3, or do we just got Honda guy making laps here? I think Honda guy is just hanging out and making laps. I love this car. Let's watch it for a sec. And Honda guy goes 12:19 at 114 miles an hour. Man, I gotta go check that thing out. The thing I like least about Drag Week is I'm so busy I don't get to go inspect every single car. I want to see that thing, even though it's not really my style. I can appreciate anything that runs that quick and drives 1,500 miles and looks that cool and that retro. So I was explaining how Drag Week's Daily Driver class runs on an index. Really what that means, it's not an index, it's more like an open comp style, meaning that we set your dial-in that stays the same throughout every single round. In a true bracket race, you can change your dial-in round to round, depending on what you think about the weather conditions or your car's performance or whatever. Here, if you have averaged an 11.0, we subtract 1/10 from that so that you would get a 10.90, and that is your dial-in for every single round. The reason we subtract the 1/10 is to give you a little bit of wiggle room. If your car is running really consistently and you're going, 11.0 every single day all week long, then we want to give you just a little bit of room to break out of that 11.0. But the kink in this class is you cannot run quicker than 1080. 1080 is the ET limit for Daily Driver. And a lot of people wonder why we do that. The reason is, if you're quicker than that, we would really like to see your car running in the other classes. Cars that are in your mid-10s and everything, they should be able to duke it out with other cars of their same caliber head-to-head rather than doing a bracket race. I hear cars running, but I think that they're just rolling around. I'll repeat again that our program has had to change here just a little bit from what we announced earlier today. We had planned on coming out of the Daily Driver bracket race and into a slideshow that I was going to show you about our road trip, and then into the awards ceremony. But we're running out of time for our live feed. YouTube actually sets a limit for it, and we don't want to go dark before you find out what goes on. And so what we're going to do is, as soon as the Daily Driver bracket is over, and there should be 2 more rounds of that, one of which will be just 2 cars, so it's going to go fairly quickly. Once that closes, then we've got some videos that we're going to roll for you. We've been producing videos for the Hot Rod YouTube page and for hotrod.com all week long, and you might not have had a chance to see those because we haven't been inserting them into the live feed. You'll get a chance to see those now. You'll see stuff like an interview with the guy who hit the wall in the Mustang. We have an in-car camera of that 69 Mustang hitting the wall as well as outside the car and talking to him about that. We've got ride-alongs with Dave Ahokas in the Pro Mod Camaro. We have ride-alongs with the car that is clearly our ultimate winner, Tom Bailey, in the 69 sort of gold-colored Camaro. I don't know what his final average is yet, but at this point in Drag Week, it is clear he has won. He's going to be the new fastest street car in America. There's a lot of other classes that have yet to be decided, though. I really need to get to the tower right after this racing is over and find out that everybody's handed in their time slip for the day, and that Tanya, who works the tower for us relentlessly all week long, Tanya Turk and also Donna Smith, that they have crunched all of those numbers and that they know exactly what everybody's average is going to be so that we can declare winners. Once again, cars firing up in lanes, so I'm just checking out to make sure I'm not letting you miss any of the action out on the track. This seems like kind of a wind down as the action slows on the track at the end of Drag Week, but the truth is, as tired and beat down as I am, and as much as you might think that I'm about to fall over dead, I am so pumped up on Drag Week. I love this thing every year. There's just so many elements of it that are so bitchin'. The camaraderie, the cars, the fast stuff, the neat slow stuff. It pumps me up every time I do this, and it's so grassroots. I love that it's not for money. I want to keep this going as long as Hot Rod possibly can. I hope that by the time I am long gone from this magazine or this earth, that guys are still running Drag Week. Just like I think back when Hot Rod Magazine helped start the Bonneville Speed Trials in 1949, and that's still going on today. And it would just be cool to imagine Drag Week with 65 years of legacy like that. You know who I see sitting on the line right now? Eddie Miller. I think Eddie made a pass earlier today, which tells me he's probably out here for a glory run. This is a naturally aspirated car. It's that purple 73 Duster with a Predator-headed big block Chrysler in it. And he's been running 870s throughout the week, but I think he wants to do better than that. He probably put some timing in this thing, and he's going to run it hard. Let's not miss this. He's going to the burnout.
So Eddie Miller out here at Beech Bend, making one more pass to show cap slot. 861 and 157 miles an hour for Eddie Miller. And Elvis has left the building. All right, so John Ferrone, after a big burnout, getting the car backed up, getting some help from his crew member. So John Ferrone Hayes retires. .850 at 177 miles an hour. Good run for John. And here we go. Round number 3, daily driver. This is our quick 32 shootout. 17. So Bobby Admire in the Pontiac GTO paired up with a pickup truck. This is Andre Miller. So Andre Miller in the pickup truck. Bobby Admire in the Pontiac. The Pontiac on an 1168 dial. The pickup on an 1171. So only 300ths the difference between these two vehicles on the starting line. The truck will have the advantage on the line. The Pontiac going to try and reel him in at the big end. Chalk up a win for the pickup truck, 1178 on that 1171 index. So Bobby Admire is out of here. The next pair up, the 56 Chevy. This is Robert Perrine. Perrine. An 1159 index paired up with that beautiful blue Barracuda of Clark Lamb. Playing side by side the entire way. Wind light goes to Clark Lamb in the Barracuda. We are off and running. Red light start for the Camaro. And that gives the win to the Roadrunner. And here comes that little Omni. All right, here's Mike Sperong in the Silverado pickup truck. And James Reeves in the Dodge Omni GLA. One light goes to Sarong in the pickup truck as he moves on to round number 4, 11:69 on that 11:57 index. All right, we are putting together our bracket for the 4th round, semifinal action in our daily driver shootout. While we're putting that together, we're bringing the Fairmont out. There's a nice pass, 8:15, 177 miles an hour for the Fairmont.
They say that speed kills and sometimes speed even hurts, which I know sounds backwards, but whatever, I don't care. It's drag week. I've been doing this for 5 days and I'm tired. Why are you under the hood of your car? Is it because it almost blew off or it did blow off?
He took it off to try to go faster. I took the hood off earlier. The car's best run so far is a 12.51 at 109 mile an hour. And I wanted to try to get the car into a 12.49999, so we thought taking the hood off might give me that. And it actually slowed it down.
Really? Hood off went slower, but I bet it's cooling much better than it ever has, huh?
It's cooling much better, but I think the aerodynamics of this thing don't like the hood being off. It doesn't like aerodynamics in the first place, so.
Yeah, she's not the slipperiest car I've ever seen, but you look like you're having a hell of a good time doing this.
Yeah, it's the second time with it. Actually, it's the third time in drag week with this car. Last year was the first year in the hot rod class with it, and then this is the second year with it, and I just took it, so I'm happy.
You won last year, and it looks like you're well on your way to winning again in the hot rod class.
Yeah, it's solid. Yeah, I've got the win, so.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, man. See you, Tom.
All right, here we go, folks. Here is our semifinal pairings for our daily driver. Only 4 cars remaining. Car number 100 will be paired with car number 11. And car number 25 will be paired with car number 244. Again, 100 with 11 and 25 with 244. So Clark Lamb in the Barracuda will be paired with Mike Sperone in the Silverado pickup truck. And Andre Miller in the 92 Chevy pickup truck. It's going to be paired with Scott Abbott in the 70 Roadrunner. So we got 2 Mopars and 2 Chevy trucks left in competition to determine who's going to be our winner of the daily driver category.
What you saw there was another round of the daily driver deal and a little bit of testing and tuning. Did you see the blue Honda go 1197? That was radical. Apparently he had a grudge match with the guy with the green Firebird, and I liked the Honda on that contest. That was cool. But the other thing that we saw out here was that bright blue Fairmont wagon. That is Keith Lopez. He competed in Drag Week last year. He had signed up again this year, but unfortunately he fell out on the very first day, and I haven't seen him since. I don't really know why. But what's really cool is if you fall out of Drag Week for any reason other than getting thrown out because you're a jerk, you get to come back and do test and tune runs as long as you're also not leaking your junk all over the track. And so he came back here today and we said, cool, man, give us some runs, put on a show. And he went 8:15 at 177 miles an hour in that little blue wagon. And that's super cool. I think we are rounding up that final round of Daily Driver here pretty quickly. And once that happens, I'll remind you again, don't go away. We are going to have videos to show you. A lot of stuff that happened on the road throughout the week. We've got some crash footage to show you. We've got some wild action, some good wheel stands. One burnout compilation. There's all sorts of stuff to look at between now and when I come back live to give you the final winners in every single class of Drag Week. You're actually going to know who the Daily Driver winner is here in a minute when they run down the track and we look at the scoreboards. Here's something that's been a little confusing for me to figure out. We've got our Lightning scoreboard. That would be the one that's a complete quitter right now. It's blank. Then we've got our left lane scoreboard. And I figured out that if the win light comes on in the left lane, then duh, that guy won. If no win light comes on, that means the guy in the right lane has won. And so look at that when these cars come up. I was trying to follow what was going on while I was shooting pictures and standing around talking to people. I don't know who the 2 cars are in the final, but I thought for a moment that you people who were asking about a front-wheel drive class were going to get one, because there was a second there where it could have been the Honda and the Omni GLH. I don't think it is. I think that big 4x looking pickup took the win, and so he's going to be in the final. I think that thing has a Duttweiler motor in it. It's a full-on LSX motor, and it really hauls the mail, and it looks funny because it's such a big lifted wagon. That guy has shown up for years, and one of the things that he does is he's there to help people. You're not allowed to pre-plan for helping at Drag Week when you're on the road, meaning that if you're a racer and you know that you go through ring gears all the time, you can't have your buddy carrying ring gears in his pickup truck, as well as the gear oil and the jack and the impact wrench and the air bottle and all that other stuff. That's not allowed. But racers are allowed to help racers. And so he loads that thing up with tools and stuff and just stops to everybody who's pulled over at the side of the road and just helps them out. That's one of the things that happens at Drag Week every year, is that you'll be on these road trips and, you know, you're driving in your hot rod and you're going deaf and you're hot and everything, but you see another guy busted down at the side of the road. It doesn't matter where you're going anymore. You pull over and help that guy. That happens all week long. But sometimes, let's say a guy pulls over at the side of the road because of reasons other than the car. Let's say he's got to stop and take a leak, and the whole crowd stops at the side of the road. What are you doing, man? Stop and take a leak. So Finnegan had an idea earlier in this week that I think is a pretty good one if people will stick to it, which is we need like the Drag Week red flag. So if you pull over and you need help, you slap this magnetic flag on the side of your car. And if you don't need help, or if you completely forget, which is what's going to happen, then you just leave it off and people won't stop to help you. I thought that was a pretty cool idea. One of the things that happens after every Drag Week is that as soon as we get in the rental cars to head to the airport to go home, which I've got to do at 7:30 in the morning, we start talking about, oh man, did you see this car? Did you see that car? And what should we change? What could be better? I've picked up a lot of stuff this week as far as the social media thing that could be better, because I've realized that there's a lot of blog items that I could have set up well in advance and gotten the info to you way faster. So it's that type of improvement that we sort of chat through. The logistics of the event. Can we handle more cars? What tracks do we want to go to? All sorts of those questions start getting addressed now. We often don't get the tracks secured till 6 or 8 months from now, because the tracks just won't give us a schedule now for something that's going on in 2014. So that can be a challenge, and oftentimes the reason we don't announce anything is because of that. But there's a little bit of a behind-the-scenes view of what goes on. We talk a lot about logistics and how to make it better, and we'll take your comments at hotrod@dragweek.com. But for now, let's go back into Daily Driver, and I apologize. I'm not certain if this is the semi-round or if this is the final, but we'll find out real soon. Listen up to the announcer.
The index for the pickup truck, 1171. That's Andre Miller in the pickup. Both drivers off and running. Miller in the truck. Abbott in the Plymouth. At the stripe, win light goes to Abbott in the Plymouth as he advances on to the finals. And here we go. Clark Lamb in the Barracuda. Paired up with Michael Sperong in the Chevy Silverado. Good possibility here that we might have an all-Mopar final in Daily Driver. Sperong is going to try and, yep, Sperong gets the win. I hope I didn't jinx that little Barracuda. He went red by 17,000, but look at Sperong with a 006 reaction time. He was ready. 12:25 on that 11:57 index. So Sperong going on to the final, where he's going to face Scott Abbott. So 2 cars left to go. Well, congratulations to Andre Miller, third place in our daily driver category. Out of 100 cars that showed up, he gets third place. That's not too shabby. And we're going to find out who gets first and second here in just a little bit when they get back into the return road and onto the staging lanes. That bright orange Roadrunner of Scott. Going to be our very last pair down the drag strip today. And we're going to stick a fork in it and call it done. Keith Turk is anxious. Well, we start out with 231 cars altogether, and we're down to 2. I think Scott Abbott's ready to race. Pulls right back around. This ain't his first rodeo either. The guy's got some skills on the tree. As does.
Okay, obviously that was 4 cars, which means that was the semifinals. Even I can do that math. And so the next round is going to be the finals. It looked to me like the big truck won on that last pass. I didn't catch who was before that, so it'll be a surprise final round for me. I do have my list right here, so I'll be able to tell you the names of the daily driver winners immediately after that round, which you two will know after you watch them go through the lights. It actually is as slow as the program is getting. It's a pretty cool tension, especially for the people in the pits. I've got this list of daily drivers here. The bump spot today was 1190. And the quickest car was Mike Myers, who has that 69 white Corvair, and his average throughout the week was a 1090. And so the cars in daily driver, 32 of them, range in ET only in a range of 1 second, from 1090 to 1190. That's pretty tidy. That's cool. I like that. One of the things that we have done in the past in daily driver is had rainouts. And when we have a rainout, what we had been doing is awarding the winner based on who was fastest. Because it's really a bracket race program, we changed that this year. And if we were going to have a rainout, instead we were going to look at who was most consistent throughout the week and award that guy the winner with consistency, because that's more along the lines of what bracket racers do. The way we determine the top 3 in daily driver is the last round winner obviously is number 1. The loser is number 2, and then we look at the semifinals, which we just had, and we look and see who is closest to their dial-in, and then that person becomes number 3. In every category of Drag Week, we give away prizes for first, second, and third. Gear Vendors gives away a ton of stuff. It's really cool. I think they've got like 25 grand in certificates. Again, we don't give cash at Drag Week. That is a big deal, but you can get discounts to Gear Vendors stuff by playing here at Drag Week. And he also gives away Gear Vendors units, Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors does, like they're candy. Literally, we were sitting in the awards ceremony a couple years ago, and some guy came up and he was crying. He was really happy about his class win, and he was telling the story about someone else who had helped him along the way. And the story was so kind of moving that Rick from Gear Vendors jumps up and he goes, "You know what? I'm giving that guy a Gear Vendors." And so the Good Samaritan dude ended up with an overdrive of his own. And then the Good Samaritan guy came up and he said, "You know, I have a Gear Vendors in my car. I don't really need this, but there's this other guy who I saw helping a bunch of people." And he picked up that Gear Vendors box and handed it off to that guy. That's the type of thing that goes on here. Unfortunately, once again, you're not going to be seeing the awards ceremony because we're going to run out of live feed time here on YouTube. As soon as we run this final round in Daily Driver, and I hope they're coming to lanes here pretty quickly, you'll get me back on camera just to wrap it up. I will give you the names of those who won, and then we're going to go to the video feed, or excuse me, not video feed, the pre-recorded video that we've done all throughout the week. And I was just chatting with the video guys off camera, and we're going to roll this in chronological order of what's happened throughout the week. It's going to start off with just an action reel of burnouts, just because that's fun, and we don't play too much music over them, so you can hear the sound of the engines, which is really neat. And from that, we're going to show you registration day, just what it's like with a big line of people anticipating Drag Week with fresh faces before they show up here at the last day, exhilarated but absolutely worn into the ground. We'll show you what that looks like. Then we've got videos of Tom Bailey out the Yang. We've got his first 670 pass. We've got riding along with him on the road. We've got his second 670 pass, but then on the other end of the spectrum, we will let you meet on video the 16-year-old Alex who's here racing with us this week. We've also got Dave Henniger in that orange Camaro who hit the guardrail. We have video footage of them working on it in the hotel parking lot, pulling the whole front end out with ratchet straps. And watching that video, you do get a real sense of what it's like just to exist at the host hotel throughout the week on Drag Week. There's just a ton of people in the background. There might be a few adult beverages. There's lots and lots of wrenching. I think you're going to like that video. And after that, I think we're looking at a ride along with Dave Ahokas. That, of course, the most controversial car here, because the chassis in that Dave Ahokas Pro Mod probably pretty similar to what's in Tom Bailey's car, but Bailey's car looks more, shall we call, legit. It's more like a 69 Camaro than Ahokas's is like a 68 Camaro. But similar cars, and they perform similarly on the road. I would love to stand here and tell you those things just cannot hack it. So many beliefs that we had for so many years about strut front ends and spools and all this stuff. You can't drive it on the street. Well, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe it's uncomfortable and impractical. But these two guys did it for 1,200 miles. And, ooh, I see who's rolling into lanes. The final is going to be this Roadrunner that has run with us many years, and Mike Sperong in that pickup truck out of California. Let's get to that now.
57 index will get the first opportunity at a green light. Abbott on an 1149 index gets to run him down. The Roadrunner's been on the index. The truck has been hitting the lights. We'll see how it goes. Sperong in the left lane. Abbott in the right lane. And they're off and running. And Abbott takes the win, 1171, 111 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your Drag Week Daily Driver Champion, Scott Abbott.
And it looks like winner is Scott Abbott with that 70 Roadrunner. How cool. He has run with us a bunch of years. He refuses to paint the nose of that car. I'm not sure why, but man, do they have fun, and that is going to make their week to come out here and win the Daily Driver class. That car has run all week in the 1150s. 1156, 1153, 1154, 1161, 1157, 1159. Wow, that is a consistent car. He earned that. The runner up there is Mike Sperong, also longtime Drag Week guy. Could you believe a big truck like that running in the 1140s here today? He's also been in the 80s throughout the week. Once again, that has that Duttweiler motor in it. And you know what? He might be runner up. He wins the burnout contest. You check that thing out every time it comes to the line, completely sideways, crossed up and on fire. I love it. Oh, and Finnegan's off camera reminding me that he is going to drive that truck all the way home to California, and that after helping a bunch of people on the road all week long. Now we're going to roll into that 30 minutes of pre-recorded video that I talked to you about. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you'll stick with it, because as soon as it's over, we are going to be here, me and Finnegan, talking through the final winners of Drag Week, and that you don't want to miss, because we're going to go have a beer. Hey, it's Freiberger from Hot Rod here, reminding you to go check out all the other coverage that we've got going on all around Drag Week 2013. You want to check out Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, on Instagram. You want to look for the hashtag Drag Week 2013. And of course, you're going to want to check out hotrod.com, where we've got photo galleries, results, and news all day long. Check it out.
you can never be fully prepared for drag week. It's always new. Every year, different things happen.
It's hot, it's sweaty, and we've got 250 race cars here, street cars, that need to go through tech inspection, safety inspection, and another whole inspection just to make sure they're actual street cars. We're looking for a license, registration, insurance, VIN tags, everything that makes a proper street car.
Yeah, they get all things too. It's kind of nice being around here. I like these tracks. Bowling Green's really nice. The only track I haven't ran at is Gateway, so that'll be new.
Have you got anybody that you're gunning for? Because you've been swapping positions last year.
I was gunning for Mike and his new Henry J till my engine broke. So now I just want to complete the week.
So you're not going to like sabotage him or anything, right?
No. His is so ugly it'll sabotage itself.
It was a lot more welcoming when it looked like it was going to be 90 instead of 100. So 100-degree temperatures with a big block in an engine bay that has very little room to circulate air is going to be it's going to be a roasty one.
One of the things about drag week is you have to carry all your own stuff. You can't have a support truck or anything, and if, say, you've got a Fox Body Mustang, you don't have a whole lot of trunk room. And so guys will make trailers. You'll see some people with little U-Hauls. Some folks do roof racks. There's as much to think about in how you get your stuff from track to track as there is to think about in what you do with your car once you're there. So here we've got a little shed on wheels here.
We got up to there, got ready, and we didn't get no run. It started drizzling on us, so it's a good start.
Didn't bring rain tires.
Yeah, all slicks.
It's been an exciting trip so far, and we hope the cars will stay together and we make it home.
Looking forward to this year and meeting great people and living the dream.
Big one.
It's 50 amp main fuse for the whole car, and it just turned off, so should be pretty easy. We might just go get a higher fuse just at the pilot station up the road. Quite apparently we're exceeding the limit of it.
Wanted to give you guys something to take a picture of, so I figured I'd let it run out of gas.
made it.
Butt sore, say that. But good day, you know. But we made the trip the first 3 legs last year with this car, so and then we broke a rocker. But, you know, it was good, you know, except for the fan issue, and that was our fault. Trying to run 16 volts on 12-volt fans. It's our bad deal. So we'll get that fixed for tomorrow. We'll be good.
That came off the Black Camaro in 2000 that we put on.
It starts to pour big time rain. So mine felt pretty good, and I'm staying over to the side a little bit, and literally I never felt any hydroplaning, anything. But literally
20 minutes.
We spun around,
Most.
Never touched the brakes, tried to steer a little bit, tried to put a little input in. I did move the wheel a couple times quick, and it would look like we might make it around and end up in the ditch, and the front end caught the front end.
Top, 1 inch on the top and 1 inch on the bottom. Try that.
Yeah, it's not moving the fender though.
There it goes. Now you're getting some gap. Easy there, Trigger.
We have passenger entry.
Perfect. What was the problem? There was no problem.
No problem.
Good to go.
Good to go.
All right, Matt can get in without the window.
Now you need to film that. No. Come on, Matt.
Did you get it out of the window?
That's right. I'm the passenger.
All right, but we didn't take off the pressure.
I look like a St. Bernard in a beagle cage. It's not going to come back now.
Mustang tagged both walls at the top end of the racetrack.
That's close. So where did it break? Didn't it break? I don't know. I'll have to look at it once we. The front, it hit hard on that side, so it pushed the suspension in quite a bit. So it's I think so. Hey, it was still running. I think I shut it off. I don't know. We'll look at it when we get over there.
He had to lift. That was the quickest 60-foot time he's had all week. It was 119 to 60 feet. It did have gone in a straight line. I don't even want to predict what we would have been looking at.
You're looking at the intake rocker arm for cylinder number 7. We went to pull the heads this morning, pull the valve covers, do a valve adjustment, and this is what we found. The way it's been running, we know it's been broke since Monday, about 50 miles outside of Indy. No other damage. Replaced it, put a new push rod in it, and just went out there and turned that 689. So packing it up to get back on the road. Puts us back into running.
It's Wednesday morning here at Gateway Motorsport Park, and so far the track has not been very forgiving to most everybody that's been on it, including Tom Bailey. What did you think so far on those? Well, you made 2 passes, or tried to anyway.
Yeah, we tried both lanes, the left and the right. Both of them we get out about 100 feet, start shaking the tires. So just not all there. We'll take some power out, make sure we get a pass in so that we can move on. Hey, we got 6. That's all we wanted. Well, that's not all we wanted, but that's still take. It was a little washy out there, but
yeah, it looked like it.
I'm like, nah, I'll just ride it out. I started reaching for the chutes. I'm like, if anything starts to go sideways, I'm just flipping it.
We've already seen that Dave Ahokas can do really well on the strip. What was the best you ran, Dave?
We ran a 683, 202 miles an hour in Bowling Green.
We've seen that Dave's car can make it through the drag racing part. Now we're gonna see how it does on the street. I'm gonna ride in this car. I got my little frozen towel here and a bottle of water, so I should be okay. Lloyd, what can I expect?
Hot, uncomfortable.
Our first stop's a gas stop, so it's about 2 miles, so you'll be able to take a break.
So if I can't hack it for 2 miles, I'll get out of the car and I'll just walk away from this whole job.
I think you can make it. It's not that bad.
All right, well, we'll talk again at the end of this.
All righty.
I'm sorry, were you asking me a question? Because it's kind of loud in there. It's not real rough. I mean, it rides pretty smooth, and when we're actually going, it's not any worse than any other car without air conditioning. But as soon as you get stuck in traffic and stuff, it's it gets pretty warm in there. These cars aren't really made to drive in the rain, and Dave's a tough guy, but he doesn't want to take any risks. And so there's some thunder and lightning. We're going to see if we can wait it out. like, there'll be periods of time where you're like, how, I'm gonna die. That's it, I'm gonna die. And then all that noise and heat just sort of goes somewhere zen, and you're like, I'm king of the world. Nobody is tougher than me. I am the toughest cowboy on the fastest horse. So there's something to this. Been sitting in here for a while. I think I might be molded to it. Woo! We made it. Hey, Dave, we made it.
Yeah. You're a real trooper.
Ah, heck, that's not so bad. I don't know what everybody's complaining about.
Yeah, nothing to it. I gave her a chance several times in the race to just go on. No, I've started. I want to keep going.
I'm not a quitter. Right here, not a quitter. Besides, they told me they'd fire me if I quit, so. We've been doing a lot of interviews with some of the unlimited classes because obviously it's really extreme stuff and it's going really fast and it's cool to see. But there's also a class here called Daily Driver, and they're no slouches. In fact, I think we have the quickest field of Daily Driver cars that we've ever had on Drag Week.
The engine in is out of a stock 6.0 out of a Chevy pickup truck, 2000 Chevy pickup truck, straight out of a junkyard in Virginia, with a camshaft and valve spring upgrade, and a D1 Pro Charger with a 3200 precision converter with a 4L60E and a 410 gear. One of the reasons why I'm running Daily Driver with this car is that they won't let me run anything else but unlimited with it because they don't have the stock firewall.
And you move the engine to the front, and you've got a different chassis, right?
Right. But they just said stock firewall is what they told me. So
you're going to get stuck with a 1080 no matter what, and you're going to have a really big danger of breaking out. It's actually going to be hard for you being so fast. So do you have any plans? Because this car is faster than 1080.
Well, I can change the computer tune, take some timing, some fuel out, and slow it down that way. But I don't want to slow it down too much. Or I can put more stuff in it.
So you've been running with a full trunk of junk?
Full trunk of junk, 3/4 a tank of gas, just to try to slow it down, yes.
Basically the opposite of what everybody else is doing. Mike's just walking around the pits going, what are you doing to go faster? Okay, I'm going to do the opposite.
Right.
We're talking with Jesse Medafrey. He's got an 83 Chevy C10. He's running the Daily Driver class.
It's a stroked out 454, so it's technically a 493. But John Deere had a 4960 decal, so I just erased the zero, and it's a 496. And I drive it every day. I just use stuff that we use on the farm. I put John Deere hydraulic fluid as my transmission fluid. I figured if it's good enough for tractors, it's good enough for this piece of junk.
In 2008, you came all the way from Florida by yourself and made 73 passes in 4 days, which is pretty epic, actually.
It was fun, and this was almost a little bit of a replay. I got 21 in today.
Oh, you're very popular on the internet right now.
Oh,
the people
really?
on the live feed all day long have been like, what is up with that Colt? How many passes is he going to make? Which is, I love it. It was great to see it.
Oh, I love doing it. You know, I mean, that's my thing.
You're hard to forget, though.
Oh,
anybody that makes 21 passes in 1 day at Drag Week.
If I see that thing's open, you know, and they're so friendly. They come on.
Oh yeah. Well, they love your show.
How's it get better than that, you know?
It really doesn't.
If heaven's close to that, I'm going to be happy.
I think you will. I think you will. If you're just checking in with us, you probably don't know that lightning hit the tower here in Bowling Green and really fracked up the timing system a bit. But Dan Dodd is fine with that because you just went probably the fastest you've ever gone in your entire life. What was the mile an hour there?
138. The car's only been 118, but it went to 138 there, so I'll take it.
So you're claiming that. I imagine you're going to print out that time slip, frame it with the photo, put it on the wall of the garage then.
Exactly.
Awesome. Have you had fun this week?
I had a blast.
You going to come back next year?
Definitely.
Awesome. All right. That's Dan Dodd. Faster than he's ever gone before, so he's having a good day. You know, when we start out in drag week, you've got a herd of cars rolling down the road, over 200, and it's tough to see people standing out. But as you get closer to the end and players start falling out of this deal, you end up with a lot of dead cars in the parking lot. And one of those cars is Mike Cox's Henry J. Unfortunately, this thing grenaded a lifter after running mid-10s all week, which was well enough to win our gasser class. But as is always true about drag week, you've got to finish, and this car did not. So hopefully we'll see him here next year because we love gassers, and we especially love this one. You know, earlier today we were on the live stream talking about Dave Henninger's Camaro running into a center divider, I think it was, not a guardrail.
Yeah.
Crumpling the side, the front, making the passenger door, you know, just not possible to open at all. And you were his co-pilot, and you had the greatest quote I've ever heard in my life, and that it was like trying to stuff a St. Bernard into a poodle cage to get you in and out of that thing. And luckily, it's fixed. Yeah. But you are now a legend on the internet. How do you feel about that?
That's pretty cool. It's always good to be famous, although I don't know it's good to be famous being a big guy. But although after this grueling 1 week, I can tell you that I had to have lost at least 20 pounds from all this heat.
I always tell people drag week is good for your health. It's good for your body. You guys ran in the right lane, I'm assuming, unfortunately, and no scoreboard on that side, so you don't even know what you ran, right?
Yeah, I don't even know what we ran. We chose to take the right lane just because somebody put some water or something down, so we didn't want to take the chance. But yeah, now it's killing me. I'm waiting for him to come back. It looked pretty good. He moved around a little bit, but yeah, I wish he would tell me something. Moving around.
What do we run here?
814, 179. That's better. It was still moving around. We still got it fairly soft off the line, just to make sure.
That's a good start. I mean, you've got a little bit of ground to make up ET-wise if you're trying to go after this deal. Are you going to turn it up and go again, or are you done?
Oh, no, I'm going to go again. I mean, I know that's a lot of ground. That 780 was the fastest. I built this engine just for drag week, so that was the fastest we had ever gone. I'm not going to give up now, even though I had a disappointing week, but we're going to see what can happen. I could turn it up from here.
Hell yeah, 780, it's done it once, why not do it again? That might get it done.
For a 70 or a 60 now, I'm skipping the 80s hopefully, but you'll see what we can do.
Now you're talking. All right, Dave, get after it. See ya.
Thank you.
Well, we've seen plenty of defeat here on Drag Week over the years. Guys that have hauled butt all the way to day 4 and not made it to day 5. And in fact, Travis Gilpin and Todd Mashmeyer did just that last year. They were leading the modified power adder class all the way up until the last day when they couldn't make the drive to the last track. This year, though, different story. Travis, you made it. Broke the beams. You broke the beams in style. You just went 772. Not your quickest lap you've ever made, but I believe that was the quickest lap this week, right?
That was tied. That's the same. It tied the quickest pass this week.
Okay. And I see Todd Mashmeyer's over there working on the laptop. The bottles are still in the car. This looks like you're about to make a victory lap. What's going on?
Our plan was just to make a soft pass on the first one and get to 7 and then turn it up.
All right. You're going to get after it. How quick are we trying to go right now?
We'd like to see something.
Be nice to go 50s.
750s out of a nitrous car would that would be pretty stout. I don't think there's anything else here running the bottle that goes that quick, and that might be what, like the 3rd or 4th quickest car here this week.
3rd, I believe. Can't give in to the turbos yet.
No. Let's not call it Turbo Week yet. Let's keep holding out. All right, fellas. Good luck.
Thank you.
I hold in my greasy little hand the results of Drag Week 2013. Are you ready? Psych! I am not going to read these to you right now. What I'm doing right now is driving web traffic. I want you to go around and let everybody know that we are about to read these things off in 15 minutes after we play a couple more videos. We noticed that everything dropped back down and traffic-wise, and so we wanted you to be able to tell everybody to get back online and come back and look for the final results, which will be live in actually 5 more minutes, maybe 10. Precision operation here at Drag Week 2013. I don't know if you have noticed, but this thing has worked perfectly like a well-oiled, rusty old watch. All right, 5 or 10 minutes or thereabouts, and you'll get Drag Week actual final results.
This is Danny Morrison. If you don't know him, you're going to meet him right now. He's an interesting character, but everybody loves you here, even though you're interesting.
Yeah, good work.
In fact, they love you so much that everybody unanimously decided one year to give you the Spirit of Drag Week Award, which was well-deserved. And what I want to know from you is, you've been here all week running your car. Who do you think deserves that award this year?
Dude, you blew me out of the water because I really have no clue at all. I've seen several people helping other people, which always happens, but I really have no clue, man. I haven't seen anybody, more than the other person. I've seen like Rick Prospero's been helping Eric Yost a lot, vice versa. I helped Lutz first day put a head gasket on. He, gave up because he just ran out of parts. I have no clue, man.
That's fair enough. I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of good stories happening around here and a lot of people helping each other, so it'll be tough to figure out who deserves that award. And that is the biggest award we've got here. All right, I'm standing here with Jake Stelter, the man behind the power plant in the RX-7 here. Does this hurt having your engine here and not your car?
It's kind of irritating.
So pretty much you want to throw tools at me right now.
Yeah, kind of. Thanks for asking.
I'm a giver. That's what I do. So this thing is leading modified naturally aspirated by a wide margin today. What's the goal then,
Just finish the week.
Okay, cool. All you got to do is break the beams. That's a good goal to have. You're almost there. What about Eddie Miller? A lot of smack talked on Yellow Bullet. Would you want to line up with him, maybe heads up today? What do you think?
I'm not familiar with Eddie Miller.
No?
No. Who is he?
I think he's in a band, Flock of Seagulls or something. But he has been mouthy all week, and I'm pretty sure he wants to line up with the RX-7 today. The question is, he's run like 870s. Does this thing have anything for him?
No, not the way it sits right now.
So is that a driver issue or a motor issue?
It's just we had a transmission issue earlier in the week, and it's not set up right.
You're not going for any of this. You're a professional, man. You might as well join the NHRA circuit because you are the perfect interviewer. Want to thank a bunch of sponsors now?
Don't have any.
All right. I got nothing here, and I'm trying really hard to stir stuff up. One of the coolest classes we have at Drag Week is the gasser category, and that's because these cars are aggressive looking, they stand out, they're very traditional looking hot rod, and they are not the easiest things to drive down the highway, which means guys like Keith Harrison here, guys that are finishing in a gasser, you're pretty hardcore about this deal. What's it like to shoe this thing out on the highway?
It's a lot of fun. It's a bit of a challenge, but the car really rides better than most people think it would. It rides like a big truck. And so it's a lot of fun out in the street. And the looks you get from folks, everybody usually smiles when they see the car. So we enjoy it. It's been a lot of fun.
Right on. How are the brakes and steering, though? Like at the top end of the track, you're well over 100 miles an hour. What's it like to try to slow this thing down?
It gets a little squirrely. At the top of the track, we're about 121. And it moves a little bit. It takes all of your attention and concentration. Let's put it that way. I've driven cars that are faster, but I haven't driven any that are more fun.
Right on. Real men drive gassers. That's what this thing's all about. All right, we're standing here with Frank Romano, straight out of Long Island, coming to Drag Week, dancing right next to a 10-second all week. You even ran 11:00 at one point, and I've been pulling for you. I wanted to see a 10. I know that's not that big of a deal for you, but doing it on Drag Week over the course of 5 days, in a car that you beat the hell out of like it owes you money. I heard you pulled it off. What'd you run?
1089. I don't know the mile an hour because the time ticket didn't
it showed me 20 miles an hour. If I went 1089 at 20, I'm in great shape.
Yeah, you'd be somebody. 1089, you got in there deep, way deep. That's good. What did you change, or is it just the air and the conditions here?
No, unfortunately, I've been using an inferior tire pressure gauge, and I figured the numbers are arbitrary, but they were arbitrary enough that I was afraid to go lower, and I used someone else's gauge for verification. And when I made a decision to drop 2 pounds out, that made the difference. And also, of course, the atmospheric conditions are favorable today.
Cool. So you've broken the beams on day 5 of Drag Week, which is a monumental feat. Are you going again, or are you just going to relax and watch some racing?
Come on, man. You know me better than that. I'm going to try and break this thing. I'm going to go at least one more time.
Okay. I got a question for you. I don't know how good the audio is on this live feed for the folks at home, but this thing sounds ridiculous, and I want to know, are you bang shifting it, or is this some kind of clutchless tranny we're hearing here?
Absolutely not. I've never shifted this thing clutchlessly at a Drag Week or anywhere else. There was an in-car camera yesterday, and it's my average time, so no, I clutch every gear every time. It's a Jericho DR4 with a gear vendor.
All right, Frank Romano, badass car here at Drag Week. We got a lot of classes here at Drag Week. I think we've got 15, and it gives an opportunity for almost everybody to race here, you know, as long as they're not on 2 wheels. And Greg Hurlbutt here was in Street Race NA Small Block, but you wanted to move into Super Street NA Small Block, which technically should be a faster class, but it had fewer cars, so it was a good strategy. The problem is you really didn't have any mods done to this thing that made this a Super Street car, so we put our heads together and we realized that in Street Race, you got to have your full interior in there. Correct. In Super Street, you don't. So what did you do to make this a Super Street legal car?
Well, we just made a small adjustment.
That technically qualifies as not having the full interior. So, yeah, you're in there. And you're pretty close right now to the top of the field. So I guess if somebody blows up, you place this time.
Basically, unfortunately, all we have to wait on now is parts breakage on somebody else, and it'll put us in the top 3. So
you might be the only guy here hexing the class, hoping they blow up.
I'm not hoping anybody blows up. You don't want to see that happen to anybody, but it would be nice. It's my first Drag Week, so.
Are you going to come back?
Oh, absolutely. I had more fun working on everybody else's stuff than I did driving my own car. So even if I'm not back with my own car next year, I'll be riding with somebody for sure.
All right, that's what it's all about. Another happy man here at Drag Week.
What, you mean we're live?
Again.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully not for 2.5 hours.
They didn't see what we were talking about, did they?
No.
Oh, because you do not want to know what was just happening off camera. But I'll tell you one thing that was not happening off camera was you getting me a beer, because I have not had one yet.
I'm failing you as a friend. I'm sorry.
Completely. But I do have the results for real, and we're going to run through them. Are you ready? People were asking on the live feed who had the quickest 4-banger and quickest 6-banger. I can answer that question. The quickest 4-banger of Drag Week was Jim Reeves, and that was that little Omni GLH. Did you check that thing out?
Oh, the black car, making 500 to the tire.
No!
500 to the tire, man.
Wow, I think I saw that thing rolling 11:47. No,
it's been in the 10s before.
11:56.
It's been in the 10s before.
It's been in the 10s?
Just not here.
I love that car.
Drag Week's hard.
The quickest 6-cylinder was Scott Kleppinger, an 88 Mustang 1093. Where was I for that?
Oh, Buick Grand National motor in a Fox body.
I didn't know that thing was that quick.
And you could have eaten dinner off this motor and this entire car. It didn't belong here, really, because it looked way too nice to be on Drag Week.
It did. We have a web feature coming up on that thing. I didn't know it was that quick. Yeah. The quickest diesel. There was a diesel that was running in Daily Driver. Travis Cannon with an 07 Chevy 2500 with a ripping 1644.
Are we sure he wasn't a support vehicle for somebody else?
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
No, I think that's a given. Actually, I can't say that. Yeah, I can. All right. The quickest AMC. You know what happens all the time? The quickest AMC is the only AMC.
Yeah, to be honest, the only one on the planet still running.
Yeah,
you
that's
win.
what happens. But it's a cool car. I got some neat shots of it. It's that aqua-colored 69 Javelin. It belongs to Tony Sanchez. And that 401 powered AMC averaged 1070 throughout the week.
He was winging this thing.
I
I
know.
swear to God, it was turning $8,000 all the way down there.
Can you explain to me why my Hemi Super Bee won't do that?
I blame the driver.
I can explain that to myself. I don't need that help. Where am I? The quickest Buick. Square up.
Oh, look
the
at the
problem
camera.
is that when we square up, see, here's me, here's Finnegan.
Finally.
You notice how the
That's 'cause I have
production
a
quality on
giant
this
head.
whole deal is completely falling apart towards the end here.
Oh,
We're completely breaking the fourth wall. Video guys are just dying to be stars. They keep on shouting out.
It doesn't matter where you stand. All the Finnegan men have giant melons. It's just the way it works.
Oh, so it's going to be
big brains.
Even bigger if I'm behind you. The quickest Buick. This guy, I think, has taken Quickest Buick Award before. It's a 70 GS. I think it's the blue car. It's a 1086. Mark Covey is the guy. Did you see that car?
No, I have nothing to add at all.
You got nothing.
No.
The quickest Oldsmobile is a 72 Cutlass Kerry Watson 1256. So I'm deriving from this that the Olds guys are leaving something on the table and the Buick guys are picking it up.
Yeah, they're pretty much just sandbagging there.
Yeah, I think we need to see an Oldsmobile come back to Drag Week next year and show those Buicks who's boss. The quickest Pontiac, I can't actually read it off because I got a number here from the tower for quickest Pontiac, but I'm just not going to accept it because it has a small block Chevy in it. And it has a factory small block Chevy in it, so it's technically a Pontiac, but we don't go there. What we normally try and do on these awards is if it's the quickest Pontiac powered vehicle.
Pontiac and a Pontiac.
Powered vehicle.
Yeah.
And I can actually tell you who that is right now, but I'm going to hold off just a sec so that I don't have to create a giant controversy that I then have to deal with later publicly online while somebody asks me about it. So
that was very confusing.
Totally. I'm lost right now. Quickest Mopar. You can guess.
Oh, good God, his head's going to be even bigger. Eddie Miller?
Eddie Miller
Oh, wow.
has the quickest Mopar here with a 868. You know what? That's wrong, too.
No, you went 861 earlier today.
No, this is incorrect. Think of another Mopar that just rolled out here and went 780-something.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Ferrone.
The Aussies. Ferrone went 787.
With a Predator head big block Chrysler.
Oh, sorry, Eddie Miller.
Yep. Sorry.
No prize today.
Psych. Once again, this will be replayed on Yellow Bullet so many times right now. Eddie, you lost. Eddie, you lost.
Oh, my God. Should we give him another one?
Oh, we'll give him another
Sorry,
one.
Eddie
later.
Miller. You lose.
That's official. Then let's get into the quickest Ford. Rick Anderson, 79 Mustang with a 948. That is the quickest Ford-powered Ford that was here. Is that
That might have been the only Ford-powered Ford here.
I hate to agree with you. Is that little tan 79, the Project Ugly Turd or whatever it is?
I believe that KJ Jones,
Right.
our colleague
Right.
here, has been raving about this car.
Hey, KJ, we know you're watching. Do us a favor and put a comment on the video and let us know if that is who that is. Because once again, I'm sorry, folks. I so wish that the two of us could have spoken to everybody here and know exactly what we're talking about. We just run wild from 230 cars and we don't pick up everybody.
We don't like everybody either.
Oh.
Just kidding.
Dude. The quickest street rod. My favorite street rod. The rule for quickest street rod is that it's, I forget, 48 and early or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The 30 Ford Coupe, the gasser, the orange car, the poison gas, he averaged a 1368.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He won. Did he win the gas class last year?
Oh, yeah, he's won it before. He's traded positions with the other guy back
Yeah.
and forth a couple years that it's been going. But
And he painted the car finally.
yeah, he did. It used to be black. The gasser class is heating up, and I was talking to some guys earlier. We're going to have to rein in the rules on that, or we're going to be having the whole composite body conversation on that deal, because the rules are so slack, you could bring a 6-second car out for that. So
He's psyched because he blew the engine up in that car maybe 2 weeks before Drag Week and had to do a whole another one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
that's right. His blower motor fell apart.
Good comeback there.
Yep. See, we do know some people. And I know this next guy big time, and I am so pumped up on this. We've got some other news about him later. Quickest without a trailer, which has been owned by Larry Larson for 5 years. And just take a moment to think about that. All these cars out here that are even running in like the 10s haul trailers, so that they've got their own spares and parts and stuff with them.
And kegs.
And kegs, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you failed on that. Let's just remind you of that right now. The
Wait,
beer.
how did I fail?
Didn't bring me a beer.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. They're all out of beer.
But Larry didn't have room for a keg, but he brought everything else in that 66 Nova and did not haul a trailer. But our superhero this year with an average of 789 with no trailer, a nitrous car, Mashmeyer and Gilpin with that 68 Camaro.
They've got to be good at Tetris because they had spare 60mm camshafts, spare batteries, spare nitrous stuff, spare clothes, spare everything stuffed into this car.
They bought a it's going that way. They brought a spare Big Journal camshaft.
A spare 60mm camshaft. I won't tell you how much lift it had because he'd probably yell at me, but let's just say it was an inch.
All of it.
Yeah.
Almost an inch.
Big.
Big. Okie dokie. I have no idea what I'm doing right now.
How many people are watching video, guys? Like 12? Oh, we've lost.
92 and dropping. Fail. Will you be more entertaining? Because I'm
trying.
not.
Oh, it just got better.
Went up. All right.
Just
Call
got
your
better.
friends, 'cause this is embarrassing.
Nobody wants to see that. Because to be honest, we already know Yetis don't exist. Nobody needs to see me with my shirt off.
Yeah,
okay?
you did not want to open up that topic of conversation, Alana. Let's see. So, winner and daily driver, which we saw at the very end of the show here, was in fact Scott Abbott in that 70 Plymouth Roadrunner, who's been out here at Drag Week a long time. It's the orange car with the gray front clip. That's super cool. Mike Sperong out of California, driving home to California in his 05 Chevy pickup. And as it turns out, the third place in daily driver is Andre Miller, who's the 92 Chevy pickup. It's like a light blue short bed that was running here at the end.
Oh, yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Now, I've got all of our class car awards, starting with Hot Rod. Hot Rod is the class where basically it's 48 and older, and it's got to look like a cool retro hot rod. Third place on that is Bob Larson. He averaged a 1528. That was that rat rod looking thing that calls itself a 38 Dodge, but really because it's built from the body pieces of 38 different cars. It's got a big black Chrysler in it, and you said his like Chinese ignition failed or something?
Yeah, Bob had a hell of a week. But
no offense, China.
No offense, China. We love you. Yeah, Bob had a hell of a week. But let's back up. Last year, Bob, on the test and tune day, blew up his rear end on the very first hit and was out. No fixing it. Came back this year, rear end still in one piece, but he has this bitchin' Chinese distributor with an ignition built into it that will not allow the car to rev over $4,000.
Okay. It's
So-
a 440 Mopar. It doesn't need more than that, does it?
All of Drag Week, under 4,000 RPM.
That's torture. Wouldn't you have maybe called Pep Boys Speed Shop and said, guys, I need a distributor?
I think they were busy drinking beer.
Okay. Well, once again, you bring up a sore subject.
Dude, I just set him up, you knock him down.
Second place in Hot Rod, Fred Cullen Jr. He's got that yellow 40 Chevy business coupe. He averaged a 1386 at 98 miles an hour.
Mhm.
And then, once again, how many times is this guy going to win classes with us? Tom Zingel's got that 40 Ford two-door sedan. It's a black car.
He tried to take the hood off to go faster today.
I witnessed that.
Didn't work.
Yep. No.
Yeah, but it stayed cool.
What he lost in weight, he made up for an aerodynamic drag. I'm thinking for his 1268 at 107. Gasser and AFX, man, I love this class. It's growing. I think it's going to get huge. I hope it's going to get huge. I'm encouraging you to build a car and make it huge. Number 3 was that 65 Dodge white pickup truck, the Barnyard Viper, with a big block stroker in it, big block Mopar stroker. He averaged 1150 at 115 miles an hour. The next guy is Jim Forbes with his 55 Chevy that's painted up like a 64 Revell model kit. That 55 that he brought out from Arizona ran 1137 at 119 all throughout the week.
With allegedly 100,000 miles on a long block he built 20 years ago.
Did you listen to the blower in that thing?
I listen to Jim a lot, so you really don't
Yes,
need to hear
you
the
do.
car at all.
Yeah, well, okay. Social commentary. The winner is the car you need to be looking at hard because you need to put a target on this guy's back next year.
It's a big back. I think it'll be pretty easy.
Chisholm
Large guy.
and Stasiak. Stasiak?
Stasiak.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care because their gasser sounds so wicked, I can't hear their name over the sound of their own awesomeness. That 55 Chevy 210 averaged 1054 at 125. He
Right.
must have stepped on that thing today because it wasn't that quick throughout the week.
New record for the class, and he did step on it because his goal today was to hang the wheels in the air.
He
And
did.
he tried over and over
Oh,
again.
no, I've got photographic evidence.
They came up?
Oh, that junk lifted, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Daniel Nissen is in third place with a 71 Nova. It's green. Oh, I know that one. It lifts the tires pretty good. It's 1101 at 120 average. Number 2 in street race, small block, naturally aspirated. Big crowd favorite, been at Drag Week a whole bunch of times. Used to run a 73 or 4 CUDA that he's had for like 25 years. Bang shifting MF. We love Mike Crow, averaging 1019 at 138 with a small block Mopar with no power adder.
He already emailed his engine builder
And said,
we're going big next year. Second place sucks.
okay, this is a guy who just yesterday I'm standing in the pits, and he's like, you know, I've won enough trophies. I've won my class a bunch of times. I've been in the magazine. I do this for the fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
sandbagger. Because I just ran into him, and he's like, dude, we're already building something. Second place blows.
That wore off real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, that's because he lost to Jeff Sayas, who's a 90 Ford Mustang that is the only Mustang in a leader role with a sort of Ford motor in it. It's got a Roush NASCAR mill in it, and it went 10.09 at 133 on average.
Stout pass.
Yep,
Stout
and
average.
He also went a 996 one day, so I'm thinking that Crow is calling his guy and saying, there's a single digit I need to see on my ET slip.
Yes.
It doesn't have 2 and it doesn't end with a 0.
And I don't care what it costs. That's what he said. So good on you, engine builder. You're going to make some money this winter.
Cut me that check. I'll figure it out. Let's see. Where was I? Street Race Small Block Power Adder. This was a tight race all week long between John Wishman and the next guy, Bailey. This was the Small Block Chevy Pro Charger versus Small Block Chevy Nitrous car in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. They were both in Mustangs, and it turns out that Bailey dropped out last night, and what's hilarious is so this guy, I think his name's James Bailey, he calls our hotline and he says, sorry man, I'm out. I don't know what he broke, but he's gone. And so immediately I get a text message, Bailey's out. Tom Bailey is out. And everyone's like, what? People are losing their minds. Bailey's out. I'm in the car writing blog items. Bailey's out. The whole face of Drag Week has changed and everything. I get a call that says stop right before I hit the send button on that blog item. It was the Bailey in Street Race Small Block Power Adder.
No, Tom Bailey had to come back and blow his doors off, literally.
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 So in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, Rick Anderson moved up in that 79 Mustang. That is the 79 tan Mustang that we were talking about, that KJ probably failed us and did not text us the answer to that. Next guy is Chris Bashir. He's got that 82 S10. The silver car
the silver one,
with the
yeah.
5.3 on it and a couple turbos. I love that thing. 930 at 154 miles an hour for a low buck effort there. And John Wishman takes the lead. He's got the 95 Mustang with the small block Chevy and a turbo, averaging 882 at 159. Which moves us into Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. Quite a spread in this class, starting with Randy Heinzelman, who has a 70 Barracuda. It's that AAR-looking purple Cuda that actually has a big block Mopar in it. He averaged 1081 at 124. Are you like dying with bugs? Are you having spider fear here?
There's a fly that's in love with me.
There's a fly that's in love with you?
Yeah, it might be a skeeter giving me malaria. I don't know.
Finnegan and spiders is like Indiana Jones and snakes.
Dude, I don't want to die at the hands of a spider.
Is this too much personal information?
No, go ahead. We got plenty of time.
Plenty of time?
300 people want to see this.
Yeah, they're only waiting over there for these results over in the tent. Everyone wondering who won when they could be standing right here and finding out. Or maybe they're watching the live feed in the tent and I won't have to do this.
Dude,
and then you can get me that beer.
They've got beer. We don't. Don't worry about it.
So we got that 70 AAR Cuda, who was third in Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. And in second, Richard Guido, or Guido as we prefer to say. He's got the 65 GTO. That is a genuine Pontiac-powered car with a stick, black car. You saw him making rounds. You saw him bang shifting. You saw his brother banging the wall. He had that 69 Mustang that hit both walls.
Oh, my God.
What? You didn't like this? That was cool right there. See what I did?
It was awesome. It was awesome.
It's as if you brought me the beer.
It's a bee.
The wheels are falling off as we speak. Okay, Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. Kurt Johnson. Oh, he's reminding that we're live.
We're live? Oh,
yeah.
my God. I'm so nervous.
We were pre-recording this, so we thought we were going to cut it. Right? Kurt Johnson, this guy has been to Drag Week a bunch of times with some heavy-breathing, serious cars. I believe this is the first time he has placed. His 91 Mustang, with big block Chevy power, averaged 909 at 151 miles an hour. Which brings us to Street Race Big Block Power Adder. These are big blocks with nitrous, turbos, blowers. Lewis Martin has a 72 Chevy Chevelle. It's orange and black. It's the one that looks like a lot like an orange and black 72 Chevelle. Mm-hmm. He averaged 1095 at 124 miles an hour. And then one of our favorites, Randy Bellahar, has this 70 Grand Prix, the one with the football field for a hood.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 4,200 pounder right there. That guy chunked a ring gear in the middle of Drag Week, and he said he had a couple teeth missing off the thing, and if it was parked in the wrong place, it wouldn't move forward.
Yeah, he also said that you've never heard anything so scary as a ring and pinion missing 2 teeth going down the highway.
Oh, yeah. Ka-junk, ka-junk, ka-junk.
Oh,
yeah, he said all hell was breaking loose in that thing. But he did average a 1010 after fixing that in the middle of the week. 1010 at 132. That's a genuine Pontiac-powered car with a unit on it. And then this is the smartest guy in drag week, and here's why I will say that. When I was walking the pits talking to a bunch of people getting notes, generally what you're doing is looking at people just breaking stuff, junk scattered everywhere. They showed up with a car that was completely unprepared. Basically the roadkill program. This is, roadkill on steroids is drag week. People completely unprepared to do what they're doing. This guy Mike Burrows with his 71 Orange Nova said to me, nope, for the last 3 months we broke everything, because we drove this car to the drag strip twice a week and ran 940s with it and drove home. They did that twice a week for 3 months preparing for drag week.
Definition of insanity.
Definition of insanity, but a great
He
program.
wanted to go 939
for sorting his junk out. Well, he said it ran 940s, and he showed up at drag week, and it's hot, humid, sticky, greasy. 10:07 at 136 was his average. I believe that's a Pro Charger car. They're getting itchy to leave.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the sound of heading to beer. All right, Super Street Power Adder, third place, Shane McClelland. You know him, that's a 62 Chevy. We know that guy's not right, he let you drive his car.
Yeah, he's not real bright.
He averaged 878 at 156. George Gallimore unfortunately struggled today, slowed down a little bit. He was running 810s all week long. That's the Black Monte Carlo. It's a twin turbo 540 Chevy car, 830 at 177. And then Rick Prospero, he did it. I was waiting for this. I saw his average this morning was a 799 with a 1, and I'm like, bro, I need a 7-second average out of you, and he delivered with a 7981. That means he must have stepped on it today.
Let me tell you something about Rick Prospero.
Okay.
So he lays down a 791 today, quickest pass ever, while destroying a lifter. I walk over there to find out how bad this is, right? And the lifter's out, and he's working on it. And I'm like, dude, why aren't you drinking beer? You won. You got your 7-second average.
Nope.
You won the class. He's like, no way. I'm putting 40 pounds of boost this thing and going back out there.
Yep. I was interviewing
Oh,
before
God.
this actually happened, and he knew that was his program. He said, I'm going to go out there and hurt it, then I'm going to come rip the intake off and be somebody.
I didn't see the next pass. Did he hurt it? Did he go quick? What happened?
I have no idea.
All right, cool.
Nope. Don't care. I know what's in my hand.
Good
Not
story.
much else. I know I don't have a beer. Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated. Cool. Third place. The guy with the imaginary friend of a car. Did you hear that story?
Oh, yeah. It's always talking about this car and nobody ever sees it.
Norm has come to Drag Week forever as a passenger, and he's always talking about this car that he's building, and everybody's like, I think that's your little imaginary friend. But it showed up. It's the black 71 Camaro with a small block in it, averaged 1132. Pretty good for an NA car out of Canada.
What are you saying about Canada?
Did I accidentally diss Canada? I really didn't mean to.
God.
There's too many Canadians here for me to do that, and they do know how to jump the fence.
Shame on you.
Or walk across
Next thing
the
you know, you're going to start
frosted,
making fun of
plains.
maple syrup and Celine Dion. And
Oh, okay. We're moving into second place in Super Street, small block naturally aspirated. David Berry has a 64 Chevy Nova, the little aqua car. I remember seeing that one too. 1091 at 119. Okay, we're going to have to take a break here because the camera guy just got shade. Andy probably has a water, and I'm suspecting someone's bringing him a beer, and we're still standing here.
Camera guy's had this camelback deal on his back all week, and it's got a little tube, and he drinks out of it, and he's telling everybody it's water, but pretty much I think it's vodka.
I couldn't be seen with that.
Because he's never frowned.
Okay, now let me show you how craft services is supposed to work. This is what it looks like.
Warm water.
Is there beer in here?
Warm water instead of beer. Nothing but the good stuff.
Thank you.
This is warmer than yours. Can I
All
have
right,
that one?
can you please be serious now? We're holding, he's got shade on us.
I thought I was.
That probably looks great.
Wow, we've come up right now. Do you see that?
I know. We're big time.
Man.
All right. Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated. Norm Tannehill, David Berry, and then the winner is Dusty Ward. That was the Mopar-powered, guess what, Fox Body Mustang. Are you again noticing the trend? I just can't get over it.
You poor Ford lovers out there.
I like it.
You can't get anyone to throw you a bone.
Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. I'll leave that one alone. Bob Mifflin, 69 Chevy Chevelle, a blue car, average 1145 at 118. Second place, Super Street Big Block NA. Brent Bowman, beautifully clean black car. He was running with no hood this afternoon, I noticed, and he promised me that he was going to hook up his fogger on that thing. He was running an NA class, but he just wanted to see what he could do.
This is the Camaro with the race tech engine?
It is, and I'm informing him right now that he failed me on the nitrous oxide. I need to see that. But still, NA, he averaged a 984 at 140, so that's pretty good. But he was outrun by Tim Flanders with the LS motor in a, wait for it, You know this at home. LS motor in a Fox Mustang. It's actually a small block, but it's 454 cubic inches, so he runs in the big block category. Tim Flanders averaged a 960 at 140.
I'm going to refrain from the obvious.
To a less powerful engine incoming on drag week. I can't say he did, but he still took second place in modified naturally aspirated, 1057 at 127 miles an hour. And the winner in modified.
It depends on how much you hate him.
Okay, I don't.
Or like him.
Not equator.
But listen to this, right?
What?
He gets here. All he's got to do is he goes up to the starting line, mats it, breaks the throttle cable, and idles all the way down the drag strip.
That was today.
Right. And at this point, when he's done this, it's like 2 in the afternoon. We're recording it anyway,
We
right?
can race through
Right?
this. We're
All right,
back.
let's go.
We're
Hurry.
back live. Okay,
No more
we're
jokes.
going to run through this because the actual racers are here getting restless. Are we live? Okay, then be serious.
On it.
Stop jerking around.
Watch this.
Modified Power Adder in third place. We've got Greg Mayton in Mercury Cougar, orange and black. He averaged 923. Bryant Goldstone, that's 70 Pro Charger Chevelle. It's silver. He rolled an 825 average at 173.
Got into the 7s today.
Did he? Oh, that's right, he did.
Yep.
I saw that. But not as much in the 7s as the nitrous car with, I think, 4 units on it. Again,
Only using 2, but he had 4 on there.
I think he's sandbagging. Gilpin and Mashmeyer averaged with a nitrous car, 789 at 178. That's wicked. Pro Street naturally aspirated runaway winner Eddie Miller. He came out here at the end of the day, taped up the whole grill of his car for aerodynamic advantage, and rolled an 861.
I believe he ran it. Yeah.
And averaged 868 at 155 throughout the week. So
Congratulations, Eddie.
Congratulations, Eddie. You win.
So that was serious.
It was. He was awesome. Pro Street Power Adder, Glenn Hunter in that E85 blown 56 red and white Chevy Bel Air, 849 at 161.
After killing Mittens.
Mittens?
Ran over a cat.
Did he run over a cat?
Yeah. He says it was already dead.
Joe Barry had a frog stuck in the grill.
Next.
Oh, you know what? I heard he ran over a cat and actually flung it on Frank, who was following him. The silver 55, I guess. He said they're rolling down the highway. Next thing he knows, he's got muffins spinning towards his car and splattering him.
It's a bad visual. Keep going.
Yeah, it's a family show. Where was I? Glenn Hunter, third place Pro Street Power Adder, 849. Dave Henniger, who made 1 million laps today here, trying to improve his time, but still averaged, after punting a tree or a guardrail or something on the highway and fixing the car, 818 at 175.
Yeah, he actually went 780 on day 1, but just never
That's
recovered
right.
from crashing his car.
This
So,
is
but
a
he
true
finished.
fact.
So
And so the winner, he's been there before, he'll be there again. The big lumbering maroon 71 Monte Carlo, Mike Roy, ran 797 at 177.
that was a nice comeback after his second
average.
place finish last year.
Huge. That was awesome. And then we roll into Unlimited, where there was some attrition with Bailey falling out, or I'm sorry, not Bailey, Barry. Joe Barry fell out. Sean Fink in that 63 panel wagon moved up. He was running hard even though he knew he was in third place to improve his average, and he got an 835.
Mr. Consistent with a small block, and I believe he did run a 7 this week.
Did he? I didn't witness
think he
that.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we're
If
down.
not, I'm starting that rumor.
Now we're down to the 2 most controversial cars in perhaps the history of streetcar racing. Dave Ahokas in his full-on Jerry Bickle Pro Mod car with a small block Kenny Duttweiler motor. Unbelievably, drove that car 1,200 miles, ran 680s several times. I don't think he touched a 70.
3 times.
And he had a really bad day one day and ran a 797, leaving him with a 722 average at 198 miles an hour, which is huge.
He gets second place.
For Dave
Congratulations.
Ahokas. He does. And then, of course, the overall winner, Tom Bailey, in that brutal 69 Camaro that blew its own doors off.
Yeah, if you didn't see his last pass today, rewind this deal and go back to it, because he literally went through the traps at 217 miles an hour. The window sucked out of the driver's side, and then the door peeled in half. It delaminated. He doesn't care because he's a big winner.
Oh, I know.
6-second average at drag week, highest mile an hour, lowest ET we've ever seen.
217 today.
Guy's a legend now. Better change his cell number.
Yeah, better change his cell number. Seriously, the only man on earth to drive a car 1,200 miles, run 6 seconds every single day.
All right, they're telling us to get out.
They are. Last thing that I will tell you is that, we give an award for the top 3 quickest cars. And so the top 3 quickest are not in Unlimited. It's going to go first Bailey, then Ahokas, and number 3, quickest car at drag week. Again, We keep blowing about this guy because it's so awesome.
And we like nitrous.
And we like nitrous. Mashmeyer and Gilpin, number 3 at Drag Week. So that's a wrap on that. You don't have to stare at our ugly mutts anymore. Instead, we are going to go probably get that beer that he's promised me. While we're doing that, we want you to go look at all the other Drag Week coverage we have everywhere. You can stick on the Motor Trend channel YouTube and watch the replays of every live feed every day. You can see videos on hotrod.com and on Hot Rod's YouTube page. You can chat with us on Facebook. You can look at our photos on Instagram. And right now,
Not yet. Thank the sponsors.
Thank you, sponsors. We've done quite a bit of that, and we will do it again. Gear Vendors is the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week, and Pep Boys Speed Shops has already said that they're going to host this live feed again next year. Thank you also to Rocket Brands, CompCam, QA1, and MSD. That is a wrap on Drag Week 2013. Oh, NOS. I always forget NOS.
Yeah,
Again, we
NOS.
talk about NOS all the time, and then they just become like our buddy instead of the guy cutting us our check.
And if you don't like your wallet, your sanity, or your body, or your car, join us next year and do this. This is fun. There's no reason not to.
Maybe you should do the same. Where's that 55?
You ready?
Bye.